I refuse to become scumbag in Tokyo. Synopsis. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, business, events, and incidents are the products of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, or actual events is purely coincidental. Shishio stared at the beautiful girl in front of him, and he couldn't look away. Her waist might be the narrowest waist that he had ever seen, and he was wondering how it felt to hug that waist. Finally, he made up his mind and decided to say hello to her, but suddenly. Target has been found. Hey! Welcome to Scumbag system. The more women you have, the more rewards you will receive. As a starting gift, you have received Japanese food cooking mastery. As the first target has been found, you also receive 500 million yen on your back account. The journey has only been started. Work hard, young man. Shishio frowned and said, I refuse. Without hesitation, but after a while. I refuse. I really refuse. I really try hard to refuse. Sorry, I can't refuse it. Shishio tried really hard, but he couldn't. 1. New Life. 2005. Sitting inside the Shinkansen, bullet train, he understood why the people in this country were so proud of this train. There was no turbulence, and it was very comfortable that he could sleep directly without trouble on this train. The service within this train was also top class, and he couldn't find any faults, which made him stop his plan to complain to get a free ticket. However, even though this train was very comfortable, he was very uncomfortable at that moment. Not because the price of the ticket was expensive, well, in truth, it was quite expensive. However, for his family, it wasn't that much. Staring at the window, he could see the reflection of his face through the window, and no matter how many times he saw his face, he felt a bit weird since he saw a different face from the face that he always saw for the past 24 years. However, he had to admit that his face was pretty handsome. Letting out a long and tired sigh, he wondered why he had been reincarnated to a Japanese student. Shishio Oga. That was his name in this world, and he had accepted his new identity since it had been a month since he had been reincarnated in this boy. Shishio was reincarnated as a Japanese middle school student in Kyoto, and he was in his 3rd year of middle school. Shishio remembered on his first day, when he was reincarnated, he was so confused that he didn't understand anything until the memory of the previous Shishio Oga appeared on his head. It was also because of the memory of the previous Shishio Oga that he was able to learn Japanese along with various knowledge about his family, education, and a lot more. However, even though he received such a memory, he knew that his personality was different from the original Shishio Oga. He didn't want anyone to notice the change in him. Hence, he decided to choose a high school in Tokyo. Shudder. When Shishio thought about the memory of the previous Shishio Oga, he couldn't help but shudder. Be engulfed in dark flames. I'm the burning fighting fighter. Don't get near me, or you'll be burnt. Shishio put his hand on his face, trying to cover his blush since it was so embarrassing that he wanted to escape to the Gobi desert, hiding so no one would know about his dark past. However, Shishio knew that it was impossible, and it was also the reason why he decided to move from Kyoto to Tokyo. It was a last-minute decision. Fortunately, his mother's sister was a teacher at a high school in Tokyo, which made him able to register for the entrance exam at the last minute. Looking at his reflection again in the mirror, Shishio wondered why his appearance was quite similar to the character he had seen in his previous life. His eyes were a light purple, and his hair was of the same color. His height was 178 centimeters. However, his body was quite thin, which made him a bit dissatisfied since he felt his body was weak. His appearance is similar to Lancelot in Fate. However, even though this guy was weak, he had a bazooka inside his pants which made him feel relieved. Shishio touched his long light purple hair and felt a bit weird since he knew that his hair color was natural. However, he remembered that there were no people in Asia with purple natural color, where most people had black hair. Mother's hair is also purple. Shishio remembered that many people he had seen in the past month also had various hair colors from blonde, red, blue, etc. He was wondering if there was someone who had a rainbow color of hair in this country. He was curious. Shishio had often watched and read various stories and worked in his previous life and knew that his experience was similar to the protagonist of those stories and work. Unfortunately, Shishio didn't receive a cheat, ghost grandfather, mysterious book, or anything else that would be able to help him in this life. Even so, Shishio didn't think that his life would be miserable. In his previous life, Shishio was a businessman, investor, and trader. Shishio was quite good at searching for opportunities. He knew that there was a lot of business that could be done in 2005, especially technologies. He also knew that there were many opportunities to create a lot of money if he decided to become an investor and a trader. In the past month, Shishio had checked the information about this world and knew that there wasn't much difference between this world and his previous world. However, there were a lot of differences in various movies, manga, novels, TV shows, etc., in this world. In this world, Shishio was unable to find famous movies, manga, novels, TV shows, etc., in his previous life, and he knew that it was his chance to create money. Unfortunately, Shishio couldn't draw, nor did he feel that he could remember all the famous works that he had watched and read in the past, since he only remembered the famous plot of those famous works, rather than entire works. It was also impossible for him to create a TV show or a movie, considering he had only graduated in middle school and didn't have a channel or an ability to create one. However, even if Shishio couldn't create that business or copied those famous works, manga, novels, TV shows, or movies, he could go back to Kyoto and work where his father works. He could also work in the bureaucracy, police, JSDF, or banking sector, since his father's family was working in those areas. His father's connection was very rich. Rubbing his chin, he was wondering whether he could be called a second rich generation. However, Shishio didn't want such a life. Shishio had been given a second chance, and he wanted to do something different. Taking a bottle of green tea that he had bought before he entered the train, he opened the lid, drank the tea, and could taste the bitter taste of the green tea. Shishio knew that he wasn't dreaming, and he knew that he had a new life. He put a bottle of green tea on the side of his chair and decided to take a nap. In his sleep, Shishio was grateful that he had been given a second chance. However, there was one thing that made him worried, and that was his knowledge about education, since he didn't remember much, and he wondered whether he could learn all that knowledge before the entrance exam. After a few hours, Shishio arrived at the station and walked through a group of people. "Excuse me. I wish to get past." Shishio was wondering how many times he needed to say excuse me. Still, he needed to do so, since from the previous memory of the previous Shishio Oga, he was quite a polite boy, and there was a certain tradition and habit that had ingrained on his body. Even though Shishio wasn't Japanese, he was Japanese now. When in Rome, live as the Romans do. That proverb might sound simple, but there were many things that could be learned from it. However, even though he had to agree with the proverb above, he wouldn't get used to the habit of bowing his head, and he felt a bit uncomfortable by it. Walking through a group of people, he found an empty bench and sat down, resting for a while. He wasn't that tired since he had taken a nap before, but he needed to contact his aunt since he had arrived at the station. Vibrate. Shishio felt his phone vibrate, and he took out the flip phone from his pocket, which made him let out a sigh. He had always used a smartphone, and it had always felt weird to use a flip phone, but he didn't think too much and saw an email from his aunt. "Aunt, the road is quite busy. If you have arrived at the station, wait for me at the entrance of the station first." Shishio replied to his aunt's email politely, then put his phone back in his pocket. Thinking about his aunt, Shishio wasn't sure and felt a bit nervous about his meeting with his aunt, since he didn't receive a complete memory of the previous Shishio Oga. He only remembered that his aunt was a little sister of his mother, and she was single. Besides that, he wasn't sure whether the relationship between this aunt and the previous Shishio Oga was quite close or not. Shishio was quite bored and decided to study first, since he bought a training book for an exam. Even though he couldn't remember much about the lesson during his middle school time, he wasn't stupid. He could understand some of them easily, especially English, physics, and mathematics, and science-related problems. However, Shishio was very worried about the history and Japanese problems, since he had never learned such a thing in his previous life, which gave him a huge headache, wondering whether he could succeed on his entrance exam or not. Shishio had made up his mind and decided to use most of his time to learn after he had been accepted into high school, since he wanted to enter a prestigious university. Then, what about love? Well, let's put that matter aside, since Shishio didn't think that love was important, and it wouldn't be too late to think about that matter once he had entered university. Shishio kept learning for an hour or so and couldn't help but wonder whether his aunt was trapped in a traffic jam since she was too late. He was wondering whether the road on Tokyo was so busy that it took a very long time for his aunt to pick him up. "Hello, are you Shishio Oga?" Hearing this voice, Shishio turned his head and saw a beautiful, fashionable woman, staring at him with a smile, with short light purple hair and professional attire. "I am Chihiro Sengoku, your aunt, remember to call me Chihiro-ne from now on." Shishio instantly guessed the identity of this woman, since this woman really resembled his mother, and he could see a lot of familiarities on her face with her mother. However, he was wondering whether this woman was really in her 30s, since she seemed quite young, in his opinion. "Hello, Chihiro-ni-san. I am Shishio Oga. Thank you for picking me up even though you are busy. I will trouble you, and I will be in your care." Shishio bowed his head slightly. After all, it was part of a habit that he had inherited from the previous Shishio Oga, and it was also a habit among the people that lived in this country. However, he felt a bit uncomfortable calling his aunt, Chihiro-ne, directly. "Don't be so polite. I am your aunt. When you were a child, you always asked me to marry you when you had grown up. Why do you treat me as a stranger now?" Chihiro patted Shishio's shoulder with a smile. She hadn't seen him for a few years, and he had become so handsome. Even if his hair was long and it even passed his shoulder, rather than giving him a feminine image, it gave him an image of a knight in the storybook. She felt a bit worried and wondered whether there would be many girls and women who would be attracted to him later, and those girls and women might turn him into a playboy. Chihiro thought for a while and decided to protect him from those bad women in the city since she knew that her nephew was quite inexperienced. Haha. Shishio only laughed awkwardly since the one who wanted to marry Chihiro wasn't him but rather the previous Shishio Oga. Chihiro was also twice as old as he was. Even though he didn't mind, he wasn't sure whether aunt and nephew were allowed to marry each other. When Shishio was about to say something, he saw a screen on his mind and also heard a voice. Hey! When Shishio was confused by the sudden appearance of the panel on his head, he saw another panel and heard another voice on his mind. Shishio was full of questions on his mind, but then he saw another panel and heard another voice. Don't be dumbfounded. Use your charm, talent, wealth, etc., to seduce a lot of women. The more women you have, the more rewards you will receive. 2. I refuse. Shishio was dumbfounded, and he was confused when he saw the panel on his head. However, he knew that he wasn't dreaming. It was so sudden that he was in a daze, but... Shishio, what's wrong? Why are you in a daze? Chihiro asked and looked at Shishio in worry, wondering whether he was tired or homesick at this moment. Shaking his head, Shishio said, I am sorry, Chihiro-ne. You're so beautiful that I understand why I asked you to marry when I was a child. Even though he was curious about what had happened to himself and what was the panel that appeared on his head, it wasn't the time to check it since his aunt was right in front of him. And... in truth, Shishio wanted to check right away if he really received those rewards. However, if he really did that, his aunt would think that he was crazy, and that would be bad for him since he didn't want his aunt to think of him as a weirdo. Hearing Shishio's words, Chihiro smiled brightly and patted his shoulder several times. Haha, you're still young. If I am still single when you have graduated, then I might think about your proposal. No woman would be unhappy when they were praised as beautiful, and of course, Chihiro was the same. However, Shishio was speechless since he didn't expect that his aunt would be this happy when he was simply praising her, and he only hoped that his aunt didn't take his words seriously. Alright, enough with the joke, follow me to the car, Chihiro said with a smile. Yes, Chihiro-ne. Shishio nodded and pulled his suitcase, following Chihiro to the car. Chihiro, who was walking beside Shishio, couldn't help but ask when she saw Shishio only brought a suitcase with him. You have only brought a suitcase? Shishio nodded and said, yes, I feel that I don't need much, and if I need something, then I can buy it here. His mother had prepared a lot of things for him. However, he felt that it was too much, considering that he would live in a dorm and he was sure that his room would be quite small. If he brought too much, he was sure that it would be troublesome, and he wasn't sure whether all of his luggage would fit in his dorm. Chihiro nodded and said, if you need my help, then tell me, I will bring you to the department store to buy what you need. She also understood that Shishio was a boy, and it was normal that he didn't have that much luggage. Thank you, Chihiro-ne. Shishio smiled and felt glad that his aunt was very kind, and at the same time, he was wondering why his aunt was still single at this moment. Looking at her smiling face, he hoped for someone to marry her as soon as possible or else he would be the one who was going to take her. Okay, come with me. My car is parked near the parking lot, Chihiro said. Yes. Shishio pulled his suitcase, and when he put it in Chihiro's car, he quickly said, Chihiro-ne, I am sorry, but can I go to the toilet first? Yes, I will wait for you here. Thank you. Shishio then walked toward the toilet, and while walking, he quickly looked at the panel within his mind. Yes. Shishio chose without hesitation, and he could feel a lot of information about Japanese food cooking mastery. He stopped for a moment since the amount of information that entered his head was quite a lot from the ingredients, cooking methods, recipes, experience, tips, etc. Shishio stood for 5 seconds before he continued to walk. His expression didn't show anything. However, inwardly, he was very happy since he knew that he had received a cheat that usually appeared on someone who was reincarnated in the story. It was also the reason why he could accept the thing which happened to him so quickly. In truth, Shishio wanted to check this Japanese food cooking mastery directly, but there wasn't any kitchen around him, so he decided to hold back. While walking, Shishio opened the zipper on his shoulder bag and saw 2 unfamiliar passbooks. He looked at it for a bit. Then he walked toward the nearby ATM to check the amount of money inside the passbooks. When Shishio was right in front of the ATM, he quickly put the card and inserted the password, which appeared on his head when he accepted the rewards. Shishio was dumbfounded since there were 200 million yen inside the account. He checked the other account, and there was also another 200 million yen. Where's the last 100 million yen? Shishio thought for a bit and took out the previous Shishio Oga's bank book, then checked the amount of money inside. 115 million yen. Shishio then took the card back and walked out from the ATM, thinking that the previous Shishio Oga was quite rich. However, he was quite speechless when he thought about the source of 15 million yen on his account. 515 million yen. Even if Shishio decided to drop out of his school with that amount of money, it was very easy for him to start his business. However, if he did that, he was sure that his parents were going to kill him, and more than that, he didn't want to drop out since he knew education was important in this country. Shishio thought about the cheat or system that he had just received and wondered why it had only appeared when he met his aunt. Even though I have met a lot of women and girls before. Walking back to his aunt's car, Shishio could see a lot of women that kept glancing at him. However, he didn't receive the same notification that he received before. Is there something special about my aunt? Shishio wasn't sure. However, he somehow recalled that he might have seen his aunt in his previous life. Where have I seen her? Shishio remembered that it might be from an anime, but he wasn't sure since it had been few years since he watched that anime. Still, the name of the system is Scumbag System. Shishio showed disgust at this moment. He felt that this system was too much. He had to admit that the reward that he received from the system was very tempting, however. I refuse to become a scumbag. Shishio couldn't accept the fact that he would harm a number of women so he could get a reward from the system. But then, Shishio was wondering if there was a loophole in the system that he could take advantage of. He thought for a while and decided to do an experiment. He walked toward a girl nearby and asked, "Excuse me?" Yes. The girl was startled when Shishio talked to her, and she was a bit afraid, wondering whether he was angry since she had been watching him for a while, but no one could blame him since Shishio was her type and he was very handsome. "Sorry to bother you, do you know where the toilet is?" "This is my first time here, so I don't know where to go," Shishio said with a troubled expression. When the girl heard Shishio's words, her eyes brightened, and she said, "Oh, the toilet. How about I guide you there? Can you?" "Thank you very much," Shishio said with a grateful smile. While walking, they talked to each other. "Where did you come from?" "I am from Kyoto." "What about you?" When Shishio returned, he looked at the paper that wrote the phone number and email that he received from the girl. He looked at it for a bit before he threw it into the trash since he knew that his experiment had failed. He was wondering if there was a special method to trigger the system since there wasn't much of an explanation on the system besides telling him to get as much as girls or women in this life. Shishio shook his head and entered his aunt's car. "Sorry to make you wait, Chihiro-ne. I was lost before," Shishio said with an apologetic face. "No problem." Chihiro shook her head and said, "If you're ready, then let's go to your new home from now on." "Yes." Shishio nodded with a smile. "Oh, right, I forgot to say this." "What's wrong, Chihiro-ne?" Chihiro looked at Shishio and smiled. "Welcome to Tokyo, Shishio." 3. Bad habit. After Shishio sat down and closed the door, Chihiro drove the car out of the station's parking lot. Looking at high-rise buildings and a number of people outside, he felt relief for some reason. Unlike Kyoto, where most of the things there were mostly traditional, the scenery in Tokyo was quite similar to the city where he had lived in his previous life. This city had somehow diluted the strange feeling on his heart since it was still hard to accept his identity as someone who had been reincarnated. Luckily, the previous Shishio Oga had a Chiyunibu. The word Chiyunibu might be unfamiliar outside the country. However, it was quite common in this country. In short, Chiyunibu is a derogative colloquial term in the Japanese language used to describe a person who manifests delusional behavior, particularly thinking that one has special powers that no other person has. Originally a term used to pertain to children in the second year of middle school who act like adults, the term eventually evolved into a term generally used to describe delusional behavior in general. It was also the reason why his parents didn't feel weird when he wanted to move to Tokyo since his life in middle school was so shameful that his parents often nag, lecture, and reprimand him, so when his personality became normal, his parents were so grateful that they brought him to the temple directly, giving a lot of offerings, showing how happy they were. However, that action made him afraid since the priest on that temple came out, giving him a sutra or some kind of mantras. Still, he was glad that he wasn't an evil spirit, and he was all right. Shishio knew that he had been reincarnated, and he couldn't return, so all he could do was to accept his new identity. Thinking about his parents, Shishio was glad that his parents were kind. He could accept them as his parents easily since the care that they had given to him in the past month made him moved, and since he had become Shishio Oga, then in the place of the previous Shishio Oga, he would make his parents in this world happy. It was the only thing that he could do at this moment. Being accepted into high school, studying hard, entered a good university, and worked hard in his career was the only thing that he could do at this moment. "Shishio, tomorrow, I will accompany you to school. You will be enrolled in a high school affiliated with Swimei University, known as Swimei University of the Arts. I am also working in that school as an art teacher in the art department. The opening ceremony will be held the day after tomorrow. Don't forget, all right?" "Yes, Chihiro ne. Shishio nodded and asked, so are we going to the school now? He knew that he shouldn't be thinking about the system at this moment. Still, he needed to process the memory of the previous Shishio Oga, especially about the lesson in knowledge in the middle school since the entrance exam would start tomorrow. No, where we're going now is the place where you will live in the future, which is the dorm that is attached to the school, and I am also the manager in that place. As for the name of the dorm, you will know it later, and you should get along with the other tenants, alright. Chihiro glanced at Shishio and felt a bit worried since she knew that he didn't have friends in this city. She was afraid that he would be lonely, and she really wondered why her older sister let him come to Tokyo alone. Yes, don't worry, Chihiro ne. Shishio understood what his aunt meant. Chihiro was worried about whether he could handle the interpersonal relationship when he arrived in a new place. After all, this country was Japan, and it was important to get along with each other in school. Still, he wondered why the school's name was so familiar, even though he had never been to Tokyo before. Oh, right, your mother has told me that you have a very bad habit. This time, Chihiro looked at Shishio with a stern expression. Bad habit? Shishio twitched his lips and knew what Chihiro meant by the bad habit. Your mother has reminded me to watch you not gamble anymore, so you shouldn't do that here, alright. Chihiro was a bit confused at first, wondering whether she had heard wrong since her older sister told her that Shishio had a habit of gambling. Yes, you don't need to worry, Chihiro ne. I won't do that kind of thing again. The habit of the previous Shishio Oga was gambling, and it was also the source of the previous 15 million yen on his bank account. Shishio Oga knew that it wasn't because the previous Shishio Oga loved to gamble, but rather because it was part of the setting of the Shishio Oga's character when he was still in Chiyunibu. He was a bit dumbfounded. However, he had to admit that the previous Shishio Oga was a great gambler since he could turn 500,000 yen of savings and New Year money that had been collected several years into several times. Chihiro felt weird by Shishio's answer and asked, what's wrong? Have you lost a lot of money on gambling before that you are going to stop? She didn't expect her nephew to say that he was going to stop gambling directly and wondered why he didn't try to negotiate or fight her back since she knew that her older sister was troubled by Shishio's gambling habit. Shishio was speechless, wondering whether his aunt wanted him to continue his bad habit, but he still answered. I will become a high school student after all, so I have thought about graduating from those bad habits. Oh? It isn't because you have lost money. Chihiro tried to tease Shishio since, in her mind, a gamble between middle school students was only 100 yen or at most 500 yen. No, I have won a lot, Shishio answered absent-mindedly while watching the scenery of Tokyo since he was curious. Oh? Have you won? How much? Chihiro thought that her nephew would probably win around 10,000 yen or something. 15 million yen. Chihiro blinked her eyes and thought that she had heard something wrong. I am sorry, Shishio, can you tell me again how much money you have gotten from gambling? It's 15 million yen. Shishio didn't think of a reason to hide his 15 million yen since there were another 500 million yen in his bank account, though, even if he said that he believed his aunt wouldn't believe him. However, he regretted answering Chihiro's question since he was afraid that he might not be able to arrive at his new dorm. Chihiro ne. Chihiro ne. Watch the road. We're going to crash. Hearing Shishio's shout, Chihiro quickly stopped on the side and let out a sigh of relief since she almost moved into the other side of the street. She then looked at her nephew with red eyes and asked, are you serious? Shishio was speechless. They were about to crash into another car before, but this woman asked him whether the amount of money that he had won was real or not. Shishio somehow understood why his aunt hadn't been married at this moment. Yes. The moment Chihiro heard those words, she felt that she was blown away. Her salary was around 500,000 yen a month, and she had been working for the past 6 to 7 years, which meant she could get around 6 million yen per year. The total amount of money that she had collected for the past 7 years was 42 million yen. However, all of that money needed to be deducted from her expenses for food, makeup, outing, gasoline, clothing, insurance, tax, etc. Even though Chihiro didn't need to pay her rent since she was the manager of the dorm, the expense of her life was quite big, and because of that, her savings weren't much. Chihiro felt a bit embarrassed since her saving was only 1/3 of her nephew's net worth. She then continued to drive, then patted his nephew's shoulder. Save your money, don't gamble again. Yes. In Chihiro's opinion, gambling was risky, and it was better to save it since no one could know whether his nephew would be lucky in the future. Hearing Chihiro's words, Shishio's impression of his aunt was quite good, thinking that she cared about him. However, Chihiro then glanced at Shishio, who was looking at the window and couldn't help but let out a sigh. If you're older, then we can get married right away. Though, Shishio didn't know what his aunt was thinking at that moment. 4. Second home. It took around half an hour before they arrived at the parking lot that was located around the neighborhood. Chihiro came out from her car and guided Shishio to the location of the dorm. Let's go, Shishio. Yes, Chihiro-ne. Shishio nodded and pulled his suitcase, following Chihiro. Both of them walked together until they reached their destination. Here's the place. Chihiro looked at Shishio's expression with a smile and said, from now on, this will be your second home, Shishio. Shishio looked at the slightly old dorm in front of him. He had to admit that the design of this place wasn't that much different from the traditional house that he often saw in Kyoto. The wall outside was quite old, and it should have been repaired several times. In Shishio's thought, this place seemed a bit shabby, but there shouldn't be any problem for someone to live in this place, right? Shishio then looked at the door plate with the name of the dorm seemed to fall off a bit and the words that were written weren't clear, but he could read it. Sakurasu, Sakura Dormitory. Yes, the name of this dorm is Sakurasu, Chihiro said with a smile. Shishio nodded while observing the dorm. The yard outside wasn't that big and the surrounding wall was made with a Japanese stone wall that could provide some degree of safety protection. From his location, he could see a clothesline that was used for drying clothes on the balcony on the second floor, and on the right, there was also a very lush tree, but he wasn't sure what kind of tree it was. Shishio then looked at the stone path under his feet, the iron gate with some rust in front of him, and the garden that was about a few square meters on the side. He knew that he would be here for the next 3 years, however, if he felt uncomfortable in the future then he should think about renting an apartment since he had money. However, why is this name very familiar? Shishio looked at the door plate and tried to remember where he had heard this Sakurasu name before. Is it an anime? Shishio was wondering whether the anime character that he had seen in his previous life would be living beside him from now on. In truth, he was shocked, however, he was already numb, considering he had already been reincarnated and he also received a system, so the shock that was brought by the thought of living together with the anime characters that he had watched in the past wasn't that much. Shishio, don't stand outside too long, come in quickly. Chihiro pushed the wooden gate and waved to Shishio, telling him to enter the dorm. Yes, Chihiro-ne. Shishio nodded and followed Chihiro, and the two passed through the courtyard and entered the entrance hall. What do you think? Chihiro asked with a smile. It's a bit similar to most houses in Kyoto, Shishio said truthfully since he felt that there was nothing special in this dorm. Chihiro slapped her forehead and said, I forgot that you have been living in Kyoto. She understood why her nephew didn't show much expression and was rather calm when he entered this dorm. Well, before you enter, I will tell you some rules in this dorm. Please tell me, Chihiro-ne. Shishio nodded since this place was a dorm and of course, there were some rules that he needed to follow. First, you can't be so rowdy and keep your voice down so you won't bother the rest of tenants. Although this dorm is affiliated with the school, it is run privately. Not all the people that are living in this place are students. Shishio nodded and felt a bit surprised inwardly since somehow the setting was a bit different from the anime that he had watched in the past. Come in first, I will give you a tour of this place. Chihiro smiled, but inwardly, she was a bit worried that her nephew would disdain this place since most of the people that were living in this place. After the two entered the entrance, Shishio found that the inside of the house was quite big, since he couldn't tell it from the outside just now. Although it looked old from the outside, the interior was still very neat, tidy, and clean. It could be seen from the entrance that everyone in this place had carefully cleaned up and everything was placed in an orderly manner. On the side of the entrance, there was a large shoe cabinet, and on the side near the door, there were several shelves to place the umbrellas, and they were made in Japanese style. This number 6 shoe cabinet is yours. You can use this in the future and remember to keep it clean. The occupants of this cabinet have graduated before and have moved out. In addition, you can borrow the umbrellas that are placed near the door, but you mustn't ruin it or lose it, and bring it intact every time you use them, otherwise, you will need to buy a new one to replace the one that you have damaged or lost, Chihiro said while pointing her finger to several places, introducing Shishio about this place. Shishio nodded, indicating that he had remembered everything, and told her to rest assured. This place was a school dorm and if he didn't follow the rules then he would cause trouble for the other people that were living in this place. Moreover, the one that brought him was his aunt, who was the manager of the dorm. If he caused trouble, then his aunt would be troubled and lose her face. It might sound troublesome, but it wasn't much. After all, the rules were made so everyone could live comfortably, and he had seen a rule that was even more troublesome than this so he didn't think too much. Then both of them changed their shoes into slippers and walked through the entrance. Shishio saw there were 2 long corridors on both left and right sides. He could see that on each side of the corridor there were doors and he thought that it might be a room for the tenant. Then on the wall, he saw a few picture frames hanging, but because the light was quite dim, he wasn't sure what was drawn there. Shishio could also see a quite wide courtyard in the middle of the dorm which made him a bit amazed at the size of this dorm, considering how limited and expensive the land in this country was, especially in such a big city such as Tokyo. Ahem, there's one more thing that you need to remember. Suddenly Chihiro looked at Shishio with a serious expression. Please tell me, Chihiro-ne. Although Shishio felt a bit strange since Chihiro suddenly showed a serious expression all of sudden. I know that you're a high school student and I can also understand that as an adolescent boy, you're full of curiosity of the opposite sex, but you must remember that you can't cross the line on the ground over there, alright? That place is the female dorm and if you try to break and then get caught, I can only go to the police station to pick you up. Chihiro pointed at the line that was placed on the left corridor and when she told him all of that, she always kept her serious expression, wanted to tell him that she didn't tell a joke since he didn't want to pick her nephew in the police station. Shishio was speechless, but he nodded and showed a serious expression too. Don't worry, Chihiro-ne. I have made a note on my brain and I won't break in. Shishio replied without hesitation and he had seen the red line that was drawn on the ground before. When he was wondering what it was, he suddenly remembered an anime that he had watched in his previous life. Shishio couldn't remember it well since it had been a very long time since he had watched it, especially after he had entered society and spent most of his time working and socializing. That's good. Chihiro was satisfied with Shishio's response and said, now, the other tenants are outside or they have already rested in their own rooms. I will introduce them to you tomorrow. Now, I will take you to the other room to familiarize yourself with this place. She was, after all, a manager of the dorm, and even if the opponent was her nephew, she couldn't give him some privilege to achieve the dream of every adolescent boy. Yes, Chihiro-ne, please lead the way. 5. My life is about to begin. Chihiro took Shishio through the entrance, walked to the corridor on the right, and pointed to the sliding door next to her. This is an activity area, like the kitchen, dining room, recreation room, game, etc. room. You can use this place at will. The refrigerator in the kitchen is being used together and there is a compartment inside. Yours is number 6 and all the things that you have bought must be placed in your own compartment. Don't put it in the wrong place, or they will be eaten by someone. Moreover, we cook our own meals here. If you can't cook then you can only go to the convenience store to buy fast food. Chihiro smiled and thought that Shishio might be able to cook, though, she wasn't sure whether it tasted good or not. Well, before you come, Big Sis has told me about you and she said that you should be able to take care of yourself and cook, but even if you can cook, you shouldn't set the house on fire, alright? Even though her big sisters had told him that Shishio was quite responsible, Chihiro was still worried. Shishio understood Chihiro's worry since he was a boy. In the past, he also didn't care much about the house since the one who took care of his house was either his girlfriend or maid, however, it didn't mean he was clueless about the house chore. He could do well if he wanted, but he was too busy with his work and left most of the house chores, though, he sometimes cooked something and he had just received Japanese food cooking mastery so everything should be alright, right? When you buy a bento or choose to cook something on your own, you have to eat it in the dining room before you can leave. You can't bring food into the bedroom. That's the rule, don't forget. Okay, don't worry, Chihiro-ne. Shishio nodded. There are a lot of books inside the entertainment room, and all of them are left by the previous tenants of the Sakurasu. If you like some books on the shelves, you can bring them to your room, but you have to leave a mark so that everyone will know that the books are in your hands. In addition, there is also a tabletop game such as chess, cards, Monopoly, etc. You can play them here with everyone in the future. The last room is the equipment room, where the electric switches and some tools are kept. Usually, you don't need to go to that place, alright? Okay, Chihiro-ne. Shishio nodded. On the edge of the corridor, that is the manager's room, and that is also my room. When I get off from work, I usually stay there most of the time. Chihiro then looked at Shishio and said, these are the public rooms of our Sakurasu. Now I will take you to your room. Your room is located in the third room on the second floor. Don't worry, it is clean. The two then walked up to the stairs in the hallway to go to the second floor. Shishio walked behind Chihiro since the stairs were small until they arrived at the second floor. Chihiro opened Shishio's room and said, come in. Come in. Although the room is a bit small, everything is complete and if you need something, you can tell me directly. She entered the room first while showing the room to her nephew. The room is quite good, Chihiro-ne. Shishio hadn't checked the room, but he still needed to sugarcoat, right? You don't need to be so reserved. The trip is quite long, right? You should rest now. The quilts and the rest are also ready for you and it is kept in the closet. If you want to eat then you can go to the kitchen to eat instant noodles or buy a bento in the convenience store nearby. I have shown you the location of the convenience store earlier, alright? And don't forget about your entrance exam tomorrow. I still have something to deal with, so I will leave first, and I will pick you up in the morning tomorrow. Take a break early in the evening and don't stay up too late. Chihiro said all of that then went out from Shishio's room. Thank you, Chihiro-ne. Chihiro smiled and waved her hand before leaving him. Shishio took his suitcase inside his room and looked around. In fact, after he entered, the room wasn't as small as his aunt had mentioned before since it was almost 15 square meters in size. There was a desk before the window, a blue desk lamp, and a locker next to the desk. Inside the room, there was also a single bed, and a wardrobe next to the bed. The room was very clean and there was no dust. Growl. Shishio touched his stomach and felt hungry since he hadn't eaten anything before. He thought for a while and decided to go to the convenience store, however, he didn't go immediately but laid on the bed while staring at the ceiling absent-mindedly. Shishio wouldn't have expected that he would receive a system so suddenly and also didn't expect that the reward that he received was quite absurd. 500 million yen. Shishio was a bit amazed, but then he also found out another thing on the system. Name, Shishio Oga. Body, 8, normal adult has 10 points. Skills, Japanese food cooking mastery. Assets, 515 million yen. Shishio could see a simple status panel of himself inside his head. He rubbed his face and felt that it was a bit similar to a game or something. He then checked it several times and slapped his cheek, then confirmed that everything which happened before was reality. In such a situation, Shishio thought about how to find a loophole in the system and understood the system better since there wasn't much explanation on the system and all he could do was to find out for himself how this system would work. Growl. Shishio only remembered his stomach and quickly stood up from his bed. He was wearing a light-colored baggy sweater since he didn't really like his thin body and a baggy sweater could make his body seem bigger. When everything had been solved, he thought to make some muscles on his body. Shishio closed the door of his room and walked to the hall again. He couldn't see anyone and wondered when he could meet the other tenants since he had a feeling that those tenants might trigger his system. Shishio wanted to tell Chihiro that he went out, but it seemed that his aunt had left the dorm and went somewhere. He wasn't sure where she was going, but he had a feeling that she might wander around to search for a husband. Sneeze. Chihiro sneezed and felt that her nose was quite itchy. She was wondering if someone was talking about her at that moment. Shishio let out a sigh then changed into sneakers before walking out of the dorm. His new life had just begun, however, on this trip to the convenience store, he really hoped that he might be able to find someone that could trigger the system. 6. Convenience store. It was early in April, and the temperature was quite cold. Shishio blew warm air from his mouth to both of his hands to get some warmth, but it wasn't enough and he felt a bit regretful for not wearing more clothes besides his baggy sweater. His body shuddered and he looked toward the sky. He couldn't see the stars unlike when he stayed in Kyoto since the air was quite clean and there weren't many cars there, but he didn't hate this city since as he had said before, this city was similar to the city where he lived in his previous life. Shishio then looked at the sakura tree that was blooming and understood why this flower was the signature of this country, however, he didn't care much about the beauty of this tree since the temperature was very cold and he was very hungry. He quickly ran toward the convenience store since he remembered that the inside of the convenience store should be warm. After 15 minutes, Shishio finally arrived at the convenience store. His aunt had told him that this place was quite nearby, however, in his opinion, it was quite far, though, he had to admit because of running his body was quite warm. Walking toward the convenience store, the automatic door opened and Shishio heard a welcome voice from the staff of the store. Welcome. The voice of the staff was quite lifeless, showing how tired the staff was, however, Shishio wasn't surprised, considering how monotone it was to work on the convenience store, from morning to night, or from night to morning, welcoming the people who entered the convenience store and sorted the things which were sold on the convenience store. Shishio was sure that the staff did all the things that he mentioned above for days, weeks, months, or years. Even if someone had a cheerful personality from the beginning, they would become lifeless after being hit by reality. Shishio didn't think too much about the greeting and walked toward the food sections. He had to admit that the convenience store in this country was very rich, considering there were a lot of various foods from onigiri, bento, fried foods, oden, etc., and once the time had reached 9 at night, the price of those foods would be discounted in half. Shishio had to admit that waiting until 9 at night was quite good, but he was very hungry and he needed to wait at least a few hours before it was 9 at night. Looking at the variety of foods in the food sections, Shishio took 2 onigiris, one with mayo tuna filling, and the other one was umbashi. He had chosen his food then he decided to choose his drink, and couldn't help but look at the alcohol section. Shishio was wondering whether with his looks it was possible for him to buy alcohol, however, he felt that it was a bit impossible and he also didn't have an interest in alcohol. He then chose mineral water and walked toward the cashier to pay for his food. Shishio had to admit that the convenience store culture in this country had amazed him, however, he wanted to eat street food and enjoyed the beauty of the community in this country, but he knew very well that it was simply impossible to search for street food in Tokyo. Even if there was street food, the price wasn't that much different from the store one which made him sigh at the street food culture in the Kanto region. Shishio was coming from the Kansai region, even though he was coming from Kyoto, the street food culture in Kyoto was quite rich, especially in the shopping district area. It was his first time in Tokyo and he wondered whether there was a shopping district in this city. In front of the cashier, Shishio smelled the hot oden and felt quite tempted by the smell. Welcome. The cashier checked the price of all the things that were bought by Shishio then asked, is this all? Can I get an oden too? Shishio asked. Yes, what kind of oden do you want? Shishio could see a lot of types of oden and said, I will take daikon, boiled egg, and fish cake. The cashier nodded and prepared Shishio's oden, then he totaled the price of all the things that had been bought by Shishio. All of it. Shishio nodded and paid the money before bringing all of his food to the eating area inside the convenience store. He was alone in the dorm after all, and there was nothing wrong with eating outside. Though, the only thing that he felt regret about was that there were no people that entered the convenience store besides him, so he couldn't do an experiment with his system. After he sat down, he didn't waste his time and ate all of his food since he was starving. He started with oden and drank the broth. The taste of the broth was quite heavy, and he also understood there were a lot of mistakes in the preparation of the broth. Is it because of Japanese food cooking mastery? Shishio knew that he could make a better oden. He put down his oden, then took his onigiri and directly ate it. However, he didn't immediately chew it down, but rather gulped a small amount of oden broth, eating the onigiri with the oden broth. Shishio closed his eyes and nodded since it tasted better. He had to admit the combination of cold rice and the warm broth was quite nice. He didn't have any hesitation anymore and ate all the foods that he had brought in an instant since he was quite hungry. Shishio felt comfortable, then cleaned up his mouth with mineral water. He then stood up, put the packages of his food in the trash, and got ready to go home. However, he stopped when he passed the magazine area. Unlike his previous life, there was no porn magazine in the convenience store. However, there was one in this country. Shishio once again felt amazed by the convenience store culture of this country. He took the magazine without hesitation and saw that it was a collection photo of a maid. He rubbed his chin and nodded since he understood the culture of this city better. In Kyoto, most women in porn magazines wore kimonos, but in Tokyo, there were a lot of varieties. I see. I see. I learn a lot. Shishio once again felt that he was a lion cub, and he hadn't become a real lion yet, but soon, he was going to become a lion, probably. Luckily no one besides him and the cashier were inside this convenience store, or else, they would be weirded out by him since he was reading porn magazines with a serious expression. If someone didn't look at him closer, then they would think that he was reading an education book or something. Welcome. Then at this moment, the door of the convenience store opened and a lifeless welcome voice was heard once again. Shishio didn't care much and kept reading the magazine since he knew that with the culture of people in this country, most people would ignore him, and with his height, a lot of people would think of him as an adult, so he should be alright for reading a porn magazine in the convenience store. Shishio kept reading and his brows raised since he had to admit that the maid in the magazine was very cute. Even though he might not have an interest in romance during high school, there was no problem for him to appreciate a beautiful woman, right? While Shishio was reading, suddenly he felt that someone was staring at him, which made him uncomfortable, but he decided to ignore it. However, after he ignored it for a while, he could feel someone's presence beside him. He knew that this presence wasn't a ghost, and it should be a human since he could smell a sweet smell, standing beside him. Well, this person's smell is quite good. Do you guys love this kind of outfit? Hearing such a monotone yet feminine voice, Shishio knew instantly that the one that asked him that question and stood beside him was a girl. However, he didn't care much and continued to read. I am not sure. You're not sure? The woman seemed quite confused by Shishio's answer since she could tell that he was very interested in the maid outfit since she saw his serious expression when he read the maid photo collection magazine. I like it, but it doesn't mean other guys also like it. Each person has their own taste, I guess. Shishio answered with an uncomfortable expression. I see. The woman nodded and answered with a monotone voice again. It seemed that she had accepted Shishio's explanation. However, Shishio couldn't handle it anymore. Shishio closed the magazine, then turned to see the woman that had been asking him a question. However, Hey! 7, can I ask you a little favor? Shishio hoped that he would meet someone that could trigger the system when he came to the convenience store. However, he didn't expect that he would meet that person so soon. Shishio knew that sometimes fate couldn't be predicted, but then again, he decided to observe the girl that was capable of triggering his system. This girl was a slim girl with short blue hair, bright magenta eyes, and a blank expression on her face. If this girl didn't ask him such a weird question, Shishio would think that this girl was quite antisocial. However, even if this girl showed such a blank expression in front of him, Shishio had to admit that this girl was pretty cute. Is there something wrong? Shishio asked. He was wondering why this girl suddenly came toward him and asked him such a strange question. When Shishio observed the girl also observed Shishio. The girl couldn't see Shishio's face clearly before since most of his features were covered by his long hair. However, when he turned toward her, she had to admit that this guy was very handsome. In truth, she thought that Shishio would be over in the 20s when she saw her from behind, but it seemed that he was around her age when she saw his face. Hearing Shishio's question, she shook her head and said, No, I was just wondering who dared enough to read a porn magazine right in the convenience store with a serious expression on his face. Shishio was speechless, but this girl wasn't wrong since everyone would be curious if someone read a porn magazine with a serious expression on their face. He let out a sigh and said, in truth, this is my first day in Tokyo. Oh? Really? She raised her eyebrow and seemed pretty surprised, however, her voice was so monotone, making Shishio wonder whether she was really interested. Where did you come from? I am from Kyoto. Shishio didn't see any harm in telling me where he came from since he didn't think this girl would do something weird, after knowing where he came from, and at the same time, he was also curious and wondered how this girl could trigger his system. But, why is this girl so familiar? It was the same as Chihiro before. Shishio felt that he had seen both of them somewhere before. Shishio thought for a while and glanced at the clock. 6:30 at night. It wasn't that late and he thought that he might as well try to get to know the girl in front of him, however, he had a feeling that it might not be that easy. So there aren't any porn magazines in Kyoto. Hearing the boy in front of her was coming from Kyoto, she became quite curious. No, in Kyoto, the convenience store also sells porn magazines. Even though he was quite speechless by the question, he still answered her since he could tell that she was pretty curious. So is there any difference between porn magazines in Tokyo and Kyoto? Why do you have to ask about porn magazines so much? If you want to buy the porn magazine you should buy it directly and shouldn't you ask some normal question? Shishio was speechless and at the same time, he understood that this girl had a problem. Normal question? What kind? The girl asked. Well, you can ask a question such as how are Tokyo and Kyoto different? Do you feel comfortable living in Tokyo? Or you can just say welcome to Tokyo to me. Shishio knew that this girl had a problem with communication and she was quite frank. He was sure that this girl didn't have that many friends and could easily be misunderstood by a lot of people like what he mentioned before. I see. The girl nodded and said, welcome to Tokyo. Her tone was so monotone and dry which made him wonder whether this girl really welcomed him. Yes, thank you very much. Even so, Shishio still needed to say thank you to this girl. How old are you? The girl asked curiously. Well, I am 15 years old and I am about to become a freshman in high school, Shishio answered truthfully since this girl had given him a good reward. Oh? You're my underclassman. The girl was surprised when she heard that Shishio was younger than her. You're older than me? Shishio asked. Of course, do you think I am younger than you? The girl raised her eyebrow and seemed to be annoyed. Of course not. Shishio quickly shook his head since he knew that a woman or a girl was a very unreasonable creature. However, those sentences weren't without basis since Shishio was speechless and wanted to quickly escape after he heard her next question. So you're a virgin? In an instant, Shishio understood that the women or girls that were able to trigger his quest would be very troublesome women or girls. For example, his aunt, even though Chihiro was in her 30s, she hadn't married and she was still single. Chihiro sneezed and felt her nose was quite itchy, however, at this moment, she felt that she wanted to beat up someone. Shishio didn't think that it was wrong if someone didn't want to get married, however, someone would think that there was a problem with those people even in truth, there was nothing wrong with them. Shishio also didn't think that there was a problem with his aunt and perhaps, she was waiting for him to become an adult before deciding to marry him. Joke aside, Shishio was sure that the girl in front of him must have had a problem because of her standoffish personality. Do I have to answer that question? Shishio couldn't help but frown since this girl's question was really strange. So you don't have any experience, right? The girl said. How about you? Shishio decided to ask back and didn't answer her question immediately. Me? I don't have any experience at all. The girl didn't seem to be lying and she kept staring at Shishio, waiting for him to answer her question, however, before she was going to ask her question again. Is that so? But there's nothing wrong with it, right? It is also good to preserve oneself for someone that you want to marry in the future, Shishio said with a sincere tone. Shishio knew that the females in this country were quite open, but he didn't think too much since those females weren't his family nor they were his girlfriends. Hearing Shishio's words, the girl seemed to be silent and thought about something. Shishio stared at this girl for a while and said, then if you don't have any more questions, I will go back first. Even though he was grateful for this girl, he wanted to go back since he needed to prepare for his entrance exam tomorrow. He also wanted to open his reward since he was wondering how strong his body would become after his physical ability was doubled. However, when Shishio was about to walk away, his wrist was grabbed. Wait. Once again, Shishio heard this monotone voice again which made him turn. Yes. Shishio was wondering what this girl wanted to do by stopping him so suddenly. The girl stared at Shishio's eyes and said, can I ask you a little favor? 8. Decision 1. Looking at the back of the girl, Shishio was wondering why he accepted the request of the girl so easily. However, when he thought about the reward that he might get from the system, he felt that it was too foolish for him to reject it. The rewards that he had gotten were 500 million yen, Japanese food cooking mastery, and double physical ability. Shishio had to admit the rewards that he had received were very rich, however, he needed to watch out for himself since he wasn't sure whether this girl was dangerous or not. After all, a woman was a natural actress and she might fool him. However, as an investor, there was always one thing that he remembered. High risk, high return. Shishio knew that the risk might be high, but the return would be very rich, so without hesitation, Shishio accepted the reward without hesitation, and he could feel that his body became stronger. He felt that his body was full of energy, and at the same time, his body had become slightly buffed and taller. He touched his stomach and could feel the 8 packs, which surprised him. He wanted to check it, but he knew that it wasn't the time. Surprisingly enough, Shishio was also able to adjust to the new strength within his body instantly, and it was as if he was born with this strong body. Shishio was sure that with this double physical ability, his body was able to match those top-class athletes easily. Shishio knew that another path had been created for him, and he was wondering whether he should become a professional athlete. Luckily, his clothes were quite baggy, so no one noticed the change in himself. However, even if someone didn't notice the change in his body, if someone looked closely, they would notice that he had become taller, bigger, and manlier than before, but it was natural since his physical ability was doubled. When Shishio could feel the change on his body, he didn't need to feel worried anymore. In his mind, there were 2 scenarios that could happen when this girl decided to ask him to ask a little favor. The first one was that this girl asked him to be her fake boyfriend. It might be cliché, but it often happens. The second one was that this girl might lead him somewhere, then asked a group of people to beat him up. However, with his physical ability being doubled, he didn't need to worry about that. Even if he couldn't defeat that group of people, he could run away easily. However, Shishio didn't expect that he would meet the third scenario. During the trip, Shishio and the girl didn't say anything, however, he was dumbfounded when this girl suddenly led him into an apartment. "Come in," the girl said calmly. Shishio was dumbfounded and kept following the girl. He could see that he had arrived in an apartment, and he also had entered this girl's apartment. From the size alone, he could tell that she was living with her family. "What is this place?" "This is my apartment." The girl looked at him and said, "Oh, right, what's your name?" Shishio was speechless, but he also forgot to ask the name of this girl. "My name is Shishio Oga, what about you?" "Shishio Oga." The girl looked at Shishio from up to down and felt that he had changed somehow, but she didn't think too much. "My name is Tachibana Rui." "I see." Shishio nodded and asked, "Should I add senpai, Nisan, or san in your name, Tachibana-san?" He was 1 year younger than Rui after all, and he knew that as someone who was younger, he should add those suffixes that he mentioned above when he called her name. Hearing Shishio's question, Rui thought for a while and asked, "How about you call me by those suffixes one by one?" Shishio felt ridiculous by this request, but he followed her request. "Tachibana-senpai? Tachibana-Nisan? How about you call me Rui-ne? Is it alright to call your first name directly?" Shishio was confused since he knew that unless someone was very close to each other, it was almost impossible for someone in this country to call someone else's name by their first name, though, there was a special case, but he was too lazy to explain about that matter since it would take a very long paragraph. "Yes." Rui nodded. "Then Rui-ne," Shishio said while tilting his head. He was very confused at that moment. "Rui-ne." Shishio was wondering why this girl seemed to be happy when he called her that. "Then I will call you Shishio-kun." "Yes." Shishio didn't really mind for someone to call him by his first name. "No one is coming back yet. My room is this way." After confirming each other's names, Rui brought Shishio to her room. However, Shishio frowned since he somehow remembered this plot somewhere. He shook his head and in the end, he didn't think too much. He followed Rui and entered her room. When he entered, he saw her sit down on her bed while staring at him. Rui's expression was very solemn and so distant, staring at Shishio, who showed a confused expression on his face. "Shishio-kun, listen." "Yes." "Will you have sex with me?" Shishio was stunned for a second and held his head, however, before he reacted, Rui kept talking without waiting for his response. "If you don't want to, you can leave." Rui didn't look at him this time and looked down, trying to avoid his gaze. Even if Shishio was a man with a lot of experience, he was dumbfounded when he met this kind of situation since it was his first time for someone to ask this kind of favor in this life and his previous life. After a moment of hesitation, Shishio asked, "Can I ask you why?" "I just want to try it." "What? Like everyone else? Those who know talk down to those who don't, right? Like you wouldn't know yet. I want to know what it's like, or they'll keep treating me like a child, and I can't properly talk to them about it. I thought of going to a mixer after school break, however, since I met you, I had decided to ask you to help me." From that moment, Rui said those words. She had never looked at Shishio, and her eyes kept staring at the floor calmly as if she didn't care about losing her first time at all. I know that you are supposed to do it with someone you love, and you have also said to me that it is good to preserve myself for someone I love in the future. However, I don't have anyone I love and I am not going to either. You're quite pessimistic. You're beautiful and I am sure that there are some boys who will confess to you and say I love you in the future, Shishio said sincerely. I don't want to date those boys who are only attracted by my appearance, nor do I want to lose my first time to those kind shallow boys. Even though Rui wanted to lose her first time, she didn't want to choose a random person. But why me? I almost forgot to tell you, but I am also a virgin. Shishio didn't think that there was something wrong with telling this girl that he was a virgin, and he was wondering why the people in this country always thought that a virgin was harmful or something. It felt like if someone was a virgin in this country, it meant that they had received an acute disease or something worse, which made him speechless. Rui seemed quite surprised, but she was glad when she knew that Shishio was a virgin. I am glad to know that you're a virgin. Rui then looked at Shishio and asked, or do you want to preserve yourself for someone that you love? Shaking his head, Shishio said, I don't have someone that I love right now. He thought for a while and didn't think that the previous Shishio Oga had someone that he loved besides his aunt, and he couldn't take a child promise to marry his aunt as something serious after all, but then, he remembered that the previous Shishio Oga also had a female friend in Kyoto, but he didn't think too much since he had moved to Tokyo, and he also remembered that a female friend had transferred somewhere too. Rui looked at Shishio and said, I didn't want to be scored like another prize by people with a lot of experience, so please tell me your answer. Shishio didn't answer Rui immediately but also stared at Rui, and even though this girl pretended to be calm and cool, he could see that her eyes flickered, showing how nervous she was, and he wasn't sure why. He felt that he might have lost something if he decided to reject this girl. However, he also didn't want to become a scumbag. Shishio thought for a while and made up his decision. 9. Decision 2. Staring at this reflection in the mirror, Shishio wouldn't expect that he would lose his virginity this way. He washed his hands while thinking whether he had made the right decision. He shook his head and decided not to think too much since he felt that Rui might decide to rethink her decision. It was also the reason why he decided to go to the toilet. Shishio took a black hair tie from his pocket and tied his long hair into a ponytail since he felt that his long hair was very troublesome. He had to admit that this country was very free since his aunt didn't even say anything even though his hair was very long. After 5 minutes, Shishio decided to return to Rui's room, and at the same time, he was wondering where her parents were. When Shishio entered her room, their eyes happened to meet each other. Have you tied your hair? Rui asked, and at the same time, she really had to admit this guy was very handsome. Long hair is troublesome, so I have always brought a hair tie, Shishio said. I see. Rui nodded and said, that's also the reason why I have cut my hair short. While saying that, she took off her socks. Shishio walked toward Rui, and when he was about to ask whether she would rethink her decision, he decided to keep his mouth shut since he could tell that she was serious, that she wanted to lose her first time no matter what. Shishio thought for a while and said, right, I know that we have decided to take each other for the first time, but I haven't prepared anything. It might be alright for both of them to do it directly. However, he didn't want to get this girl pregnant by accident. In this world, it was his first time doing this kind of thing, and he was afraid that there might be some mistakes when he did it with Rui, so he wanted to wear a condom, but he didn't bring one. Prepared. Like a condom. Oh. Rui took something from her pocket then showed it to Shishio. Do you mean this? Shishio felt weird and asked, why do you have it? You don't need to think too much. It's popular among high school girls to keep a condom as a good luck charm or something, and for you know, my friend gives it to me, Rui said. She gave the condom to Shishio and continued to take off her clothes. I don't know how to use it, so I'll leave it to you. Shishio stared at the condom for a while and wondered whether it would fit, but then he realized that Rui almost took off her bra. Wait a moment. Rui stopped and looked at Shishio curiously. I might be younger than you, but I am a man, so please let me take the lead. Shishio felt that it was too irresponsible to leave everything to Rui, and as a man, he should be the one who led in this situation. After all, she would lose her first time after this, and he was sure that unsure or something. In this situation, Shishio should have made her feel secure and made her not feel regret since she had chosen to lose her virginity to him. Hearing Shishio's words, Rui showed a light smile and nodded. Yes. Rui then laid on the bed, waiting for Shishio to take the lead. It might be his imagination, but when he saw her smile it made him mesmerize for a moment. He took a deep breath and knew that there was no turning back. He walked toward her and moved above her, staring at her beautiful face. When Shishio was about to take off her bra, Rui asked, do you know how to unhook my bra? Well, I have read it in a magazine, so I should be all right. Is that so? Then I will leave everything to you. Leave it to me. Shishio nodded then gently took off Rui's bra, but when he saw her bare breasts, he was stunned since it was so beautiful. Rui's size was bigger than in his imagination and her pink nipples were standing straight, making him want to suck it right away. Shishio quickly erased his dirty thought and knew that he might have fallen into a scumbag, but he made his decision that it would be the last time and he would never do this kind of thing in the future. But then, Shishio ignored the notification on his mind since all of his focus was on this girl. Rui blushed when she saw him, kept staring at her breasts, and unable to look away. It's embarrassing if I am the one who is naked here. Sorry. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. Shishio thought that Rui's body was really beautiful, especially when no one had touched her before. Is that so? Rui looked away and wondered why this guy always threw him off. She also wondered whether this guy was really a virgin, but when she was turning her head, she realized that he took off his clothes at that moment. Rui was stunned and couldn't look away since his body was too good, right? Can I touch your body? Hearing Rui's question, in truth, Shishio was also amazed by his body since his muscles were very amazing. His muscles weren't that big, but on the lean side, however, everyone who saw his body could tell that his body was very strong, especially when his muscles showed a clear streamline on every part of his body. Yes. Rui then extended her soft hands, touching Shishio's chest. It's hard. Rui kept moving her hand, from his chest, nipples, his stomach, until she noticed a huge bulge on his pants, and at the same time, she noticed the eyes of the predator that was looking at its prey. She quickly looked away, but it didn't mean she hated it, or rather, she felt that she wanted to do it as soon as possible. Can I kiss you? Shishio asked. Yes. Rui nodded without hesitation. Shishio moved closer and stole Rui's first kiss. Shishio received another notification, but he ignored it again. He kissed Rui's lips gently before he started to nibble her lips and inserted his tongue inside. Rui moaned and kept touching Shishio's body since this kiss was too good for her. Even though it was her first time, she also tried to mimic what he had done to her, but even so, she was quite clumsy at it and her movement was quite jerky. At the same time, Shishio also started to touch Rui's body. His right hand was on her breast and his left hand was sliding downward toward her private area. At that time, Shishio also received another notification, but he ignored it again. He was wondering whether he could turn off the notification since it started to get annoying. Rui's body jerked out and she kept moaning hard as if she had let out something. Shishio knew that Rui had come and known that it was the time since his body was very hot at this moment and it took all of his will to think straight at this moment. Ha! 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 Rui laid on the bed weakly after she experienced something that she had never felt before. She had to admit that his touches were amazing and at the same time, she was annoyed. Both of them were virgins, but why was she the one that was massacred? Take off your pants. Rui's tone was quite bossy at that moment and it was as if telling him that he couldn't reject her request no matter what. Shishio didn't say much and took off his pants, showing his penis right in front of Rui. In truth, he also felt a bit amazed by the size of his penis since he didn't expect that his size was around 18 centimeters even though he was a freshman. The size isn't as exaggerated as I usually write since this size is the perfect size for every woman since being too big isn't that good. He's also very young at the moment and he can still grow bigger. It's so big. Rui was amazed and wondered whether it would fit her place, however, she had some urge to touch it. Can I touch it? Yes. Shishio nodded and didn't see any harm when this girl wanted to touch his little brother. Rui then extended her hand slowly and touched his shaft with her soft and little hand. She then moved her hand up and down, trying to clearly feel the thing that was about to enter her body. It's so hot. Rui was amazed and really wondered whether this thing could really enter her body, however, she was wondering why she wanted this thing to enter her body as soon as possible. Rui then noticed something and asked, why is yours a bit different? What do you mean? Shishio was confused. From what I have learned and heard, on the guy's penis, there is a foreskin, right? I don't see that in your penis, Rui said while touching Shishio's little brother's head. Shishio flinched, but he tried to answer Rui's question calmly. It's part of my family's tradition to have a circumcision so it'll be easy to be cleaned and there won't be residue from my pee or other dirt since it might cause a smell or other diseases, Shishio said. In truth, Shishio was quite surprised when he saw that his penis had a circumcision since it was very rare for the people in this country to have one, however, when he thought about his grandpa in this world, he felt that it was quite normal and he was also glad that he didn't need to enter the hospital to do one. Clean, hey. Rui nodded and said, I guess, that's true since I have heard from my friend that a lot of guys have a smelly penis. She almost forgot about what they were about to do since the information that she had received was too amazing, at the same time, she had to admit that the penis that had a circumcision was quite pleasing to her eyes since the foreskin of the penis was quite ugly in her opinion. If the reader has a different opinion, then you don't need to comment, alright? I don't want to have a discussion about penises, but the author feels that being circumcised is better since in the end, when you have sex, you will pull your foreskin, but if you're being circumcised, you don't need to do that and you can clean it easily. Rui kept touching his penis and couldn't help but say, it's very hard. It's hard because you're so charming, Shishio said and felt very uncomfortable being teased by this girl for a long time. Rui then looked at Shishio and said, I have a feeling that you'll become a playboy after this. Shishio shook his head and said, no, I don't plan to date someone in the high school since I want to focus on studying. He didn't plan to become a scumbag anymore since he had found a loophole in his system. Is that so? Rui wasn't why, but she smiled at that moment. Shishio then took the condom and put it on his little brother. It felt a bit tight, but it should be all right. Shishio then looked at Rui and said, I will start now. Yes. Rui had made up her decision and nodded without hesitation. She closed her eyes since she was nervous, but then her lips were kissed once again. At that moment, she didn't hesitate and hugged him directly since the more they kissed her, the more she felt secure she was, however. Ugh! Rui felt something big had entered her body and pierced her hymen easily. After Shishio pierced Rui's hymen, he didn't continue to move and looked at Rui, who was crying. Don't move. And keep kissing me. Hearing her feeble voice, Shishio didn't waste his time and after he wiped the tears on her face, he kissed her lips to ease her pain. Even though he felt tempted to move since it felt really good to be inside her, he knew that she was hurt and he needed to be patient. It was 10 minutes later Rui started to move her waist and her hands hugged him tightly, without letting him go, feeling the pleasure that she had never felt before. Shishio didn't need to ask and he knew that the pain on Rui had disappeared and all that was left was the pleasure of a woman. At that very moment, neither of them held back to each other and they had let go of their reason and logic, became an animal that was moved by a desire and an instinct. 10. Scumbag. Rui lay weakly and tiredly on the bed while looking at the back of the man that had taken her virginity. She wondered whether this activity was very good or if Shishio was just too talented at giving pleasure to a woman. Rui thought for a while and felt that it might be his talent since she knew that his little brother was bigger than normal and his stamina was also very strong, which made her very excited at that time doing a little bit too much, so she was too weak to move now. It was also the reason why there was a fishy smell in her room since Rui only had one condom, so in the end, they did it raw for the next round. Rui knew that it might be bad to do it without a condom, but the pleasure that she felt was too amazing, and she knew that she would be alright as long as he came in the outside. In truth, after she had done all of this, she thought of cutting down all of her communication with him, but at this moment, she was hesitating since the pleasure that she felt was very amazing, and he was very gentle toward her. When Shishio had put his clothes on, he said, I am sorry for dirtying your bed. Do you need me to help you clean it? Even though it was almost midnight, he wasn't scumbag enough to leave this girl to go home since he was afraid that he might trouble her with her family. Rui smiled lightly and said, no, you don't need to worry. There won't be any people until tomorrow, so I will try to get up early tomorrow to clean my bed. I see. Shishio didn't try to pester Rui and nodded when he heard her decision. What do you think? Shishio knew that Rui wanted to lose her first time because she didn't want to be looked down upon, became an adult as soon as possible, and probably wanted to change herself. Rui then turned and looked at the ceiling. It's good. Rui looked at Shishio and said, I understand why some girls in my school often become slut. Shishio was speechless and said, don't be a slut. You'll make yourself cheaper if you do that. If Rui really became a slut and became a male hunter, then he wouldn't hesitate to cut down his relationship with her. Well, even if Rui didn't become a slut, Shishio also didn't think that he would do this kind of thing again with Rui after this, even though it was good. Unless they become lovers or married in the future. Don't worry. I won't do that, however. Rui didn't think that she would become a slut since she didn't want to do this kind of thing with a random man again in the future. It was enough for her time to be taken by someone that she had met by chance, and she wouldn't do this kind of thing again. However, I realize that doing this won't change me, Rui said sadly. If we meet again in the future, let's be friends, Shishio said. Rui smiled and looked at Shishio, who had put on his clothes, then said, yes, if we meet again, let's be friends. Then I will go back now. I will send you off. Rui wanted to stand up, but she flinched. Shishio quickly stopped Rui gently and said, your body is tired. I will go back by myself. Yes. Rui nodded and agreed with Shishio since she was very tired and sleepy. Good night. Good night. Rui then closed her eyes and slept. Looking at Rui, who was sleeping so soundly, Shishio was speechless and wondered why this girl trusted him so much. He was wondering whether this girl didn't think that he might steal something in her house. Shishio then shook his head and put a blanket on Rui so she wouldn't catch a cold before going back since it was so late. After Shishio returned to Sakurasu, he went to his room and lay on his bed. He went back peacefully, and he still couldn't believe the experience that had happened to him today. During his trip to go home, even though the street was quite deserted, he could go back without trouble and arrived at Sakurasu. Shishio felt that his body was a bit sticky, and the smell of Rui was mixed on his body. However, he felt tired for some reason. His move to Tokyo, system, changing into a new house, getting stronger, and losing his virginity. Even though it was only a day that he stayed in Tokyo, a lot of things had happened that he couldn't believe, wondering whether all the thing that happened today was a dream. However, he knew that it wasn't a dream. Shishio let out a long sigh and wanted to take a bath, but he felt too lazy to do it. In the end, Shishio decided to sleep right away, but before that, Shishio blinked his eyes since he didn't expect his rewards to be so rich. However, Shishio took a deep breath and felt that he was like shit right now. No, he might be worse than shit. While Rui might have some reason she decided to lose her virginity, Shishio used her to get the rewards from the system. Even though the rewards were so rich, he felt like shit to receive all of them since he really felt that became a scumbag. Shishio thought that he had prepared himself, but he felt that his chest was so heavy, and he felt that there was a huge boulder on his chest that made it hard for him to breathe. If Shishio was a heartless person and a very greedy guy, then he might become a scumbag and do all of those things to all those girls that triggered his system. However, he wasn't, and he couldn't do that. Shishio felt very guilty at that moment for using Rui for his own gain. In the future, he had decided not to harm the innocence of girls that had triggered his system and only took the first reward after he met them. Shishio didn't immediately accept his reward, nor did he check his reward since he was very tired at that moment. Setting his alarm, he hoped that he wouldn't be late for his entrance exam tomorrow. He then closed his eyes and entered the land of dreams. Hopefully, he won't have a nightmare during his sleep. However, he wondered what would happen to him if he happened to fall in love with one of the girls that could trigger his quest. He was wondering what he would do, but he felt that it wouldn't happen since he knew that those girls would be very troublesome. Hopefully, by sleeping, Shishio could dilute the guilty feeling that he felt at this moment. 11. Should I hate or? Ring, ring. Shishio moved his hand and stopped the alarm. He rubbed his eyes and saw that it was 6 in the morning. He had a habit of waking up in the morning, but he was quite late. He woke up quickly since he wanted to take a bath since he knew that his smell was unique at that moment. Strangely enough, Shishio didn't have a nightmare last night, or rather he had a good dream. He pressed his temple and wondered why he was dreaming that he was living a harem life and he also became the most powerful man on earth. Come on, Shishio, you have graduated from Chiyunibu. Shishio let out a sigh, sitting on the edge of his bed for a minute, before he stood up, taking the necessities to take a bath, along with clothes to change. He knew that a harem was a dream for every man and in the country where he lived in his previous life, polygamy was legal, but in this country, it was illegal so what had happened in his dream was impossible to be done, unless he didn't marry those girls in his dream and made them into his mistress. After he was ready, he walked out of his room and remembered the bathroom was on the first floor and he remembered that the bathroom was quite huge. In truth, most people in this country didn't have a hobby to take a bath in the early morning, and he was the same. If Shishio didn't meet Rui last night then he might as well have slept more. However, Shishio couldn't do so, he was about to have his entrance exam, and if he came directly to the school without taking a bath. Shishio entered the bathroom and took off his clothes directly, then started to have a shower. His body was trembling since the water was very cold and it was also the reason why most people in this country didn't take a bath in the morning. Luckily, there was heather and the water slowly turned warm. When the warm water hit his body, he felt very comfortable at that moment, but there was a trace of guilt in his heart. Shishio then looked at the number of rewards that he had received and decided to accept some of the rewards since it might be helpful during his entrance exam. Looking at the list of rewards, Shishio directly accepted the rewards that added directly to his assets from Vanyeria chain restaurant, Royal Okura Hotel, and a holding investment company with 20 billion yen of assets. After Shishio received those rewards, he checked the information of those rewards in the system. He might have heard about Vanyeria chain restaurant, but he didn't know much about Royal Okura Hotel, and the holding investment company with 20 billion yen. The first thing that he checked was Vanyeria since he remembered that he had seen this family restaurant in Kyoto before he moved. Vanyeria is a chain family restaurant in Japan. It has over 200 locations spread throughout most of the prefectures. Shishio would have never expected that he would receive such a huge chain restaurant all of a sudden and he had suddenly become the owner of those 200 chain restaurants that spread throughout most of the prefectures. Even though Shishio felt a bit disgusted by the system, he had to admit that the reward that he had received was very rich. Shishio took a deep breath and calmed himself. He had gotten used to taking care of his family business in his previous life and even though it didn't have a relation with the restaurant business, the scale was bigger than the Vanyeria that he received from the quest. Shishio let out a sigh again and felt somehow sad since he had left his family but then again, he needed to accept his life in this world. Then after he calmed himself, he checked both Royal Okura Hotel and the holding investment company with 20 billion yen. The Royal Okura Hotel is a big hotel with a 4-star rating. It has 2 locations in both Tokyo and Chiba. Shishio checked the information and realized that this hotel was bigger, but he didn't intend to check it since it was better to leave everything to the professional. Being meddlesome without having basic knowledge was the worst thing someone could do in business. Shishio then looked at this holding investment company and it seemed that it was located in Tokyo. Not only did he own the company, but he also owned an office building which made him speechless since the office building was very huge and he also received a passive income from the people and company who rented his building as an office. Not only that, the 20 billion yen on his investment company was all his, which meant, his assets had increased once again. Shishio's feelings were very complicated and even though he knew that he was wrong for playing with a woman and a girl, the reward that he received was so amazing that he wasn't sure what to say for a moment. According to the setting that had been made by the system, Shishio was a financial genius and his trusted man that took care of the investment company had been taking care of the various businesses that he owned until he came to Tokyo. Shishio was silent and decided to accept everything. He knew that he shouldn't be thinking too much or else he might be overwhelmed. The best thing to do was to accept, check, and develop his assets so they could become bigger in the future. The only thing that he was worried about was how to explain this matter to his parents. Well, it's better to keep it a secret. Unless they had found out, then it was better to keep everything a secret. What about the rest of the rewards? Cooking mastery, enhanced vision, enhanced memory, and thunder breathing. Shishio was sure that all of those rewards were used to make himself stronger, however, it was better to not accept it immediately since he was afraid that he might not get used to those abilities and cause trouble when he did his entrance exam later. However, Shishio accepted the reward immediately and suddenly a lot of information entered his head. He closed his eyes and clearly remembered why he felt that he had seen his face before, why he felt that it wasn't his first time to see Chihiro Sengoku and Tachibana Rui, and at the same time, why the name of Sakurasa was so familiar. I see. Shishio accepted everything calmly, but it wasn't because he was really calm, it was because he was already numb and if he became surprised every time, he wasn't going to last long and he knew that the system didn't try to harm him or rather, it made his life easier. Even if Shishio felt disgusted at how he was going to get those rewards, he had to admit that the system tried to support him. Shishio didn't have a right to hate the system since even though he didn't say it out loud he felt happy by the rewards. Should I become a scumbag? When such a thought suddenly came to his mind, strangely enough, he didn't feel guilty nor his chest was heavy as if there was a heavy boulder on it, but... Shishio quickly shook his head since he refused to be a scumbag. Shishio he had made up his decision and with the number of assets that he had received before, he was sure that he was going to be the richest man on earth, especially since he was still in his 2005. Shishio then ended his bath and was about to leave the shower to take his towel, however. Shishio, are you in the bathroom? Shishio didn't have a chance to answer and the door of the bathroom was opened so suddenly. Here you are. Chihiro looked at Shishio then stunned. She looked at his wet hair, face, strong body, then. Chihiro kept staring and couldn't look away. Gulp. Shishio was also stunned since he didn't expect that Chihiro would enter the bathroom so suddenly. He showed a wry smile and took a towel calmly, covering his private place. Chihiro nay, I will be ready soon, but can you close the door first? Chihiro nodded with a blank expression then closed the door slowly. Shishio let out a long sigh and wondered why he met the legendary cliché bathroom scene just a day after he came to Tokyo. 12. Small things. Chihiro closed the bathroom door, but she didn't run away like the heroine in the harem story did, after looking at the naked body of the protagonist. She leaned on the door and held her chest. Thump, thump. Chihiro could feel that her chest was beating very hard. She took a deep breath and calmed herself, though, she didn't realize the blush on her face. This guy's body is too amazing, right? Chihiro wasn't blind and had to give 120 scores on her nephew's body since his body was so good that she wanted to look at him again. It was like how a man watched a beautiful woman on the street which caused their eyes to be attracted toward that woman and wanted to look at her for a long time. It was the same case as a woman, when they saw a handsome man, they would also do the same. What are you shy about, Chihiro? However, Chihiro realized that the object of attraction was her nephew and the son of her big sister. She shouldn't be shy in this situation or else, she might lose her majesty as an aunt in front of her nephew. But still, he has grown so big, hey. Chihiro remembered that in the past they had taken a bath together, however, she didn't expect that he would grow up into a man without her noticing. She quickly shook her head and said, Shishio, I will be waiting for you in the dining room. Hurry up and put on your clothes, all right? After breakfast, we will set off. Yes, Chihiro nay. Hearing his voice inside the bathroom, Chihiro smiled and said, I will make you breakfast so hurry up. Inside his bedroom, Shishio didn't think too much after his naked body was seen by his aunt since he knew that the previous Shishio Oga and his aunt should have taken a bath together in the past. How could he remember it clearly? It was because his memory had been enhanced by his reward before. After changing his clothes, Shishio went to the dining room since his aunt had been waiting for him. He believed that he should be able to complete 70% of the entrance exam later since he remembered most of the memory of the previous Shishio Oga. The previous Shishio Oga wasn't stupid and he was quite smart, however, Because of his Chiyunibita personality, he was a bit unique, based on his understanding of the previous Shishio Oga. Shishio thought to sort out his clothes after he returned later since he was too busy last night and he also didn't have time at this moment. He then walked out of his room then walked toward the dining room where his aunt had been waiting for him. In the dining room, Chihiro put tableware and chopsticks on the table. Shishio looked at the fried eggs, bread, and milk that was ready on the table. He could also see the paper towels and a lot more there. Looking at the scene in front of him, he could tell that his aunt's ability at household chores was very good, but why was she still single and no one wanted to marry her until now? Shishio then sat on the table and looked at Chihiro, who put the last omelette on the plate. Not only is the asset in your bank account big, but even that asset is also big? Hey! Chihiro smiled, teasing her nephew. Chihiro nay, if I am a woman, then I will report you for sexual harassment, you might even have to talk with policemen later, Shishio said with a deadpan expression. I was joking. Don't take it seriously, but you need to watch out, alright? Even boys need to watch themselves. Unlike Kyoto, in Tokyo, you might find a carnivorous woman, cute and handsome virgin like you will be eaten without bones left. Chihiro didn't tell a joke and she was very serious. After looking at her nephew's naked body, she was afraid that she might need to say sorry to her older sister for taking her nephew's first time by accident. Luckily, she was sober and if she was drunk, then she had a feeling that she might do something wrong to her nephew. Shishio wasn't sure what to say and could only show a wry smile since he was afraid that his aunt knew that he had lost his virginity last night. He was sure that if his aunt knew what had happened to him last night, his aunt would report this matter to his parents without hesitation. If that happened, then he was sure that he would be brought back to Kyoto without hesitation. However, Shishio didn't want to come back since the chance he would receive a reward on the Tokyo was bigger than in Kyoto and he also had found a loophole in his system. Why? You don't believe me? Chihiro asked. I mean, I am just a freshman. I have just graduated from middle school, so such a thing is still early for me. Shishio didn't really want to talk about this kind of thing with his aunt and he wanted to stop this conversation right away. Hearing Shishio's answer, Chihiro quickly shook her head and thought that she needed to protect him or else, a strange woman might try to kidnap her nephew since she felt that her nephew might be a bit too naive. Hurry up and eat. Alright. Then both of them clapped their hands together and said, thanks for the food before they started to eat together. By the way, it has been a while since I have cooked something, so you should understand if the taste isn't that good, alright. Chihiro was worried that the taste of the breakfast that she made wasn't good, but then she smiled when she saw how her nephew was eating the breakfast that she made eagerly, especially after he praised her food. It's very delicious, Chihiro nay. Shishio had to admit that he was quite hungry so even if the taste of the breakfast wasn't that good, he still ate it. His physical ability was doubled and he also did an exercise last night, it was quite normal for him to get hungry. Starting tomorrow, you have to prepare your own food. When you come back this afternoon, don't forget to buy the ingredients. You can cook for yourself later, alright? Chihiro looked at Shishio and felt a bit worried. Even though she had told him to take care of himself on his own, she was still worried whether this boy could take care of himself. You don't need to worry, Chihiro nay. I learned cooking in middle school. Shishio clapped his hands again and said, thank you for the food. It's very delicious. He then stood up and took his plate and Chihiro's empty plate to the sink to clean them up. His aunt had prepared breakfast for him after all, and at least, he should clean up the plates and the chopsticks, right? In truth, Shishio was able to cook food, and even if it couldn't be compared to the top-class chef, it was still quite good. However, he received a reward from the quest and wondered how good the food that he cooked would become. Shishio then scrubbed the plates and the chopsticks and hurriedly cleaned them up. Looking at Shishio who helped to clean the plates and chopsticks, Chihiro didn't say anything and stared at his movements with a smile, however, her eyes became tender and a smile subconsciously formed on her mouth. After you're done, let's set off, Chihiro said. Yes. After he was done, he dried his hands then went out together with his aunt, ready to welcome his entrance exam. 13. I am jealous. Tokyo, officially Tokyo Metropolis, is the capital and most populous prefecture of Japan. Originally a fishing village named Edo, the city became a prominent political center in 1603, when it became the seat of the Tokugawa shogunate. By the mid-18th century, Edo was one of the most populous cities in the world, with the population numbering more than 1 million. Following the end of the shogunate in 1868, the imperial capital in Kyoto was moved to the city, which was renamed Tokyo. In truth, as someone from Kyoto, Shishio felt conflicted about Tokyo since there was a lot of conflict between the two regions. Kyoto was the capital of Japan in the past and Tokyo was the capital of Japan during Meiji Restoration. As someone who was reincarnated, Shishio didn't think too much, however, the previous Shishio Oga's pride as someone from Kyoto was very big and it affected him too, even though he didn't want to. Shishio shook his head and continued to walk with Chihiro. Today, Chihiro didn't drive her car, but she took Shishio slowly walking along the road, enjoying the scenery along the way. In such a big city, there were millions of people, however, she was wondering where her future husband would be at this moment. Your high school isn't that far from here. It is about a few streets away from the dorm and you can usually choose to walk there since it will only take you 20 minutes. If you don't want to walk, there seems to be a bicycle in Sakurasu. If you choose to ride a bicycle to the school, it will be faster, but for now, let's walk together and I will show you the way. Hearing Chihiro's explanation, Shishio thought that it was better to walk since the distance between his dorm and school wasn't that far and it could become a form of exercise too. Shishio also enjoyed the scenery of Tokyo since, in his previous life, he wasn't Japanese. When he thought about his previous identity, he thought about buying a book about law and taxes in this country since he knew that he needed to have a general idea of how both law and taxes work in this country so he would be able to avoid a tax for his business. Even though it was good to leave most things to professionals, it wouldn't hurt to know some general knowledge of it so he wouldn't be deceived. While thinking about that matter, Shishio talked with Chihiro in a relaxed mood. They crossed the tree-lined path and passed the main road with heavy traffic. They also entered a shopping district and tasted the famous Japanese snack, taiyaki. Eating a taiyaki, Shishio felt that the taste was too sweet, but he didn't think that it was strange since most Tokyo people loved a heavy taste for their food, unlike Kansai people who loved food with a light taste. The two also passed by a famous shrine and even from a distance, they could see a tall shrine that stood on the top of the hill. They could also a bright red torii gate that was right on the entrance of the shrine. The path under their feet was very clean and tidy. It seemed that someone just cleaned this place, otherwise if someone didn't clean it for few days, it would be covered with fallen leaves. Shishio could also see the shrine's building should be a building from the Edo period, and it had stood for 100 years. The same as wine, the older it was the more expensive it was, he believed this shrine was very expensive if someone wanted to buy it, that is. This is Fushimi Inari Shrine, what's wrong, Shishio? Are you interested? Usually, a lot of people come to worship here, asking for a good harvest, business prosperity and traffic safety. If you want to go then go, you can ask for success in both school and love, but this kind of shrine should be a lot of Kyoto, right? Chihiro saw Shishio standing under the torii gate for a long time and started to tease him. Well, there are a lot of big shrines in Kyoto, but I never expected there to be such a big shrine in Tokyo. In his mind, Shishio thought that most of the people in Tokyo didn't care much about religion or something related like the people in Kyoto, but it seemed that he was wrong. Then they continued their journey and walked for almost half an hour since they sometimes stopped from place to place, and finally, at 8:30, they reached their destination. The two sides of the school were shaded with cherry blossoms, and the surrounding trees were like a cover, giving a strange nostalgia to him for some reason, and at the same time, he had to admit that this place was very huge. However, the school was still on holiday and there were no students that came to the school. There were only a few people wearing middle school uniforms around the school gate and he could tell that they were in the same situation as him, taking an entrance exam to enter this high school. Shishio might remember why he felt that he had seen Chihiro Sengoku and Tachibana Rui before, but he didn't think too much since he only watched them in anime, but at this moment, he lived in this world and everything was a reality. Whether it was Chihiro or Rui, both of them were living beings and he couldn't mistake them as a character in anime. Shishio didn't think that knowing the plot of the story would help and rather than thinking about something like that, it was better to think about his future. Shishio had a system and he would be useless if he couldn't use the system to the fullest. Even though he didn't have an idea to become the richest man on earth, he wanted to have a comfortable life, however, before reaching that goal, he needed to pass the entrance exam first. Shishio felt that he should be okay since he received an enhanced memory and it should be easy for him to pass, however, he wasn't sure about his scores. When Shishio and Chihiro were about to enter the school, they saw a young woman with waist-length dark brown hair that had trimmed bangs that were parted above her right eye, emerald eyes. Shishio raised his eyebrow and felt that he had seen this woman somewhere. But her boobs are so big. Shishio had to admit that he loved boobs, but as a gentleman, he couldn't show it, right? However. Hey! Tachibana-sensei, are you on duty today? Chihiro felt a bit surprised when she saw this young woman suddenly come out of school. Ah, good morning, Sengoku-sensei. Yes, the vice principal has told me to do so and I can't refuse her. The young woman showed a sad expression then noticed Shishio, who was standing beside Chihiro. Sengoku-sensei, is this boy your nephew? She had heard that Chihiro would bring her nephew today and because of that, she was quite curious. Hello, Tachibana-sensei. Shishio bowed his head slightly and introduced himself. My name is Shishio Oga and I'm coming to take an entrance exam today. Please take care of me. When he saw this woman, he instantly knew who she was, considering he had met Rui last night, but he had never expected that this woman would be a teacher at this high school. So there should be a lot of protagonists here. Shishio thought for only a moment, before throwing those thoughts away when he heard this sweet and cheerful voice. Yes, I hope that you have a good result for your exam. Tachibana smiled brightly and patted Shishio's shoulder. She looked at Shishio up and down and she had to admit that he was very handsome, though, as Chihiro's nephew, he seemed to be very polite which gave her a good impression. Thank you very much, I hope that I can get a good result too. Shishio bowed his head and entered the school together with Chihiro. He might have been a bit curious about that teacher before, but he could do that later since he decided to accept his reward directly at this moment. Shishio directly accepted the nursery, kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and high school knowledge mastery, thinking that it might be a great help for his exam, and at the same time, after he accepted his reward, he could feel a lot of information started to enter his head. Bye. Tachibana waved her hand and watched both Shishio and Chihiro who entered the school, thinking about Chihiro's teaching style in the school and then thinking about Shishio, who was in front of her before, she felt that it was a bit funny. She smiled, looking at their backs, then she turned to shout at the people who entered the school. All students who participated in the entrance exam for the Swimei University of the Arts affiliated high school today, please bring your own registration form and enter the school one by one. Chihiro took Shishio, following the sign where the entrance exam would be located. Secretly, she looked at Shishio since she knew that Tachibana Hina was a very beautiful teacher and there were a lot of students who fell in love with her, but she could see that Shishio didn't seem to show an interest toward that teacher which made her glad. Shishio didn't know what Chihiro was thinking and he processed the knowledge he received, though, he was a bit speechless when he also received an educational knowledge of nursery, kindergarten, and elementary school. Shishio was glad that he had received the middle school and high school education knowledge and he felt he could do well on this exam because of the reward that he had received, however, he was wondering whether his system told him to date his teacher. But then, Shishio noticed Chihiro, who was staring at him. Is there something Chihiro-ne? You're not curious about that young teacher? Chihiro asked. Well, I am curious, what's her name? Shishio asked. Her name is Tachibana Hina and she's a new English teacher, but you can't think strange about her, alright? Chihiro said sternly. Why do you think I will do something weird to her? Shishio asked with confusion. If you don't think about that kind of thing then it's all good, but don't you think that teacher is beautiful? Chihiro asked. In truth, she was a bit jealous of Hina since she was old and Hina was very young. She also knew that most of the parents of the students, especially those rich daddies and rich widowers of those students would be attracted to Hina rather than her which made her aggrieved ever more since she hadn't found a husband at all, even though, she was in her 30s. In my mind, you're more beautiful, Chihiro-ne, Shishio said without hesitation and showed a very sincere expression. Humph. You and your mouth. Chihiro slapped Shishio's shoulder and said, I wonder how many girls are going to be fooled by you in this school. Shishio wanted to say something, but he decided to keep his mouth since he was too lazy to talk at this moment and he wanted to focus on processing the reward that he received before. However, Shishio didn't realize at that moment that Chihiro showed a bright smile and her mood was very good because of his praise. By then both of them were walking toward the exam location since it was about to start soon. 14, Test 1. Chihiro looked at Shishio, who had been silent, thinking that he might be nervous. She patted his shoulder gently and said, Don't worry, just try your best. Shishio looked at his aunt and smiled. Well, I will do my best, Chihiro-ne. Chihiro didn't have any doubts about Shishio and continued to lead him, although she knew that his grade was quite average in his previous school, so he should be able to be accepted at the school easily. Before Shishio came, Chihiro had talked with her big sister about Shishio's performance at school, and based on her deviation between the two schools, she didn't see that much of difference and she knew that he would be alright in being accepted on this high school, though, she was sure that his grade might not be that great. Chihiro thought for a while and decided to give some advice to Shishio. Shishio, the exam at this high school might not be that much different from your previous school, but you need to be careful, alright? Don't get nervous about the exam and just do the exam as usual. If you do that then I am sure that you'll be alright. Yes, I will pay attention, thank you, Chihiro-ne. Shishio smiled lightly, showing a confident expression on his face. If he couldn't pass the exam smoothly after he received a system then it was better he went directly to Aokigahara. Shishio had received all the information about the education of knowledge from nursery to high school. In his brain, there were various data and formulas that constantly emerged and he had to admit that the system was really awesome, even though he felt slightly disgusted toward this system. Shishio narrowed his eyes slightly and wondered how his results on the exam later after he had received the previous reward. Chihiro glanced at Shishio, who showed a confident expression and she really hoped that he would be able to do well on the exam. Right, you don't need to bring anything since, during the exam, you will be provided with pen and paper, Chihiro said. I see. Shishio nodded and felt weird at why Chihiro suddenly said those words since he knew that he didn't need to bring anything during the exam later. Then both of them continued to walk toward the room and Chihiro kept talking about how to do well on the entrance exam later. Shishio only gave a perfunctory nod to Chihiro, wondering why his aunt was so worried about him, but then he remembered that the grade of the previous Shishio Oga was quite average since this guy wanted to make a setting of a powerful hidden boss or something during his middle school time which made him speechless. Chihiro led Shishio to the door of the classroom, indicating that this was the examination room. Go, take the exam, and when you finish the exam, I will pick you up. Shishio nodded, turned, opened the door of the classroom, and saw the standard Japanese-style classroom in front of him. He felt a bit weird since he had become a student once again, but then, he shook his head and didn't think too much. Inside the classroom, Shishio saw a female teacher with long brown hair, standing at the podium, looking at him. She didn't look very old, and she should be younger than Chihiro, and her makeup was very delicate. Hello, my name is Shishio Oga. I came to take the entrance exam today. Please take care of me. Yeah. Let me see. The female teacher looked at the attendant list and nodded. Yes, Shishio Oga, I found it. She then looked at Shishio and said, Please come in, my name is Koharu Shirayama. I am a mathematics teacher and the exam supervisor, please take care of me. Shishio looked at Koharu Shirayama for a bit and smiled. He bowed his head slightly and said, Thank you. Your seat is number 23, please sit down first since the other candidates haven't arrived yet, and the exam will start after everyone is ready, Koharu said after she checked the location of Shishio's seat on her book. Shishio found his place and sat down, though, he didn't expect the teacher in front of him would be a target too, however, with this, he really had found a loophole in the system. In this system, the fastest way to get a reward was to have intercourse with the target, however, he could get a reward by meeting them so that what he did, though, he might try to befriend them, wondering whether he would be able to get a reward by becoming their friends. Shishio sat in the protagonist's seat, 2 seats from behind and next to the window. He didn't do anything and rested his chin on his hand while staring at the window absent-mindedly. In truth, he wanted to open his reward as soon as possible, especially the thunder breathing since he had an idea what kind of martial art that was. Then before long, the classroom was full. Shishio then looked around and found that everyone had a serious expression on their faces, causing him to remember a similar scene in his previous life. Okay, now that everyone is here, I will explain to you the rules of the exam. The first exam starts at 10 o'clock, and the second exam starts at 2 o'clock. On each exam, you have 2 hours to finish your exam so please use your time well. Koharu glanced at the time on the clock and there was still 20 minutes before the exam. Shishio discovered that after the teacher finished, all the candidates in the exam room quickly took their textbooks and review materials in their bags for a final review. In the classroom where all the people were madly flipping through the books and notes, Shishio only sat quietly in his seat since he knew that he didn't have to do that and he didn't bring a book, though, he hoped to bring some books since waiting had always been a boring thing. Koharu looked at Shishio with quite a strange expression, wondering whether this boy was very good at studying. She couldn't see a nervous expression on his face, or rather, she could see that he was very calm and at the same time, he was very handsome. No. You're a teacher, Koharu. Koharu knew that most of the students would re-review before the exam to consolidate their knowledge, but this boy didn't bother to do so. Koharu had to admit that she admired this boy a bit since being confident was a good thing. If someone loses their confidence, then their result will be a disaster. The sunshine shone on Shishio's face, and for a moment, an illusion appeared on Koharu's mind. In Koharu's mind, Shishio was like a king that could conquer a land, city, and even country, and those candidates besides him were like those helpless commoners. Somehow, Koharu could see the gap between Shishio and the people around him at this moment. She kept looking at him and quickly retracted her gaze, realizing how rude her action was, and at the same time, she felt shy and glanced at Shishio before sighing in relief since it seemed that he didn't realize that she had been looking at him. Koharu wasn't sure why, but she felt that there was this mysterious charm around this boy which made her attracted. Koharu then looked at the time on the watch, and the exam would start in 10 minutes. Shishio glanced at Koharu and wondered why she was also part of the target since he felt that there was nothing special about this woman. He also felt that she had been staring at him, and wondered whether there was something on his face. Shishio looked outside again and he had a feeling that he might find a lot of targets in this school so he needed to pass the entrance exam no matter what. 10 minutes passed quickly, listening to the sound of frantically flipping books in the classroom, Shishio felt bored. Koharu glanced at the candidates who were pale due to excessive brain review before the exam, and then glanced at Shishio, who was calm and confident. She appreciated him more and more and felt that his psychological quality was really amazing. Shishio also looked at Koharu and wondered whether what Chihiro had told him was true that there were a lot of carnivorous women in this city. Okay, stop. Put all your books and mobile phones to the front since the test is ready to start. Although Koharu didn't believe that anyone would cheat, she still needed to follow the procedures. Books and mobile phones were handed over to the front desk, Then Shishio received both pen and paper, before he returned to his seat, and watched the teacher distribute both pen and paper to other candidates while wondering why he needed to get those two by himself. Koharu saw that the time had become 10 o'clock and nodded. She looked at everyone in the classroom and said, "All right, be ready. You have a total of 2 hours to complete your exam and the exam will start now." 15. Test 2. Shishio picked up the exam paper and looked at it roughly. After reading it for a while, he could tell that it should be a comprehensive test paper with several subjects and there was so much content there. He was also told to write articles and out of his understanding, it was almost impossible for most of the students to complete this exam within 2 hours of time. However, in his mind, the answer to the questions roughly appeared on his mind and he knew that he should be able to complete the exam. Shishio didn't waste his time anymore and took all of his focus to the exam. Seeing the questions flashed one by one on the paper, a complete and clear answer appeared in his mind, and he could answer all of those questions easily. He felt that he was cheating since all he did was copying all the answers on his mind to the paper in front of him. Then his hand started to move, and countless answers were written on the paper along the tip of his pen swiftly. Only the sound of a pen rubbing against the test paper was heard in the classroom. Koharu glanced at Shishio with satisfaction and she didn't look away from him. She had to admit that this candidate really amazed her, considering how calm he was and how stable his psychological quality was. She felt that he should have had a good result, though she wasn't sure how good it was, which made her want the time to move forward quickly so she could check his paper quickly. Time had passed bit by bit, and the speed of the candidates to answer the questions was getting slower and slower. Several of them were already sitting on their seats with pale faces, looking at the test papers in front of them with a dumbfounded expression. Some of them were even flushed with anxiety, as they were trying to check the answer on their paper several times. However, no matter how many times they did it, they couldn't feel satisfied and felt that their answers were somewhat wrong. Koharu gently shook her head. Although this high school was more inclined toward art development, it didn't mean the standard deviation of this high school was low. The standard deviation of this school had exceeded most of the high schools in Tokyo. If someone didn't have a good basic and low score, then, without a doubt, they would fail in this entrance exam. Shishio was still writing and the double physical ability reward that he had received before was really a great help for him since it made his speed to answer the questions became several times faster, though, he had to admit that his hand felt a bit numb since the questions on the exam were too much. Shishio answered most of the questions and there were 15 minutes left in the exam. He believed that he should be able to answer all the questions on the exam. Time passed quietly, and no one noticed it until the alarm on the podium sounded. "Stop writing." When Koharu heard the alarm, she stood up, and interrupted everyone directly since the exam for the morning session was over. Shishio had already put down his 10 Peruvian nuevos minutes before the alarm. Even though he wanted to hate the system, he couldn't since the ability that was given by the system was very powerful. Should I become a scumbag? However, when Shishio remembered about last night, he rejected the idea since he really didn't want to become a scumbag, even if he knew all of the rewards that he received from the system were very amazing. After Koharu collected the paper, Shishio stood up and moved his legs since he felt a bit stiff after sitting for 2 hours. Shishio walked out of the classroom since he wanted to go to the toilet. Some people were still in the classroom immersed in the questions on the exam before and some of them even showed a regretful expression. However, all of that had nothing to do with him since no one could be done in this situation unless someone had the ability to rewind, fixing all the mistakes they had done before. After walking out from the toilet and receiving amazement gazes from the people inside, Shishio went to have lunch in the cafeteria. It might be his first time in this school, but there were a lot of signs along the corridor, showing most of the locations in this school so he didn't get lost. Eating a simple lunch, Shishio returned to the examination room again, waiting for the second test. The exam started at 2 o'clock as stipulated before. The exam questions in the afternoon were the combinations of the other half of the subjects and various other things. However, there were fewer candidates left in the second exam, and there were some people who had left, leaving 12 people in this classroom. Listening to Koharu's explanation, those few people gave up their qualifications after the first exam ended. In this exam, Shishio wrote the answers of the exam as fast as he was in the morning, letting go of all of the distractions on his mind. No one could stop him any longer. His mind was full of concentration, and time flew quickly until Shishio heard the alarm, telling everyone that the exam had ended. Shishio put down his pen and stretched his body since he felt his body stiff once again. He wanted to go back, but he decided to wait for Koharu since it seemed that she hadn't told everyone to go back. He looked around and gave his exam to Koharu while noticing some candidates that refused to let go of their exam paper until they were severely warned, giving up any resistance in the end and laying on their desk like a zombie. Shishio also felt secretly glad since without the reward that he received this morning, he might be in the same position as them. After Koharu collected the test papers, the entrance exams were all over. Shishio then took his own things and walked out from the classroom indifferently. However, he stopped since he saw Chihiro standing at the door, seemingly waiting for him. He felt a bit surprised since his aunt was so punctual. He had just finished his exam, but she was already waiting at the door. I have finished the exam. Sorry to make you wait so long, Chihiro ne. No, it just so happens that my business has just been processed, so how is it? Are you confident about this exam? Chihiro stared at her nephew, who had a normal face. She didn't see him nervous nor helpless expression on his face, so there shouldn't be any problem, right? Although the time is a bit tight, I should be alright. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time to check my answer since the bell rang when I finished answering all the questions on my tests. Shishio thought that there was no problem entering this school, though, he wasn't sure about his grade. What? You said you finished all the questions on the front and even back of the paper. Chihiro thought that she had heard something wrong, but it seemed that her nephew didn't make a joke. She knew that all the questions that were prepared for this exam were selected randomly and it was absolutely impossible to answer all of the questions on the exam. Yes, but the amount of questions is really a lot, although the time is indeed too tight, I have finished all of them. Shishio also understood that the exam that he had done previously was somewhat inhumane since that exam wasn't something that could be answered by a human. So what about him? Well, he had a cheat, so he wasn't included. Chihiro didn't know what to say, but looking at Shishio's expression, she knew that he didn't lie, but it was still hard to believe it. Based on her understanding of his grade, he was quite average in middle school and it should be impossible for him to finish all of those exams. If it was half of those questions then she might believe it, but if it was all of the questions then... Well, let's go back. In the end, Chihiro didn't think too much. Yes. Both of them left the school but didn't go back to the Sakurasu immediately, but she took him to a family restaurant near the school for dinner. Looking at the school in front of him, Shishio was dumbfounded since... Isn't this my restaurant? Vanyeria. Shishio remembered the chain restaurant that he received from the system, but he didn't expect that there would be one near his school. Even though he had received data and information about this restaurant from the system, he had never come inside. He was quite famished and thought to check whether the taste of the food in his restaurant was good or not. Vanyeria had become his own restaurant after all and he needed to check the quality of his restaurant, right? Ding, ding. Welcome. Shishio ignored his reward and felt disgusted toward the system instantly. He stared at the elementary school in front of him and frowned since he didn't expect the system to be such a beast. If it was an older woman, then he didn't mind, but the one in front of him was a little girl and he didn't want to become a criminal. When Chihiro and Shishio entered the restaurant, they were welcomed by an elementary student with quite a big chest and brown hair that was tied in a ponytail. It was also the reason why Shishio felt disgusted toward the system, but then he realized something. Shishio, what's wrong? Chihiro asked since she felt that Shishio's expression was quite wrong. Chihiro ne, isn't it a crime to hire an elementary student? Shishio asked and realized that his restaurant was hiring an elementary school. He just received his restaurant and did he really need to go to the court? However, before Chihiro answered Shishio's question, the elementary school waitress quickly complained. I am not an elementary student. Chihiro nodded and said, your reaction is similar to mine before, but she's a high school student, not an elementary student. In the past, she was also surprised when she saw this little girl for the first time, thinking that this restaurant might hire a child as an employee, but she often came to this restaurant and knew that this little girl was in truth a high school student so she didn't feel that surprised anymore but she also understood that her nephew's reaction was quite normal. Shishio was surprised, but then he apologized. I am sorry for mistaking you as one and if I look closely, it seems that you are really a high school student. Is that true? The waitress seemed to be very happy when someone told her that she was like a high school student. Yes, you're a high school student. Shishio looked at the chest of this girl and knew that it was impossible for an elementary student to have such a huge chest. It was only a small episode. Shishio and Chihiro sat in their seats, and started their order. Shishio ordered beef stew from the waitress and a parfait as a dessert. He then observed the restaurant curiously since he wanted to know his restaurant better. He could see that there were a lot of people in the restaurant so he felt that he didn't need to worry about the quality of the food since if the food was bad then there wouldn't be any guests here. Shishio had to admit that the business seemed to be very good. However, the only thing that made him worried was the loli who took their order since he felt that he might go on court in the future because of her. Then after writing up their order, the loli waitress walked toward the kitchen to prepare their order but... Ding, ding. Welcome. Ah, it's Yukata Nashi-kun. You're finally here. We're all very busy, let's go inside and change into your uniform. When the loli waitress saw the young man who came to the restaurant, she sighed in relief since the restaurant was very busy today. Okay, senpai. Shishio looked at two people and knew why he felt that he had seen them, but he didn't think too much since right now, they were only strangers. Shishio looked at the young man and felt that he didn't need to worry about the restaurant anymore, but when he was about to feel that everything in this restaurant was all right. Clang. Shishio turned his head when he heard a sound of metal hit something. It sounded very unique, and when he saw the source of the noise, he opened his eyes wide. When he thought that nothing was going to surprise him anymore. Sorry for making you wait, here's your order. A pretty girl with mid-back length golden brown hair and a gentle smile appeared before Shishio and Chihiro. However, on the waist of this girl, there was a katana. Is this restaurant going to be alright? But then... Hey! 16, World's Strongest Chef. Shishio glanced at the katana of this waitress, and he didn't expect that this pretty girl would also be included in the target. His reward was also amazing, but the katana on her waist made him hesitate to start a conversation. Shishio also didn't think that it was the right place to talk, especially when he could feel a gaze from Chihiro. Enjoy your food. The waitress bowed her head slightly and walked away. When the waitress left, Shishio turned his head and stared at the waitress with a confused expression. Is that waitress your type? Chihiro suddenly asked, since she noticed that her nephew had been staring at that waitress from the beginning to the end. She didn't say much, but she felt a bit uncomfortable when the cute boy who asked her to marry at that time suddenly glanced at another woman secretly right in front of her. The waitress might not have noticed that Shishio was looking at her, but Chihiro noticed his small action since she had been watching him from the moment that waitress came to give their order. Shishio was speechless and said, Chihiro-ne, why is your focus is on whether that girl is my type or not? She isn't. Well, she's beautiful, but you're more beautiful, however, my focus isn't on that point. Shishio somehow felt tired and said, don't you see that katana? Isn't it a bit weird to bring katana while working? Chihiro looked at Shishio and felt that this guy really had the talent to become a playboy. The more she looked at him, the more she felt restless that some weird woman might try to do something to him. If that happened, she wasn't sure how to explain that matter to her big sister, and she also didn't want him to date a strange woman too. However, she had to admit that his praise still made her happy, even though she had heard it several times. After all, no women would be unhappy when they were praised that they were more beautiful than others. What's wrong with katana? The world is dangerous, isn't it normal for a girl to bring something to protect themselves? And I have always bought a stun gun and pepper spray with me. Chihiro didn't think too much and said, hurry up and eat. The food isn't good if it's getting cold. Is it me who is weird? Is it the world? Shishio really thought that he should buy a book about law, wondering whether it was alright to bring katana to the street or even to the working place, since he was really confused at this moment. Shishio thought for a while and remembered that some people in Kyoto also often brought a katana with them. So I guess is it normal for people in this country to bring a katana with them? Shishio felt that his understanding of this world had been twisted to 180 degrees. In the end, he didn't intend to think too much and ate his food since he was really famished. Even though the staff of the restaurant was quite weird, the food was very tasty and Shishio understood why this restaurant was popular. Chihiro ordered quite a lot of food, and they had a meal for nearly an hour before both of them emptied the dishes on the table. When Shishio ate, he also secretly observed the surrounding guests and could see that some guys were excited when they saw the pretty girl with katana. However, he didn't think too much, and one thing that he knew, he should better visit this restaurant again in the future. Shishio wiped his mouth with a paper towel, got up, and went to check out after a while. Chihiro-ne, let me pay for this meal. Hearing Shishio's words, Chihiro was wondering why it felt that they had a date for some reason. You don't need to think too much and think of it as my reward after you have done well for your exam. If you want to treat me, then bring me to a bar or something. I am a minor, you know. Chihiro seemed to ignore Shishio's words, then paid for the meals for the two. The pretty girl with katana totaled their bill and said, the total is 2,800 yen, are you using your card or cash? Chihiro wanted to pay the bill, but Shishio was faster and paid the bill by himself. Cash, please. Shishio didn't lack money, and he was also grateful that Chihiro cooked him breakfast earlier, so he felt a bit wrong for her to pay him. The pretty girl with katana took the money from Shishio, then handed the money change to him. Here's your change, please visit again next time. Yes, thank you. Shishio nodded and looked at Chihiro, who seemed in a daze. Is there something, Chihiro-ne? Chihiro shook her head and said, no, let's go back. She felt that if this continued, she might wrong her big sister in the future, since she was too tired, looking for a rich daddy and widower, and felt that it was better to marry her nephew. Don't we have to buy an ingredient first? Shishio asked, since he didn't want to go out to buy something tomorrow. Oh, right. I almost forgot, let's stop at the shopping district later. The two left the restaurant one after another, walked slowly along the sidewalk to the Sakurasu, and passed the shopping district along the way. Shishio didn't accept his cooking mastery reward since he wanted to check how powerful his Japanese cooking mastery skill was. When they were at the vegetable shop, Chihiro was carefully selecting the vegetables, and Shishio tried hard to not show emotion on his face since he found out that his system was more amazing than he had thought. Shishio raised his eyebrow and held the potato in his hand, looking at the panel information that suddenly appeared on his mind. He then put down the potato and picked the carrot on the side. Shishio then picked the best one and bought all of them before he went to the butcher. Shishio realized that he was able to pick the best ingredients easily without any trouble. He also found out that there was a difference in data on both vegetables and meat. He then wondered whether the fruit was also the same. Shishio knew that he could get the ability because of the Japanese cooking mastery, and he was wondering what would happen after he accepted the cooking mastery. Shishio, are you done? Chihiro wasn't sure and wondered whether this boy really could tell the difference between good and bad ingredients. After all, he was a boy and she didn't think that he was able to cook. Even if he could cook something, the taste might not be up to standard. I am done, Chihiro-ne. Let's go back after this. Chihiro nodded and didn't say much. The two bought some ingredients and left the supermarket. During the shopping, Chihiro had tried to buy bad ingredients, but Shishio quickly stopped her since he saw that there was a minus on the ingredients that were chosen by her and the freshness of the ingredients had long gone. Shishio looked at the rewards that he hadn't opened yet and he realized that he really had received a lot of rewards from the system. He thought after he had dinner and returned to his room, he should open all of them directly since he should be free tomorrow. Shishio was also thinking of finding time to go to his investment company later after everything had been settled. The two slowly walked on the way back to Sakurasu, and when they passed a river, Chihiro thought of something. At noon tomorrow, the results of the exam will be available, and they will send the result to my phone later. Chihiro said, informing him about the result of the exam. Oh? So fast. Shishio was quite surprised since he would be able to know the result tomorrow. Don't worry, you should be able to enter with your grade. Yeah, I believe I will be able to enter. Looking at her nephew's confidence, Chihiro said, those questions are from the school question bank. Before the start of the exam, no one knows what questions will be there, but it shouldn't be a big problem for you, according to my understanding of your grade in middle school. Chihiro had seen Shishio's transcript before and even though the exam was difficult, she believed that he should be able to enter the high school easily, though, she felt a bit surprised when she heard that he was able to complete all the questions on the exam. Shishio didn't think too much about Chihiro's words since he believed that he was able to succeed on his exam. It might sound arrogant, but he had the capital to be arrogant. 17. Tenants. The two walked slowly back along the river and about half an hour later, Shishio saw Sakurasu again. The only difference from last night was that lights were on in several rooms, and he knew that the tenants returned back today. Shishio, who was about to go home with Chihiro, suddenly noticed that there was a black figure in front of them that seemed to be squirming on the ground, blocking their path. Wait, Chihiro-ne. There's something ahead. Because the street lights were too dim, Shishio couldn't see what was in front of him. His physical ability had doubled and he had some experience in fighting. If it went in the direction of his mind, then he would fight without hesitation, protecting his aunt. Chihiro looked at Shishio who was in front of her and was moved in her heart. Although she had only known him for 2 days, she had already liked him. At a young age, once he knew that there was a danger, he would go in front of her without hesitation. Chihiro was sure that if she was really drunk then she might have wronged her sister in the future. It's all right, you don't need to worry, Shishio. Chihiro pushed Shishio away and walked straight to the creeping shadow, and kicked it directly. Bam! Ouch! The black shadow was kicked into the light, and a very sloppy man with long tousled hair appeared before them. The eyes of the man were covered by bangs and from his appearance alone, Shishio could tell that this man hadn't taken care of himself for a long time. The man wore loose Japanese-style home clothes and he also wore a geta, a form of traditional Japanese footwear resembling flip-flops that are made from wood, on his feet. Shirosaki-san, I have told you before, right? Don't do something that can scare people in this place. If you keep doing this, then I will kick you. You have already kicked him, Shishio said. You have already kicked me, Shirosaki said. Both Shishio and Shirosaki said at the same time in their hearts. Ah! It's good to know that Chihiro-san is still violent as ever. This guy, is this masochist? Shishio raised his eyebrow and felt a bit disgusted since it was his first time seeing a masochist. If this guy did his sexual act on his house or in a place where no one could see him, then Shishio didn't care. However, this guy did such a disgusting thing on the street, causing him unable to hide his disgust. However, Shishio was still polite and tried to hide it. Shirosaki, who was kicked by Chihiro, had a flush on his face and he seemed to be very excited. Shishio realized the term hentai could be applied to someone for the first time. Shishio suddenly remembered that Chihiro had told him yesterday that although Sakurasu was a school-affiliated dorm, it was privately run and not all the students were living in this place, which meant. Shishio, although this guy is a bit disgusting, his name is Shirosaki Shizuru. He lives in Sakuraseu and he's also a well-known novelist. He will be your neighbor from now on. Chihiro covered her forehead since she was too embarrassed to look at Shishio's eyes. The main reason was that because weird, she had heard that he had gone out to find material for his novel, but she didn't expect him to come back so soon. I see. Shishio didn't show excitement nor sadness, his expression was calm, but then he looked at Chihiro in pity to know such a person. You don't need to be afraid of him, although he's a pervert, he's still a good person. Chihiro reluctantly explained to Shishio that there was nothing to be feared since even though Shirosaki was a pervert, this guy was harmless. Ah. Watching Chihiro-san say that kind of thing to me while looking at me in contempt, I am really pervert. Shishio could only describe this person with one word and at the same time, he knew that this guy was also of the same origin as both Chihiro and Rui, but at the same time, he was wondering whether there were a lot of characters that he had seen in his previous life in this world. Shirosaki-kun, this guy is my nephew. He has just taken his entrance exam for the high school that is affiliated with Suimei University of the Arts. He will also live in Sakurasu in the next few years and he will be your new neighbor. Chihiro watched Shirosaki stand up from the ground and walk toward Shishio to introduce himself, after all, both of them would be neighbors who lived in Sakurasu. Hello, my name is Shirosaki Shizuru, please get along with me in the future. I hope you can stay away from me. Shishio looked at Shirosaki who flushed in excitement and felt his body tremble. He didn't even hide his disgust and looked at him in disdain. Ah! This kind of gaze looks at someone as if it is garbage. As expected, you're great. Shishio held his head and felt a headache when he thought that this person would be someone who would accompany him for 3 years of his high school life. He suddenly thought that it was better to rent an apartment in Tokyo later since he wasn't sure whether he could stay in Sakurasu for a long time. The 3 people entered Sakurasu and after they changed their shoes at the entrance, the sound of footsteps came from the corridor on the left, and a girl with a pink dress came out. Shishio looked up and saw a young woman with light orange slightly curly short hair, very delicate makeup, and slightly shorter than Chihiro. He didn't need to guess and could tell that this girl was about to go out. Shishio also felt that he had seen this young woman somewhere, but after all, it was hard to tell when an anime character suddenly turned into a person in reality. He glanced at Shirosaki, and suddenly remembered that both of them should be coming from the same origin. Oh, Chihiro-san, did you just come back? Where did you go? The young woman asked and secretly glanced at Shishio curiously. Today, I accompanied my nephew to take an exam and he was the one that I have told you about before. You should just go back, right, Watanabe? Are you going out again? Chihiro looked at the young woman who was about to go out again and it seemed that she was accustomed to her behavior. Yes, there's a party tonight, and is he your nephew? The young woman looked at Shishio with a beautiful smile. Shishio, who had changed his shoes, also looked at the young woman, although, she looked quite beautiful, he felt that there was something wrong with this woman. It felt like she was wearing a mask or something. Hello, my name is Shishio Oga. I will be staying in Sakurasu from now on. Please take care of me in the future. Hello, my name is Sayaka Watanabe. Please take care of me in the future, Oga-kun. Looking at her sweet smile, Shishio was sure that a lot of guys would be attracted by her in an instant, however, he had seen a lot of beauties in his life so he didn't see anything special on Sayaka however. Shishio didn't expect that this young woman was included in his target either, and at the same time, he felt that his luck was very good since from the early morning until now, he had met a lot of targets. Yes, Watanabe-san. Just call me Sayaka, Oga-kun. I have heard from Chihiro-san that her nephew would live in Sakurasu, but she never told me that she had such a handsome nephew. Sayaka looked at Chihiro and complained. If he's this handsome, please tell me sooner, Chihiro-san. Although her words and voice made her seem to be very cute, and as long as someone saw her, they would have a good impression, Shishio knew that there was something wrong with this young woman. Shishio, don't be fooled by her and she might look beautiful, but in truth, this woman is. Ah! Sayaka quickly covered Chihiro's mouth as soon as possible. What are you talking about, Chihiro-san? Oh! Look at the time, I am going to be late. I will leave first, see you tomorrow, Oga-kun. When Chihiro seemed about to say something, Sayaka quickly charged toward Chihiro and interrupted her immediately, carrying her handbag, and rushed out of the hallway. Shishio looked at Sayaka's back and had to admit that even though this woman might be a bit weird, he was grateful that she had given him a reward from the system. She might seem cute, but I must remind you Shishio that you must stay away from her in the future. She isn't as simple as you see, do you remember? Looking at Sayaka, Chihiro once again warned Shishio, and even though she knew that there was a hidden secret on Sayaka, she couldn't tell Shishio about that matter and could only tell him to stay away from her since she was afraid that Shishio would be seduced by Sayaka. In truth, Chihiro knew that Shishio was a very hot stock or a blue-chip candidate for a husband candidate, considering how well off his family was. She was sure that if Sayaka knew about Shishio's family condition then that woman might try to seduce him so she needed to warn Shishio to not get close to Sayaka. Shishio smiled and said, "You're afraid of me being seduced, Chihiro-ne? If so, you don't need to worry since I have told you before that my aunt is the most beautiful, right?" Chihiro snorted but showed a smile. Humph. You and your mouth, be sure not to say such a thing in front of other girls, alright? And don't be a playboy. Shishio only nodded obediently, though, he wasn't sure what his aunt would do after she knew that he had lost his virginity last night. Well, let's go to the kitchen and put your ingredients in the fridge. Don't forget to put your things in your compartment. I am so tired today, so I will go back and rest first. See you tomorrow. Chihiro then yawned and motioned him to do his own thing since she wouldn't accompany him. Take a good rest, Chihiro ne. Waving her hand, Chihiro left before entering her room. Shishio then walked toward the kitchen to put his things in the fridge. However, there was one person that was left on the scene and being disregarded by everyone. Ah! This kind of play is great. Shirosaka's face was flushed and his body twisted in excitement. 18. Today, should be my lucky day? Shishio entered the kitchen then looked around, wondering whether he could see other tenants, but it seemed there was none. Shishio then walked toward the boys' fridge that was located on the opposite side of the kitchen. It was a plain white fridge with double doors. From the appearance alone, it seemed that the fridge was new and there was no strange smell at all after he opened it. He could tell that it was often being cleaned, but he felt that it was normal since this place was a place where people kept their food and ingredients were, so it needed to be cleaned regularly. Shishio put some of the ingredients in his compartment inside the fridge and left some of them on the kitchen table since he was about to cook his dinner. Shishio had received Japanese cooking mastery so he would cook Japanese food for his dinner. He took rice, thinly sliced beef, onion, carrot, potato, snow peas, dashi, mirin, soy sauce, sake, and sugar. The thing which he would cook today was a very simple dish which was known as nikujaga. It was said that whether someone could become a good wife or not would be determined by how delicious their nikujaga was cooked. If his nikujaga was good, then should he be qualified as a wife too? Shishio didn't think that he would become a wife nor he would become a household husband in the future, but he hoped that his wife would be good at cooking so he could enjoy a warm meal every time he went back from home. Washing clean the ingredients, he started to cut the ingredients so it would be cooked faster and it could absorb the seasoning better. In truth, Shishio knew that Japanese food was very simple. Unlike some countries' food that was full of spices as a seasoning, the seasoning of Japanese food was very simple and there were only 5 main seasonings which were soy sauce, dashi, sake, salt, and sugar. With those 5 seasonings, it could easily cook any Japanese food. Well, there was also message that could umami taste on the food, but he wouldn't use it for his dinner since it was unhealthy. Even though there wouldn't be any problem with consuming a small amount of message, after mastering Japanese cooking mastery he felt disdain toward an artificial seasoning so he didn't use it, but he had to admit that message was a great invention since, with just a small amount of it, anything could become delicious. It could be said that Japanese food was very simple, but because it was simple it was also difficult. The key of Japanese food was to retain the original taste of the ingredients as much as possible, and it was also the reason why the food in the Kansai region was quite light. If someone hadn't gotten used to the taste of the Kansai region food, then they would think that its food was tasteless, but in truth, it was very delicate taste and full of complexity. However, enough of the explanation since after he cut down the ingredients, he put all of them into the pot, according to the instinct that was given by Japanese cooking mastery. He felt with this ability, there was a voice that told him how to make his nikujaga become even more delicious than ever. After he was done with the nikujaga, he quickly washed the rice and cooked it on the rice cooker. After his physical ability was doubled, his food intake also increased so the amount of food that he cooked was quite large. Shishio was waiting for the food to be done and when he knew that it was the time, he opened the lid of the pot where he cooked the nikujaga, however. Shishio was stupefied after he saw a golden light appear from his nikujaga. What? Shishio wiped his eyes and the golden light disappeared. He raised his eyebrow and wondered whether it was an illusion, however. The smell is very good. The smell of the nikujaga was very delicate, but it was delicious and it permeated through the kitchen. Shishio could smell the smell of beef, potato, carrot, onion, seasonings from his nikujaga, and somehow, he suddenly felt that he was standing on the beautiful farm where he raised cattle and planted various vegetables. Shishio was wondering why he suddenly felt that he had become the player in the HRVestMN game. Let me taste it. Shishio then took a small bowl to do a taste check by putting a small amount of nikujaga on the small bowl. Ding! Shishio knew that the rice was ready so he put down his bowl to check his rice. He opened the rice cooker and he was welcomed by steam. He caught a whiff of the smell of the freshly cooked rice and it made his appetite unbearable. In his mind, he wanted to eat the nikujaga and the rice together as soon as possible. However, when Shishio was about to take the small bowl that he had prepared before, a small hand stretched out from under the other side of the kitchen counter, toward his small bowl. Shishio wanted to stop that hand, but... Wait. Ah! Hot, hot! Shishio knew that the nikujaga was very hot and he wanted to stop the person who stole his nikujaga, but it was too late. Shishio looked at the girl who jumped out from under the kitchen counter. She was dressed in the uniform of the Swime University of the Arts affiliated high school. She had short brown hair and a bust that exceeded the standards of the female high school students. Looking at this girl, Shishio somehow had an idea who this girl was. It's hot, hot. But wow, it is very delicious. Hot, hot. How did you make this, Kaoru-kun? Seeing the girl in front of him yelling and screaming, she just stuffed the nikujaga on the small bowl into her little mouth and looked at him as if she had found a treasure. Hello, my name is Misaki Kamiyagasa, a third-year student. Kaoru-kun, I have just met Chihiro Ne before and I have heard of you from her, it is delicious. Looking at Misaki, Shishio realized that this place was full of troublesome people, but at least, this girl was more pleasing to the eyes rather than Shirosaki Shizuru that he met before. Hello, Kamiyagasa-senpai, I am Shishio Oga. I have just moved from Sakurasu, so please take care of me, and can I ask you a question, Kamiyagasa-senpai? Shishio knew that he needed to be polite to the upperclassmen, even though he felt that he didn't need to do so. What is it? I have eaten all the nikujaga, can I ask more, Kaoru-kun? The nikujaga was located on the pot and even though Misaki was a very hyperactive girl and seemed a bit stupid, she wasn't stupid and she knew if she directly took the nikujaga from the pot then her hand would be burnt. Please don't call me Kaoru-kun. My name is Shishio Oga and I have a lot of nikujagas so I can share some with you, but before that, can you wash your hands? Shishio was afraid this girl might have a stomach after eating using her hands. Kaoru-kun. It's Shishio Oga. Shishio felt a bit tired, but he corrected her mistake. Misaki didn't care, her face was full of excitement, and she quickly said, let's get married. Shishio wanted to say something but 19, girl, grab your love. Shishio looked at his reward and then looked at the girl in front of him. Looking at the girl in front of him, if it was someone else, then they would be happy being proposed to by such a cute girl. Unfortunately, he knew that she was joking. Kamiyagasa-senpai, if you have time to sleep while talking, how about you wash your hands first? Don't you want to eat my food? Shishio-kun, what about my proposal? Let's get married. Misaki didn't seem to give up and wanted to marry the underclassman in front of her. Sorry, I refuse. From his observation, he could tell that he shouldn't take any words that were said by this girl seriously. He also knew that even though this girl seemed to be bold, however, she was very pure. How did he know about this? It was on his instinct, and he also knew that this girl also had someone that she loved. If he was a scumbag, then he might as well try to seduce this girl and make her fall for him. He was wondering how was the expression of the young man who loved this girl after he knew that this girl was being stolen by him. Just kidding, Shishio felt that it was too troublesome, trying to make this girl fall in love with him, and she wasn't even his type. Misaki let out a long sigh and said, what a pity, what should I do if I can't eat your delicious food in the future? I will die, I will really die, I don't want to die, so Kaoru-kun, don't get married, alright? Stay with me and cook me a meal for a lifetime, alright? She said while staring at the pot of nikujaga with a drool. She also looked up and had to admit that Chihiro's nephew was very handsome. In front of Misaki, Shishio felt that he was talking to a big child. Kamiyagasa-senpai. Misaki. Call me, Misaki. Well, Misaki-senpai, wash your hands first and I will prepare the dinner. Let's have dinner together, Shishio said calmly since he had received a nursery and kindergarten education mastery. In his mind, Misaki wasn't that much different from those children in the nursery or kindergarten after all. Okay. Misaki nodded without hesitation and washed her hands in a hurry since she wanted to eat the food as soon as possible. On the other hand, Shishio prepared rice and nikujaga that he had prepared before. This time, he tried some of the nikujaga before he served it and he felt that he had a trip to the beautiful village for some reason, that gave him full of warmth, and at the same time, there were also a lot of beautiful girls in farmer clothing there which made him feel a bit speechless. Is it ready, Kaoru-kun? Just call me, Shishio-kun, alright. Misaki didn't answer and immediately ate the nikujaga that had been prepared for her. Don't eat in a hurry or you'll have a stomachache. Shishio felt that he was really taking care of a child at that moment. He also started to eat and in truth, his eating speed was faster than Misaki which made her dumbfounded for a moment before she hurriedly ate or else all the food would be eaten by Shishio. Before long the two emptied all the food on the table. Misaki felt very satisfied since she had never tasted such delicious food before and at the same time, she missed her home for some reason. She patted her stomach and looked at Shishio, who stood up to the sink to clean up the dishes. Kaoru-kun, I will help you. How many times have I told you that my name is Shishio Oga, Misaki-senpai? He, Kaoru-kun is cuter, right? Misaki said with a smile. Looking at Misaki, Shishio was wondering why he felt that he was watching his future daughter for some reason. With the two, they quickly washed the dishes, however, before he returned, his pants were grabbed by Misaki. Kaoru-kun. Kaoru-kun. Promise me to cook my food. Be my private chef. Don't get married in the future. If you can give me 1 billion yen income annually then I will think about it, Shishio said calmly. What? Misaki was dumbfounded and said, then marry me. I don't have that much money. If you marry me then you can cook for me every day. Shishio could feel Misaki's breasts on his legs and as an adolescent boy in puberty, of course, it made his little skyscraper excited, especially when her smell was very good, however. Misaki kept wailing until her chin was lifted by Shishio. Hey! Misaki was dumbfounded and she could see Shishio's eyes straight. Somehow, she blushed and wanted to look away, but... Well, Misaki-senpai is cute, but I am sorry, Misaki-senpai. I can't feel any attraction toward you. Unlike the previous rejection, Misaki didn't think too much, but this time, her pride as a woman was damaged. Why? Misaki looked at Shishio with a dumbfounded expression and asked. Senpai, do you have someone that you like, right? Misaki nodded with a dumbfounded expression since she didn't expect that Shishio could tell that she was in love with someone. But that person has never looked toward you, right? Yes. Misaki was amazed and asked, how did you know, Shishio-kun? This time, she changed how she called him since she was amazed by his words. It's easy. Shishio looked at Misaki and said, if it those shallow boys who are only thinking about sex all the time and can never get a girl, then you can seduce them anytime and they will be happy, but if the person that you like is such a person. He blabbered nonsense since he knew who this girl was in love with. No. Jin is cool and handsome. But he also has a lot of women. Misaki answered subconsciously, but then she looked very sad when she finished her words. She had fallen for her childhood friend, but he had never answered her. Oh, so your crush's name is Jin-senpai, right? Misaki nodded and said, do you have a way to make him fall in love with me, Shishio-kun? She looked at Shishio as if he was a ray of light and hope. Shishio smiled gently then squatted down to match his height with Misaki. He patted her head, but before that, he accepted the patting mastery that he had received before. When Misaki was being patted, she showed a very comfortable expression and she felt that she might become addicted to this feeling. Shishio saw that Misaki's expression was like a dog that was petted by its master, which was quite funny in his mind. Misaki-senpai, let me ask you something. Yes. Have you always been on the attacker's side? Attacker's side? Yes. I can tell that you're the type that loves to show your love to your crush by attacking him restlessly without hesitation, like giving him a flash of panties or entering his room naked, right? And sometimes because of your actions, he must be troubled by you, right? Misaki opened her mouth in surprise, feeling that she had met a love master. Teacher, please tell me how to seduce Jin. Don't call me, teacher, just call me Shishio-kun, alright? If you call me with a weird nickname again then I will leave you now, Shishio said and was about to stand up. No. Misaki quickly hugged Shishio's legs and didn't let him go. I won't call you by your weird nickname, Shishio-kun. Please let me know how to make Jin feel for me. Shishio let out a sigh and said, Misaki-senpai, I think you should change your strategy. Change my strategy? Misaki looked at Shishio curiously. Yes. Shishio nodded and said, you have always tried to think of a method to attack Jin-senpai and make him fall for you, but have you ever thought to make Jin-senpai move and attack you? Hey. Misaki then stood up and looked at Shishio in expectation. Is there a way to make Jin-kun attack me? If there was such a method then she would be very happy. No. Misaki was too stunned and then asked, what? Why? Because I have never seen Jin-senpai. Misaki opened her mouth and felt that Shishio was right. Then what should I do now? Shishio showed a helpless expression and said, you should know that in both love and war, you need to think of a strategy, know your enemy, and know your ally. You should grasp every information around you, then, make him fall for you. Boom. Misaki felt that there was a nuclear bomb that exploded on her head. She then nodded eagerly and saluted. Then I will go to collect all the information about the target, Commander. I am not a commander. But this time, I won't correct you, so go. Grab your love, girl. Yes. Misaki then dashed swiftly to her room, trying to search all the information about her crush and made a strategy to make him fall for her, then attack her on the bed, then marry. Misaki then laughed, thinking about the future, and felt glad that there was Shishio who joined the Sakurasu. Looking at Misaki's back, Shishio shook his head and decided to take a bath to refresh himself. At the same time, why he felt that his situation where he helped the love life of girl was similar to a romance story that he had watched in his previous life, but he didn't think too much since he really didn't have an idea about this silly girl. 20. Writer and Publishing House. Shishio returned to his room and packed his clothes into the wardrobe since he still kept his clothes inside the suitcase. It had been a day, he had been in this dorm after all, so he needed to tidy up his room. After he had done all of that, he went to the bathroom to take a bath. Unlike in the early morning when he was quite busy and in a rush, Shishio knew that there was a quite huge bathtub inside the bathroom. He thought to dip in the bathtub and relax for a while. He also thought to open his reward at that time since he really received a lot of rewards today. Shishio was familiar with the location of the bathroom and in front of the door with blue curtains, with male large kanji letters written on it. He directly opened and saw someone inside. Oh, is it Oga-kun? Are you going to take a bath so late? Do you want to take a bath together? Shirosaki asked with a smile. Shishio knew that it was quite common for the people in this country to take a bath together since Kyoto. He also tried to take a public bath, taking a bath with everyone along with his father in this world. He felt weird at first, however, he didn't have anything to hide and he had a big weapon so he didn't need to feel afraid or anything. Yes, Shiro-san, but let's not get too close to each other, alright? Shishio said politely, but rudely at the same time. Wow! You even ridicule me in a polite way. You're amazing Oga-kun. Shirosaki was very excited at that moment. Shishio pretended that this guy didn't exist and covered his waist with a white towel before he washed his body. After all, he shouldn't enter the warm water pool with a dirty body, right? On the other hand, Shirosaki was amazed when he saw Shishio's body and weapon. He had to admit that Shishio's body was very amazing and it might be comparable to the first-class athletes. Then Shishio's weapon. Shirosaki believed that if those nymphos saw it, then they would flock around him without hesitation. Oga-kun, have you done a sport or martial art? Yes, I have learned Bajikun, Shiro-san, Shishio answered subconsciously while washing his hair. He had received Bajikun mastery before so he didn't lie, though, he really wanted to open this reward right away since, with this skill, he could protect himself and those around him. Wow, Bajikun? Really? That's amazing. As a writer, Shirosaki often did research on various things and of course, he researched martial arts, including Bajikun. He knew that most of the bodyguards for those people with authority in China learned Bajikun, showing how strong and dangerous this martial art was, however. But why did you learn Bajikun? It isn't common to learn such a martial art, right? Even though Bajikun was powerful, it wasn't common to learn such martial arts since most of the people in this country either learn kendo, karate, judo, boxing, etc. Well, there's a dojo in Kyoto. I feel that it is a bit unique so I try to learn and surprisingly I have a knack for it, Shishio said and entered the pool. However, he still put a distance from Shirosaki since the impact that Shirosaki brought him earlier was too big for him. I see. Shirosaki nodded and didn't feel surprised after all it wasn't uncommon for young people to learn something unique and wanted to be special, but if Shishio was able to build his body into this state with martial arts alone, then he knew that Shishio was very powerful. Shiro-san, I have heard that you're a popular writer, is that true? Shishio looked at Shirosaki curiously. He. Shirosaki was a bit embarrassed and said, well, I am not that famous, but I have published several books so I have a name in this industry. Then I will buy your book at the bookstore tomorrow. Shishio was quite curious what kind of book this pervert could write. Hey? If you want to read it then I can lend it to you. Shirosaki didn't think that it was necessary for Shishio to buy his book since he could lend it to him, especially when both of them were tenants of Sakurasu. He also had a good impression of Shishio since this guy was a sadist. Shiro-san, I want to support you as the same tenant of the Sakurasu and if the book is really good can you give me a sign? Shishio asked sincerely. Shishio-kun. Shirosaki felt that his heart was very warm at that moment. But still, if I buy the bulk of your book then ask you to sign all of it, I wonder whether I can sell it double to your fans, Shishio said while rubbing his chin, thinking of a method to make money. Shishio-kun. Shirosaki felt that Shishio was really a natural sadist and very cunning. He wasn't sure why, but he felt that this guy might become big in the future, but he became more excited at that time. I was joking, Shiro-san, but still, I will buy your book tomorrow, Shishio said with a gentle smile. Thank you very much. Shirosaki said without hesitation with a happy smile. But if your book is really bad then I will comment right in front of you without leaving without any mercy, Shishio said. Thank you very much. Shirosaki said with a flush of excitement and thought that this guy was the best. Shishio was speechless and felt that he had enough of playing around. Shiro-san, which publishing house publishes your book? Oh, I published it in Kodansha, Shirosaki said since he didn't think that it was something to hide. What's wrong? Do you want to become a writer? Or do you want to work as an editor in that place in the future? He thought that Shishio was interested in working in a publishing house or became a writer in the future. After all, Kodansha was the biggest publishing house in this country so he didn't think it was wrong for Shishio to have the interest to work in that place. Kodansha, hey. Shishio rubbed his chin and asked, I have read in some articles that Kodansha has a loss in the previous year, right? That's true, but even if that company is at a loss, there are going to be a lot of banks that will lend it money, Shirosaki said, since he didn't think that someone could shake the throne one of the biggest publishing houses in this country. In truth, Shishio very was interested in the publishing house in this country since this country had a unique culture for books, and, even though he had already become a rich man, there was still a gap between him and those people who controlled the lives of millions of people. Then both of them talked to each other for a while, regarding books, publishing houses downturn, and a lot more. After all, unlike, in the past, the glory of the publishing house had long past gone, but even so, this industry was still powerful. When Shirosaki talked with Shishio, he knew for sure that the boy in front of him might really become a big person in the future, and somehow, he wanted to write something at this moment. After both of them had enough, they went out and went back to their rooms since they had something to do. Shirosaki was thinking about a new idea for his book. On the other hand, Shishio was about to open the reward that he had received. Looking at the number of rewards that he received, he felt a bit dumbfounded for some reason since it was too much, right? 21. The Way of Household Husband. Name, Shishio Oga. Body, 16, normal adult has 10 points. Skills, Japanese food cooking mastery, enhanced memory, education knowledge mastery, nursery, kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and high school, padding mastery. Assets, 20,515,000,000 yen, investment company, Voniera chain restaurant, Royal Okura Hotel. Looking at his status panel, Shishio had to admit that he was amazed, and at the same time, he knew that all of those assets were real since he had a certificate as an owner of all of those assets. He took his phone and saw the phone number of his financial advisor. Claudia Hodgins. Shishio closed his eyes and a memory of a tall middle-aged man appeared in his mind. He knew that this person was being employed by the system and his loyalty was without a doubt, but then, he didn't think that it was necessary to call him now since he was still very busy at that moment. It wouldn't be too late to call him until he had settled down everything, especially since there were still a lot of rewards that he hadn't accepted until now. Looking at the number of rewards, he thought for a while and decided to accept the reward that didn't have a relation with martial arts. The first one is... Yes. Shishio then felt a lot of information entered his head again, and strangely enough, it felt very comfortable. He laid on his bed and closed his eyes until the process was over, and as expected, he was capable of talking in various languages on earth from English, Chinese, Spanish, Hindi, Arabic, Russian, Portuguese, etc. Shishio was sure if this skill would be a great help if he decided to become a bureaucrat, though, with all of his assets, it was impossible for him to work under someone. Shishio tapped his temple and thought if he received a programming mastery, then he might as well build those famous websites directly. 2005, April. Shishio closed his eyes and felt that he really needed to talk with Hodgins as soon as possible so he would be able to invest in the most popular online video sharing platform, YouTube, and famous media social, FC ebook. He remembered that YouTube had just started in February, and felt that he should be able to eat 90% of the shares of this company with $10 million. For FC ebook, it might be more expensive, since it had been a year since it was built and it might need more money to get some shares from it, and he also knew very well that he couldn't get as much as shares like in YouTube and F*C ebook's case, but it didn't really matter. Then next year, he should be able to sell YouTube to G Ogle for $1 billion, and for F*C ebook, he didn't need to do anything, waiting for it to go on IPO in 2012. He thought it was a big bargain, thinking for a bit that he couldn't wait any longer, and took his phone to call Hodgins directly. It was only answered for a few seconds. "Boss, have you finally come to Tokyo?" His voice was full of excitement since he had been waiting for his boss to come to Tokyo. The only one who knew about Shishio's identity was him and the executives of the investment company. Even though he was only a young man in his 15, his net worth was something that the majority of people find impossible to reach in their lives. In Hodgins's mind, Shishio was a combination of Warren Buffett and George Soros since most of his net worth was coming from both stock and forex. Yes. However, before he was about to say something. "Then do you want to come to the company? I will pick you up myself. Where are you, boss?" However, when Hodgins was about to continue, his boss's voice stopped him. "Hodgins. Yeah, yes. Calm down, there's something that I want to tell you, so be quiet for a bit." "Yes, please tell me, boss." "I want you to go to California to invest in YouTube and FC ebook. If possible, you should buy as many shares as possible and leave the operation to the founders," Shishio said. "YouTube? F*C ebook? Alright, I will send someone to investigate and invest in that company," Hodgins answered. "Good. So is that all, boss? Don't you want to come to the company?" "No, I'm still quite busy with school," Shishio said. "I almost forgot that you're in high school now, boss." Hodgins let out a sigh and always forgot that his boss was at high school. "Then enjoy your youth, boss. I will help you to take care of the company until you have graduated. If possible, you should get a lot of lovers so you can have a lot of children in the future." Shishio wasn't sure how to answer Hajin's words. I'm going to close the phone and take care of the rest, alright. Leave it to me, boss, Hajin said. By the way, Hajins. What's wrong, boss? Are you married? Of course. I have a lovely wife and daughter, boss. Ah, she's very cute, she's my angel. Shishio quickly stopped Hajins and both of them talked for a while until he promised to visit the company in the future. He put his phone to the side and thought that his aunt's luck was very bad that she hadn't married until now. Sneeze. Chihiro wiped her nose and wasn't sure why she felt very annoyed at that moment. She clenched her fist and felt that she wanted to punch someone now. Shishio then accepted the rest of the rewards from Cooking Mastery, Makeup Mastery, and Cinematography Mastery. The Cooking Mastery was obvious and he knew that he could cook all the dishes in this world easily. The Makeup Mastery was even more amazing since, with his makeup, he could change his appearance to anyone, whether it was another person, elderly, woman, etc. Shishio thought that he really had the possibility to become the best household husband in the world. The only thing that he lacked at this moment was a rich wife, so he didn't need to work in the future, or rather should he find a wife that was good at the business so she would take care of his business in his place. Shishio thought that the possibility of being a household husband wasn't bad at all. However, Shishio rejected that idea after he accepted the Cinematography Mastery, since with this skill, there was a lot of information about how to make a movie, using a camera, giving an effect, making an interesting interaction, acting, etc. on his head. It was so amazing that Shishio felt that it was a pity that he didn't have a movie company. Lastly, Shishio looked at 3 rewards that he hadn't accepted and decided to accept both Bajiquan Mastery and Thunder Breathing. For Enhanced Vision, he really felt glad about the reward since it was better than Enhanced Hearing, Enhanced Smelling, Enhanced Taste, or Enhanced Touches. Unlike those 4 that he mentioned above, the Enhanced Vision wouldn't cause trouble in his life. If he received an Enhanced Hearing, then he might have trouble sleeping. If he received an Enhanced Smelling, then he might smell a disgusting smell from a distance and the smell of girl perfume might be a bit too much for him. If he received an Enhanced Taste, then he might create the best dish, however, he might not be able to eat something peacefully. If he received an Enhanced Touch, then he might have become very sensitive, and this thing was the most troublesome out of 5 senses since he was worried that he might have premature ejaculation because of this ability. However, the Enhanced Vision wouldn't give him trouble since it only made his eyes better. Well, his eyes might be more sensitive to the sunshine, but such a thing was a small matter since, with this ability, he could see something from a distance. Then without hesitation, he received those 3 rewards and closed his eyes, accepting all the information that entered his head. 22. Where's the main protagonist? The next day, Shishio opened his eyes and felt that the world was so clear in his eyes. He knew that the reward from the system was amazing, especially after he received Enhanced Vision. He stood up, then opened the curtain of his room. When he opened the window, he didn't feel that the sunshine was uncomfortable to his eyes, which made him glad. He then looked around and could see a bolt that was about 300 meters away, which made him a bit speechless. Shishio knew that his vision was good, but he didn't expect to be this good. He rubbed his face for a while and felt glad that the Enhanced Vision didn't give a problem to his life. He looked at the clock and the time showed 6:20. Shishio didn't intend to sleep and thought about making breakfast since he wanted to try both Bajiquan Mastery and Thunder Breathing. Even though he had eaten a lot, he felt that he needed more energy since he was afraid to become famished after he had done his exercise. Shishio then washed up his face and brushed his teeth before he went back to his room to clean up. He was living alone and he didn't have a maid or girlfriend that could help him, so all he could do was to clean up the room by himself. After he had finished, he changed his clothes to sport pants and a sleeveless sports t-shirt. In truth, he wanted to try both Thunder Breathing and Bajiquan Mastery right away. However, both martial arts were very dangerous to be done indoors since it might cause damage to his room, especially when both martial arts needed to be done with a very hard stomp and both of the martial arts were focused on speed. In his small room, there was no way that he could perform both of them here. Still, Thunder Breathing is amazing. Unlike Bajiquan Mastery that gave him a mastery knowledge of Bajiquan, Thunder Breathing was something that was coming from a fantasy story, but even if he received Thunder Breathing, he didn't think that he would be able to create a special effect where thunder was emitted from his body when he used Thunder Breathing. But even so, this Thunder Breathing was a powerful martial art. Shishio was also wondering if he could get a katana since Thunder Breathing was swordsmanship and of course, he needed a katana to use it, and based on his understanding, this martial art was. It's a bit similar to Iaijutsu, quick draw sword technique. Shishio remembered that there was a wooden sword in the dorm before and wondered whether he could borrow it. He then walked down to the first floor to prepare breakfast, but then he saw a figure appeared from the left corridor. Listening to the sound of footsteps, a girl that wore a yellow casual t-shirt and black shorts came over. The girl had a fair complexion, short brown hair, and bright violet eyes. Shishio had to admit that this girl was quite beautiful and somehow her appearance reminded him of Rui. However, he knew this girl seemed to have the same origin such as Shiro-san and Sayaka. The girl didn't notice him since she had been reading the book on her hands intently. Shishio was wondering whether the book that she read was very interesting because even though she was walking she kept reading the book on her head. This scene somehow reminded him of the scene of his previous life, however, most of them were holding a smartphone not a book however. Shishio somehow had an idea of who this girl was and at the same time, he raised his eyebrow since this world had become a mix between a lot of stories, but at the same time, he was glad that he didn't become a mangaka or novelist since he was afraid that the characters that he made of his works might appear on reality. Shishio felt that if he wanted to copy the works from his previous life, he needed to check whether the characters inside his stories existed in this world or not. In truth, Shishio was stunned since he didn't expect that he would receive a huge publishing house so suddenly. He also knew the worth of Condasa was very huge and it was also a privately owned company. Even though it might have been a loss in operation last year, having 67% shares of the company had made him a billionaire. On the first day, he received a system, he received 500 million yen, on the second day, he received 20 billion yen, and on the third day, his net worth should reach 100 billion, right? Shishio felt a bit dumbfounded at how fast he gathered his assets, however, he was already numb with the system and he knew the speed at which he gathered his assets should be slower later on since if wanted to get more rewards in the future, he needed to do that kind of things with the target that had been chosen by the system since the loophole of the system was already useless. Shishio didn't want to become a scumbag so if he wanted to become richer then he needed to think about how to increase his assets without the help of the system. Hello, you're... Just when Shishio was surprised by his reward and thought about his future, the girl, who walked out of the corridor, stopped since she noticed him standing alone at the entrance of the hall seemed to be in deep thought. Shishio quickly woke up and greeted the girl. Hello, I am Chihiro-sensei's nephew. My name is Shishio Oga. I have just arrived at Sakurasu 2 days ago, nice to meet you, and please take care of me. In truth, Shishio wanted to greet the girl first, but the reward that he received was so rich that it made him stop for a moment. Oh, Chihiro-ne has mentioned you before. My name is Ritsu Kawai. Nice to meet you too and please take care of me, and lastly, please don't stand in the middle of the hallway since it will disturb someone's path. After Ritsu finished speaking, she didn't wait for his response, turned around, and left directly. For a moment, Shishio thought to push her down to the ground and slapped her butts in place of her parents after she said those words, but his heart was as vast as the Pacific Ocean so he should forgive her, especially after he had received a huge reward because of this girl. Shishio then shook his head and wondered why the main character of the story fell in love with such a girl. He knew that this girl was quite cute and beautiful, but that was it. There were a lot of beautiful girls after all, and there was no need to chase after a girl with a strange personality. Shishio then wondered where the main characters of the stories that he had seen in his previous life since he hadn't seen them since he came to Tokyo. He knew that there were 2 main characters based on the people that he had seen in the past few days, he didn't mind the one that fell with Ritsu Kawai, however, the other one that had the same origin as his aunt, he felt that boy was very troublesome, especially when his relationship with the heroine was very toxic. Shishio then decided to go to the kitchen, someone called out his name. Oga-kun? What are you doing here? 23, bicycle. Good morning, Oga-kun. What are you doing here? Shiro-san appeared from the entrance of the courtyard, sweating profusely. Looking at this pervert, Shishio didn't expect this guy to get up so early. When he thought about Ritsu that he had seen previously, he was wondering how 2 stories could be mixed into one. Shishio also had to admit compared to Ritsu, his impression of Shiro-san was bigger since this guy's character was unique or rather this guy was the most perverted guy that he had ever seen, however, he also had to admit even though this guy was a pervert, he was harmless. Good morning, Shiro-san, I am about to go to the kitchen to eat something. By the way, you sure wake up so early. Shishio thought of Sayaka, Shiro-san, and Ritsu should be from the same origin, and there should be more people with the same origin in the future. Even though he had to admit that those people were quite weird, they were harmless and didn't cause harm or something so his life in Sakurasu should be alright, right? Oh, I couldn't sleep last night and I remember there was an abandoned bicycle in the courtyard before so I wanted to see whether it could be repaired or not. I have repaired now, so Oga-kun can go to the school by riding a bicycle later. Shiro-san said with a gentle smile. Shishio had to admit even though this guy was a pervert this guy was very kind. But still, he looked at Shiro-san in surprise and said, oh, thank you very much, Shiro-san. He knew that their relationship had become quite close by talking to each other in the bathroom last night, but he didn't expect him to take care of him this way. Shishio felt a bit guilty when he thought that he had treated this guy quite cruelly last night. Nothing. I love doing this kind of thing after all, and if you have something that is broken and needs a repair, then you can come to me, Oga-kun, I am quite good at repairing something. Shiro-san waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to say thank you and he did this kind of thing because he loved it. Is that so? Can I take a look at the bicycle? Shishio didn't expect the bicycle to be repaired and he was wondering whether this guy hadn't gone to sleep since last night. From the entrance of the hallway, he could see that the sun hadn't completely risen and the sky was quite dark. Shishio then rubbed his shoulders since it was colder than he had thought and he regretted wearing a sleeveless t-shirt in this situation. Following Shiro-san, the two came to the courtyard of the Sakurasuo and they saw a clean bicycle standing in the middle of the courtyard. There were some repair tools and rags were scattered around it. What do you think of this bicycle, Shishio-kun? Don't you think it is great? I have completely repaired it. Shiro-san patted the bicycle seat with quite an excited expression, waiting for his praise. Look! Look, Oga-kun! Can you see this streamlined shape, sporty handles, a comfortable seat that is made from pure foam, and this sturdy carrier rack, even if you let someone sit behind, there won't be any problem at all. Come on, Oga-kun, hurry and try it. From now on, this bicycle will be your golden mount and you can use it to ride toward your youth. Shishio took a deep breath and smiled. When Shiro-san saw Shishio's smile, he also smiled brighter. Thank you very much, Shiro-san, but allow me to refuse. What? Why, Oga-kun? You don't like it? Shiro-san was startled and confused. I don't want to be considered a pervert. Hey? You think too much, Oga-kun. There's no way that you'll be considered a pervert. Shishio silently looked at the red rope on the bicycle's body. Although it was normal there was a rope, it was abnormal to tie the rope in tortoise-shell rope binding. He then looked at Shiro-san and should have never expected something from this man. In the end, a pervert was a pervert. Shishio then looked at Shiro-san as if he was rubbish. Even if someone was a pervert, there should be a limit, right? He also didn't want to be implicated since he didn't want to be called a pervert. Ah! Such a gaze! I really am. Shiro-san then hugged himself with a flush of excitement. Shishio gave up since he knew that this guy could no longer be saved. He felt that it was completely safe to keep his distance from Shiro-san. He then entered the dorm and decided to ignore this pervert since he was sure that this guy was happier that way. He went to the kitchen, leaving Shiro-san and his bicycle alone in the courtyard. He felt quite hungry after his meeting with Shiro-san, and if he didn't meet him in the morning then he should have breakfast at this moment. Shishio looked at the ingredients that he had bought yesterday and thought about making a traditional Japanese breakfast. Even though last night, he had accepted cooking mastery, most of the ingredients that he had bought yesterday were mostly used to cook a Japanese dish after all. Shishio then took some rice and washed it before he cooked it on the rice cooker. He took a salmon fillet and sprinkled it with salt, leaving it aside for a while so the sweat and the smell from the fish would disappear. There were a lot of things that he needed to do from boiling the water, washing the vegetables, making miso soup, etc. Shishio was wondering if he should make a pickle since he felt that it would be good to have one. His tongue suddenly let out saliva when he thought how delicious those pickles were. While cooking, Shishio was wondering how his exam grade was in the afternoon and wondered how well he did on it. He was sure that he would be accepted, but he wasn't sure how his score on this exam was, especially after he had received education knowledge mastery. Shishio then cracked the egg, put it on the bowl, then beat it with chopsticks rhythmically. However, suddenly the door of the kitchen was pushed open from outside, causing him to turn around to see who had entered the kitchen. 24. Not the same favor from before. Oh, it's you Shishio. Good morning, Chihiro-ne. Shishio watched Chihiro who came to the kitchen with a dazed expression and from her expression, he could tell that she had just woken up. Chihiro smelled a very delicious smell and looked at Shishio who prepared breakfast. She then sat down and looked at Shishio's back in a daze. Shishio blanched spinach then put it into ice water before putting it in a bowl and dripping it with dashi. Chihiro wasn't sure, but she felt that this scene seemed to be very warm and she also started to get hungry. Chihiro-ne, do you want me to make your portion of breakfast? Shishio asked. Is that all right? Chihiro asked. Why not? Wait a moment. Shishio then prepared another portion for Chihiro. He put the salmon fillet on the grill and the aroma of the grilled fish permeated through the room. Chihiro held her stomach and gulped. Chihiro-ne, do you want natto? Yes, Chihiro answered absent-mindedly. Natto had always been part of Japanese breakfast. It might be weird for someone who had never tasted it, but after you had gotten used to the taste, it surprisingly had a peculiar taste. Well, Shishio couldn't blame someone if they hated natto since even for some Japanese, they also didn't really like it. Shishio's cooking speed was very fast and Chihiro who watched from the counter seat opened her mouth wide, wondering why some of the foods that were cooked by Shishio were shining brightly. She quickly wiped her eyes and saw that light had disappeared, wondering whether it was an illusion. She was dumbfounded until she heard his voice. Please enjoy, Chihiro-ne. In front of her, there was a typical Japanese breakfast. There was rice, spinach salad with dressing, grilled salmon, Japanese omelette, miso soup, and natto. The aroma alone made Chihiro's appetite increase since it had been a while since she had home-cooked food and somehow it made her want to cry for some reason. Hurry up and eat, Chihiro-ne, Shishio said. Oh. Oh. Chihiro nodded and took her chopsticks, stirring her natto until it was sticky before pouring it on the top of her ice. Shishio also did the same thing. Then both of them started to eat after doing a custom before someone ate in this country. Chihiro took a bowl of miso soup and sipped it slowly. She felt that her stomach and heart were very warm at that moment, and suddenly tears dripped from her eyes. Shishio, who was eating, had to admit that his food tasted very good, however, he was dumbfounded when he saw Chihiro was crying. Hey? Chihiro-ne, are you alright? Why are you crying? Shishio quickly took a tissue and wanted to wipe her tears. When her tears were wiped by Shishio, she woke up and quickly shook her head. I am alright, you don't need to worry since I feel like I want to go home for a bit. In truth, Chihiro didn't tell the truth since when she tasted that miso soup, she felt that she had seen her future family. She was blessed with children and a good husband, having a nice breakfast, but she knew that it was an illusion that made her sad for some reason. Really? Chihiro-ne, if you meet a bastard, then tell me, I will beat him up. Shishio looked at Chihiro with a worried expression, wondering whether she was really alright. You don't need to think too much, let's eat quickly. Chihiro waved her hand and smiled gently. Looking at her smile, Shishio nodded and didn't force her to talk, but inwardly, he was wondering why his aunt was crying. Chihiro then tasted the other food and somehow her body was very relaxed at that moment. As a woman in her 30s, Chihiro had a lot of problems, especially in her love life since she was very desperate at this moment. Most of her friends had married and her big sister also had such a big son, however, she was still single until now. Chihiro also wanted to marry someone, but... Chihiro then glanced at her nephew who was eating the breakfast with gusto, but calmly. She smiled and felt somehow happy when he was here. In truth, there was something that she hadn't told him. In her illusion before, she had married someone, but the one that she married was delicious. Chihiro had to admit that the food in front of her was the best food that she had eaten in the past few years. Even the food that was cooked by the chef in a 3-star Michelin restaurant lost to the food that was cooked by her nephew. Chihiro was completely shocked by Shishio's Japanese breakfast set and without doubt, she really loved it. Is it good, Chihiro-ne? Shishio smiled when he saw her smile when she ate the food that he cooked. It's very good. Chihiro nodded and said with a sigh, if possible, I want to eat it every day. When she thought about her daily life, she mostly ate instant noodles, she really wanted to eat the food that was cooked by her nephew. If you want then I will cook for you, Shishio said. Really? You're not troubled by it? Chihiro was dumb if she refused it. Yes, if I am not busy, then I will cook for you every day, Shishio said without hesitation since he could tell that this woman was very sloppy. Good. Then I am not polite. Chihiro felt that the best thing that she had ever done was to agree with her big sister's request to help her nephew enter high school in Tokyo. She looked at the time and wondered when the announcement of his entrance exam result would be published since she wanted to know as soon as possible. She thought for a while and said, by the way, Shishio, can you do me a favor? What's wrong, Chihiro-ne? Shishio's expression was a bit unnatural when heard the "can you do me a favor?" sentence, but he quickly returned to normal. When I returned last night, I noticed that the sign of Sakurasu in front of the entrance door was a bit loose. Can you fix it for me? There's a toolbox inside the equipment room. You can get your tools there. It's alright, I will do it. Shishio was about to clean up his dishes, but he stopped. Wait. Let me clean the dishes for you. Chihiro quickly stopped Shishio who was about to clean up the dishes and said, you should go and fix the sign of Sakurasu. Shishio looked at Chihiro and nodded. Thank you, Chihiro-ne. Go. Waving her hand, Chihiro watched Shishio walk out and shake her head. It would be great if he was born 15 years earlier and he wasn't her nephew, but a stranger so she could. Shishio walked to the equipment room that was mentioned by Chihiro before. It was dark before so he couldn't see it clearly, but when he entered this room, he could see that the room was about 10 square meters. On both sides were shelves with various tools that were used for various purposes. Shishio noticed that there was a planting tool and wondered whether he should make a small garden to plant a herb and some vegetables such as tomato. However, he wasn't in a hurry and could do it later. Shishio looked at the planting tools and found out that there was no problem if he wanted to plant something later, however, the first thing he needed to do was grab the toolbox inside this room to fix the sign of Sakurasu. It should be this one. Shishio found a blue toolbox on the cabinet on the right, and there was also a toolbox with words written on it. Then without hesitation, he grabbed it and walked to the entrance of Sakurasu. Shishio took a chair and placed it right on the entrance. He had to admit that the scenery around Sakurasu was quite good since there were a lot of beautiful housewives who seemed to walk back from shopping or just talk to each other since they were bored at home. Good morning. Ah, good morning. The housewives seemed stunned and their eyes wide open when they saw Shishio's face and body. Shishio had to admit that he was quite handsome, his face was like Lancelot on Fate series, and his body was quite powerful. He was sure that if he wanted, he could become a little boyfriend of those rich older women. Shishio then put the chair in front and fixed the sign of Sakurasu, ignoring the gazes of a group of housewives and some girls that were walking in front of Sakurasu. If he turned around, then he might realize that there was some drool dripped from the corner of the mouths of those group of housewives. Luckily, Shishio didn't do that and fixed the wooden board sign of Sakurasu since there was a missing nail on the top corner. He could see that there was a cat that was sitting lazily on the top of the wall on Sakurasu, staring at him curiously. When Shishio was hammering the nail, he felt that he had remembered this situation somewhere, but he didn't think too much. Hey, look, this is Sakurasu. Really, this is the legendary Sakurasu where various problem characters have gathered together. Yes, I have heard that this is a gathering place for weirdos. Shishio, who heard their conversation, didn't think that it was wrong since this place was really full of weirdos and he didn't care much. Usually, it would be a female who loved to gossip, but it seemed that this time, it was a male, who gossiped about Sakurasu since most of the females in this place were staring intently at Shishio, who was hammering the wooden board sign of Sakurasu, gulping their salivas and staring at his body intently. Those females felt that it would be great if they were hugged by those powerful arms. It was then that the second floor window was suddenly opened. Bam! 25, who is stronger playboy? Bam! The sound of the window was slammed and someone came out from the window, shouting something incredible. Shishio-kun, you were so amazing last night. At that moment, the people who were moving around Sakurasu stopped and opened their mouths wide. On the other hand, Shishio stared at Misaki and his eyes squinted for a moment. Ah! My body can't live without you anymore. The males looked at Shishio and they looked at him with envious expression, especially when they saw his body. On the other hand, the reaction of the females around were unexpected since they had a blush on their faces and they seemed to be thinking about something. Shishio knew that everyone in this place was weird, but he didn't expect that Misaki who begged him last night would do this kind of thing to him. He frowned and really couldn't think what was inside the head of this girl. Come on, Shishio-kun. Let's fly together into the world of carnal desire. Shishio took a deep breath then turned his head toward a group of people. I am sorry. When everyone was stunned by Misaki's words and thinking that Shishio was a super pervert, they suddenly gathered their attention toward Shishio, who suddenly apologized toward them. I am sorry for the trouble that has been caused by the tenants of Sakurasu, but not all the people who are living in this place are weirdos. Shishio then showed a sad expression and pointed his finger at Misaki, who was on the second floor. When she was a baby, her head hit the floor and caused her to be a bit wrong on her head, so I hope that there's no misunderstanding between us. The advantage of a handsome face was great since it was easy to gather everyone's attention and at the same time, it was very easy to make people believe him, especially those women in front of him. I see. What a sad girl. If you need help, then come to my house, I will help you. Then a group of housewives and girls seemed to feel sad for Shishio since he had to live with a group of weirdos. Thank you very much, then I might trouble you if I really need help, Shishio said with a gentle smile. He talked with the group of housewives and girls to fix the misunderstanding between them, but he ignored the guys since he didn't care since he knew that group of guys didn't have a hobby of gossiping that much and it was more pleasing to talk with a group of females after all. On the other hand, Misaki was dumbfounded since she was mistaken as a girl with something wrong on her head and when she was about to say something again, she saw Shishio glanced at her with a gentle smile, however, when she saw that smile, she shuddered and hid slowly in her room. Shishio was able to successfully save his reputation and at the same time, he had decided not to help Misaki. When Shishio was talking, he was also wondering where the main character of the story was. If I'm not wrong, his name should be Candice Orita, right? If the main character had gone, then what would happen to the main heroine of the story? Shishio had been in this place for at least 3 days, but he hadn't seen the main character of the story. He was wondering whether his appearance made the main character disappear, if so, then he didn't care much since both of them were strangers and he didn't like this main character that much. However, at the same time, he realized that he needed to erase the thought that they were a character from a story, but rather they were a human and he was living with them at this moment. After Shishio had talked with a group of housewives and girls to save his reputation, he said goodbye to them and when he was about to enter the dorm, he stopped when he saw a car that stopped right in front of Sakurasu and the youth wearing a high school uniform of the Swimei University of the Arts affiliated high school came out of the car. The youth had short light brown hair, wore rimless glasses, a handsome appearance, and a temperament that could attract women, though, it was worse than Shishio. Shishio looked at this youth and knew instantly who this youth was, he then glanced at Misaki and she also happened to glance at him and gave him a hurried nod, telling him that this youth was her crush. Shishio looked at the youth in front of him and nodded. He understood that a bad boy's charm was bigger than a good boy's charm. Even though a good boy might be loyal and kind, a bad boy was sought after by most women since they could give a woman a good time, which was why this youth was quite popular. The youth then looked at Shishio and felt a bit surprised, before his expression returned to a gentle smile. Hello, my name is Mitaka-jin, you're Shishio Oga, right? Yes, hello, my name is Shishio Oga. Shishio nodded and said, by the way, Mitaka-senpai, how did you know my name? Even though he had some ideas, he still decided to ask away. Last night, Misaki sent me an email, telling me that a new tenant that is very good at cooking has come to Sakurasu. Jin smiled and said, please take care of me in the future, Oga-kun. Yes, please take care of me too, Mitaka-senpai. Shishio smiled then glanced at the woman that was inside the car. Oh, wait a minute. Mitaka then turned around and kissed the woman in the car before saying goodbye, however. Mitaka-kun, who is that? The woman that brought Mitaka before asked, looking at Shishio with a dangerous light. Mitaka showed a forced smile then talked with the woman for a while. I'll call you again later. Shishio looked at the interaction between Mitaka and the woman, but he didn't say much since he knew how big the pressure of working in Tokyo was and he knew that a lot of women, especially those working women, often felt stressed with their work and they were too lazy to make a relationship with someone since sometimes being in a relationship was also stressful, so they often chose to have a friend with benefits relationship or one-night stand, especially with those handsome men. If Shishio wanted to do the same thing, he could do so, and if he wanted, he could steal the woman that was kissing Mitaka easily. However, he didn't have an interest in this girl and all the women that he had seen before from the group of housewives and girls. He was wondering whether there were no people that triggered his system here, which made him sigh. Mitaka noticed his woman stared at Shishio for a minute, which made him sigh and feel uncomfortable. Even though he didn't love this woman, it felt uncomfortable when your woman stared at another man right in front of you. It was also the reason why Mitaka was a bit surprised, since he didn't expect Shishio would be so handsome and seemed more powerful than him since his body was quite scrawny. He then glanced at Shishio and seemed he didn't care much about him and his woman. Mitaka then said goodbye to the woman then turned around, picking up his phone then made his memo. Let's see, I've got the Racing Queen Suzune-san tomorrow. Rumi-san this weekend after she gets back from work, and she comes back from her honeymoon next week. Mitaka then secretly glanced at Shishio, however, he saw Shishio had gone inside, thinking that he could see Shishio's reaction when he heard all of his appointment with beautiful girls, but it seemed that Shishio didn't have an interest in it. He shook his head and didn't think too much, waiting for another woman to pick him up, however. Mitaka-senpai. Yes, Oga-kun. Mitaka turned and saw Shishio gave him an apple. This. Eat this, even though you're young, your little brother might not be working in the future if you keep using it all the time during your youth, and be careful not being caught by STD, Shishio said such vicious words with a gentle smile. Mitaka's corner of mouth twitched. Then I will go back first, don't thank me. Waving his hand, Shishio returned to Sakurasu since he wanted to test his Bajiquin mastery and thunder breathing. Mitaka looked at the apple in his hand and ate it since he was hungry, and at the same time, he really thought that he really needed to be careful of STD, and when he looked at Shishio's back, he thought that it was better to not stop right in front of Sakurasu in the future, or else his women might be stolen by Shishio in the future. 26. Troublesome Senpai. Shishio saw Jin enter a red sports car and left, but he didn't care much and entered the dorm, however. Shishio-kun. Misaki quickly appeared before him, however. Shishio only walked away without looking at Misaki, ignoring her directly. Don't ignore me. Misaki quickly hugged Shishio's leg and looked at him with tears since she was being ignored. Let go. No. Let go. Misaki looked at Shishio, who was looking at her with an expressionless expression, and knew that she was wrong, so she quickly said, I am sorry. I just want to play around. I don't intend to cause you trouble. She knew that he was angry since she tried to give him trouble. Really? But I feel that you are trying to give me trouble, right? In truth, Shishio felt that this girl was troublesome and he didn't want anything to do with this girl. In his mind, he also realized that all the women and girls that could trigger all his system were all troublesome people, which made him helpless and wanted to get away from them, even though they were beautiful. I am sorry. Please forgive me. Misaki cried and kept hugging Shishio's leg tightly without letting him go. Her legs even moved around from right to left, up and down, like a child that begged their parents to buy them a toy, though, unlike a kid, this big kid had a huge chest which made Shishio's heart soft. Shishio let out a long sigh and said, this is the last time, don't do that kind of thing. Yes. Yes. This is the last time. I won't do this kind of thing again in the future. Misaki looked at Shishio with a cheerful smile and nodded like a chicken. Good. Shishio patted Misaki's head, which caused her to feel blissful for some reason. He. Misaki laughed stupidly when she was patted. Now, let go of me, I can't walk like this, Shishio said. However, Misaki didn't let him go and hugged his leg tighter, then stared at him with a serious expression. You have seen Jin before, so what do you think? How can he attack me? How can you make him fall in love with me? It was the reason why Misaki quickly walked down to the first floor since she wanted to ask Shishio how to make Jin fall in love with her. I just met him for a few minutes, how can I know how to make him fall in love with you? Shishio looked at Misaki with confused expressions. But you have promised to tell me how to make him fall in love with me. Misaki cried out once again and complained. I have never said that, I have only told you to grab your own love and gather the information of your crush, but I have never said that I will help you. What? You lied to me. Misaki cried out once again and tried to pull Shishio's pants since this guy was trying to lie. Let go of me. If you cause me more trouble then I will throw you out. Shishio held his pants and frowned since this girl was too much. What? How can you throw such a cute girl like me? Do you still have a human heart? Misaki looked at Shishio in disbelief. Hey? Where's the cute girl? Where is she? Shishio looked around in confusion. Stupid. 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 Misaki quickly jumped and latched onto Shishio's back, then tried to strangle him, showing how furious she was. Misaki-senpai, as a girl, you should act like one. From the beginning to the end, in truth, Shishio's anger had dissipated, especially when Misaki's breasts had been pressed into his legs before, and at this moment, her breasts pressed into his back which made him a bit troubled to control his little skyscraper. He had to admit that being an adolescent boy was very troublesome since it was quite hard to control himself sometimes. When Shishio thought about his situation, he was wondering whether the main characters of those harem stories had erectile dysfunction since they didn't even show a reaction when those beautiful heroines showed their bodies and done a lot of eki acts together. Senpai, don't you want to make Mitaka-senpai fall for you? I will tell you now so hurry up and let go of me. No. I know that you are going to lie to me again. Misaki's legs were then wrapped around Shishio's waist and her hands tried to strangle his neck. Shishio was very helpless and said, Senpai, I am sorry. I realize that you're a very attractive girl. Eh? Really? Misaki loosened her hands and looked at Shishio from the side curiously. Yes, so let go of me, Shishio said with a helpless expression. Even though he had said that he didn't have an interest in this girl, in the end, Misaki was a very cute girl and her body was also very plump which really troubled him since an adolescent boy in puberty. He was afraid that he might do something wrong even though he was quite good at holding himself back. No. I won't let you go. I will stay like this. Then do what you want. Shishio gave up since he knew that the one that was at a loss wasn't him, but Misaki since her breasts had been pressing at his back. However. Sniff, sniff. By the way, Shishio-kun, your smell is very good, what kind of soap and shampoo do you use? Misaki smelled Shishio's body like a dog since his smell was very good and she liked this smell. This smell was very masculine and it gave her a sense of security. It's my natural smell. Shishio said while grabbing his shoes at the entrance of the dorm since he decided to test both Bajikwan mastery and thunder breathing after this, even though there was Misaki on his back, it didn't cause him too much trouble since she was quite light. Looking at his actions, Misaki was curious and asked, what are you doing? In truth, she was quite surprised since she realized that her underclassman's body was really good after her hand had been touching his body. Misaki wanted to open Shishio's t-shirt to see what was beneath, but she held her urge. I am going to practice martial arts, so can you please let go of me now? Shishio asked. What? Martial art? What kind of martial art? Can I watch it? Misaki was like a curious baby, asking him a lot of questions. In truth, she was just thinking of making a fighting anime, but she didn't have any ideas on how to make it since she had never seen a martial artist besides on television. However, it was a long time ago and she had almost forgotten about it, so when she heard that he was going to do martial art training, she became excited. If you let go of me then I will tell you, Shishio said. I see. Misaki suddenly realized something and said, this is just your trick, right? You just want to get away from me so you try to distract me with something. I know all of your plans. Your disguise has been uncovered by me, Detective Misaki. She then showed a proud expression as if she had won something. Yes, great, you're right. I just want you to get away from me now, Shishio said without mercy. Misaki then cried again and complained. Shishio-kun is cruel. You're a devil. Misaki then whined like a child again, holding Shishio's body while moving around, however, his body was like a mountain and it couldn't be moved at all. Shishio let out a long sigh again and wondered why he met such a troublesome senpai. He then ignored Misaki and walked to the courtyard that was located in the middle of the dorm since he was about to try his martial art now. When Misaki saw the change of expression on Shishio, she was stunned and looked at him curiously since it seemed that she was watching a samurai or a warrior that had fought thousands of battles for some reason. She wiped her eyes and looked at him again. Is it my illusion? 27. Martial Artist. When Misaki really saw that Shishio was going to practice martial arts, she ran toward her room to bring something back. Don't start first. Wait for me. Misaki quickly dashed after leaving such words. Shishio looked at Misaki's back and wondered what this girl wanted to do. He shook his head and then stood in the middle of the courtyard. He took a deep breath and quickly put the horse stance on his feet. The first thing that he tried was Bajikwan mastery since it was a martial art and he didn't need a weapon to try it, unlike thunder breathing which needed a sword to perform it since it was a sword technique. However, in truth, even without a sword, it should be possible for him to use a thunder breathing since this sword technique revolved around speed, especially the first form of the thunder breathing, and he could also use that technique as a movement technique. But then, Shishio quickly threw all the distractions on his mind and used the Bajikwan mastery that he had received before. Bajikwan is a Chinese martial art that features explosive, short-range power and is famous for its elbow and shoulder strikes. Its full name is Kai Men Beiji Chuan, which means open gate 8 extremities fist. Bajikwan was originally called Beiji Chuan or rake fist because the fists, held loosely and slightly open, are used to strike downwards in a rake-like fashion. The name was considered to be rather crude in its native tongue, so it was changed to Bajikwan. The term Beiji comes from the Chinese classic, the Yujing, I Ching, and signifies an extension of all directions. In this case, it means including everything or the universe. Bajikwan forcibly opens the opponent's arms and mounts attacks at high, mid, and low levels of the body. It is most useful in close combat, as it focuses on elbow, knee, shoulder, and hip strikes. When blocking an attack or nearing an opponent, Bajikwan techniques emphasize striking major points of vulnerability, namely the thorax, trunk of the body, legs, and neck. Besides fists, Bajikwan also teaches an armed martial art which is the saber and the spear. However, Shishio didn't intend to try that now since he wanted to familiarize his body with this martial art first. Swoosh, swoosh. His fists were moving very fast, creating a mirage of several fists appearing, and the sound of fists breaking the air was heard, showing how powerful each fist was. Shishio had to admit that this martial art was dangerous since it always attacked the vital points of someone's body with very fast speed, and it was created to defeat someone in one move. Shishio also had to admit that the uniqueness of this martial art was in how he sent out each of his fists. Even though the distance he sent out those fists was short, with the power of his waist and legs, the added power of each fist became even more powerful. That was also the reason why the training of Bajikwan was emphasized in the lower body. When Shishio was focused on his training, there was one girl who stared at Shishio with surprise. Kawaii Ritsu was thinking of reading her book quietly, but she didn't expect to hear a loud noise from both Misaki and Shishio, who were bickering with each other. She thought to go back to her room, but she quickly sat down in the recreation room once again when she heard that he was going to do martial arts training, since the book that she read at that moment was a novel about a martial artist. Ritsu, who was on the side, was watching Shishio, who was training, in amazement since each of the fists that were sent by Shishio was very powerful and fast. It was so fast that she couldn't see his fists clearly. Ritsu then heard a sound of scratching, then turned her head and saw Misaki, who was drawing something on her book. She looked at Misaki's serious expression and could only shake her head before continuing to read her book. She thought for a while and decided to visit the bookstore later since she remembered there was a new book. On the other hand, Misaki was very serious, drawing Shishio's figure that was doing martial art training. Shishio used various Bajikwan techniques from the fist, elbow, shoulder, knee, feet, etc. He had to admit that besides its power, this martial art was fast, very fast. He also understood why the master of Bajikwan, Li Shuwen's famous quote would be, "I do not know what it's like to hit a man twice," since as the quote said, as long as someone was hit by Bajikwan's techniques then the chance they would wake up would be close to zero. Shishio then rested for a bit and let out his breath calmly. He felt very good at the moment and the Bajikwan mastery was fully integrated into his body. However, he wasn't sure whether he could fully use all of this technique during the fight since he didn't think that he would have a chance to fight someone in the future. The world was so peaceful and Shishio didn't have a hobby to provoke someone. Lastly, as a smart man, it was better to use the brain to have revenge rather than his muscle. When Shishio stopped, he heard a voice from his side. "Why did you stop, Shishio-kun?" Misaki asked curiously since she could tell that Shishio didn't seem tired and she was also wondering whether she could see more techniques. "Senpai, is there a wooden sword here?" Shishio asked. "Wooden sword? You can do kendo too?" Misaki asked curiously. "Yes, I wonder whether there's one." "Wait a moment. Let me get it for you." Misaki then stood up and dashed somewhere. Shishio was wondering where Misaki was going to take a wooden sword, but then before long, she returned with a wooden sword in her hand. "Here." Misaki directly gave the wooden sword to Shishio. Shishio was dumbfounded and asked, "Where does this wooden sword come from?" "It's in the corridor," Misaki said. "Corridor?" Misaki nodded and said, "In the woman's corridor, it is used to smash any man that is going to enter the woman's area. Shishio nodded and didn't say much. Senpai, stay a few meters away from me. Hey? Why? Because it is dangerous, trust me. Shishio knew powerful thunder breathing was, so he wanted to take some precautions. Misaki became even more excited and wondered what Shishio was about to do. Shishio then took a few steps back, then started his thunder breathing. Based on his understanding, breathing styles are swordsmanship forms practiced and taught by the Demon Slayer Corps. Breathing styles makes use of specific and concentrated breath patterns, which increase the user's lung capacity and amount of oxygen in the blood. This increase of oxygen allows the user to enhance their physical abilities and mental concentration, allowing them to fight on par with demons, whose physical prowess surpasses that of the average human. With this breathing styles, his top-class body became even stronger. Shishio then started to breathe, and his breath was so powerful that it was heard by both Misaki and Ritsu, who watched on the side. The way Shishio wielded his sword at this moment was similar to a sword style known as Iaijutsu. Shishio channeled his strength into his legs, maximizing the output of every single muscle and blood vessel in them. Then, first form, thunderclap and flash. Swoosh! Shishio unsheathed his wooden blade, dashed forward at blinding speeds that mimic lightning ripping through the air, and decapitated the opponent. Shishio appeared 5 meters from his previous spot, then looked at the wooden sword in his hand before letting out a sigh, since he could feel that this sword was almost destroyed after he used it before, and at the same time, his feet felt slightly sore, which made him wonder whether his body wasn't powerful enough to use thunder breathing. On the other hand, Ritsu and Misaki opened their eyes and mouth wide since Shishio's speed was so fast. Is that human speed? 2x. It was their thoughts at that moment. Shishio was about to try thunder breathing again, however. Shishio, can you come with me? Shishio, who heard Chihiro's voice, turned around and asked, "What's wrong, Chihiro-ne?" "Your entrance exam result has been announced, so come with me," Chihiro said. "Yes, Chihiro-ne." Shishio walked to the corridor and left the courtyard, following Chihiro to her room. Ritsu and Misaki blinked their eyes before wiping their eyes several times, since they knew that what had happened before was a reality. "Wait a moment, Shishio-kun. Chihiro-sensei. I want to know Shishio-kun's result too." Misaki then chased after Shishio and Chihiro. Ritsu was alone in the room before she stood up and decided to go to the bookstore, since she wanted to see whether there was a book about swordsmanship, kendo, or a samurai, since she was curious about Shishio's kendo style before. 28, test score. When Shishio and Chihiro were about to go to the manager's room, which happened to be also Chihiro's room, Misaki suddenly jumped into Shishio's back. "Wait for me." Shishio's strength was good, so he didn't fall down on the ground when Misaki suddenly jumped into his back, and he also had gotten used to his upperclassman's antics. However, Chihiro frowned when she saw how Misaki suddenly jumped on the back of her nephew. "Misaki, what are you doing? I want to know Shishio-kun's score too," Misaki said without hesitation, since she was curious. If Shishio's score on the entrance exam was too bad, then she would be troubled, since no one would able to help her relationship with Jin. "Your relationship is good?" Chihiro asked unsurely, looking at the two of them, since she knew that her nephew only moved a few days ago. "Yes." "No." Misaki answered yes happily, but Shishio answered no without hesitation. "Hey? Why? Our relationship is very good, right?" Misaki looked at Shishio in confusion. "No, our relationship isn't good, and now, should you let go of me? I am full of sweat, don't you feel disgusted?" Shishio was full of sweat, especially after he had a workout. However, Misaki hugged him without hesitation, which made him troubled, since he felt his body was sticky. "I don't care. I don't care. Our relationship is super good." Shishio was very helpless and looked at Chihiro with a helpless expression. Chihiro looked at Misaki and could tell that this girl seemed to have a good opinion of her nephew, but then, she was curious at how her nephew was able to make this girl who was in love with Mitaka-jin to be so sticky toward him. However, more than that, Chihiro felt uncomfortable at how close both of them were at this moment, but she didn't say much. "Don't bother us, alright? I am going to tell him his entrance exam score." "Hey? Is his score so bad?" Misaki unconsciously asked, then patted Shishio's head. "As your upperclassman, I can't have you be so stupid, Shishio-kun." Shishio didn't say anything, but he stared at Misaki with an expressionless expression, and really wanted to throw this stupid girl into the courtyard. Chihiro could see Shishio's expression at this moment was so bad and wanted to laugh for a moment, but then again, there was something that she needed to tell them first. "Kamiagasa, get down from him." Misaki looked at Chihiro with a stunned expression, then let go of Shishio, since it was her first time hearing such a strict voice from her teacher. "Let's go, Shishio." "Yes." Shishio and Chihiro walked, but then Misaki also followed, but the two of them didn't say anything when this stupid girl followed beside them. "Have you fixed the wooden board?" Chihiro asked. "It's done, you don't need to worry, Chihiro-ne. That's good. Chihiro nodded and opened the door of her room. Go in. Shishio nodded and entered the manager's room. It was his first time to be here, and the room seemed to be about 20 square meters in size, almost twice the size of his room. There was also a traditional kotetsu, blanket table, in the middle. Looking at the empty beer cans and snacks on the table, Shishio could guess easily what kind of life Chihiro usually led. Chihiro-sensei, you should clean up your room sometimes, Misaki chirped. If you don't like it, just get out, Chihiro said easily. Misaki then shut her mouth and sat on the kotetsu and made herself comfortable there. On the other hand, Shishio was looking around Chihiro's room. The overall layout of the room was relatively simple, and there was a long table next to the wall near the window. There were several monitors on it and a picture of various places was displayed on the screen. Shishio could tell that all the angles of Sakurasu should be visible from the monitors. He then put his attention on Chihiro and thought that his aunt should be working as a part-time security guard on Sakurasu. On the monitor, Shishio saw Kawairitsu walking back to the women's area, but he didn't think too much since he didn't think that he would do something wrong in the future. Come on, sit down. Chihiro cleaned up the trash on the surface of the table and mentioned Shishio to sit in her opposite direction. The two sat opposite each other at a kotetsu table. On the other hand, Misaki sat between them while eating a peanut that was left on the table while looking at both of them curiously since the two fell into silence. What's wrong, Chihiro-ne? The way you look at me is weird, is there something on my face? Shishio touched his face and wondered whether there was something or am I a bit smelly? I have just finished my exercise before, so please understand. No, there's nothing on your face nor your body is smelly. Chihiro looked at Shishio as if she was looking at a monster and said, do you know the reason why I have called you? My exam, right? Can you tell me? Shishio had heard that Chihiro wanted to tell him about the result of his exam, but she suddenly fell into silence which made him quite confused. Yes, it did come out, I just received the result. Chihiro nodded to Shishio. Oh, how is it? I should pass the exam, right? Shishio understood the reason why Chihiro's expression was a bit weird, but from her expression, he could tell that he should be passed and he shouldn't be failed. However, why was her expression so weird? Pass. Chihiro was wondering whether Shishio was pretending, after all, that when she received the result, she thought that there was some mistake, so decided to check it again. Is Shishio-kun's score so bad? Did he fail? Misaki asked curiously. Misaki-senpai, do you want me to fail so much? Shishio asked, but the corner of his eye twitched, hearing Misaki's question. His score shouldn't be bad and he was sure of it. He was confident in his answer and he didn't think that he would fail, then there should only be one answer. Shishio pondered and asked calmly, did I receive a perfect score? Misaki looked at Shishio with a dumbfounded expression before she laughed and slapped his shoulder several times. Shishio-kun, don't be stupid. The exam at our school is very difficult, there's no way for you to be able to get a perfect score. Misaki also had done the entrance exam before and she knew how difficult the exam was. Yes. Chihiro nodded gently and then let out a long sigh as if a great burden had been released from her body. No way. When Misaki saw Chihiro's reaction, she was dumbfounded. Shishio, when I received the score of your test, it really scared me. Chihiro still couldn't believe it before, but she knew that everything was true, and at the same time, she was a bit glad when Misaki was here since she thought her reaction was a bit exaggerated, but when she saw Misaki's shocked expression, she knew that her reaction was normal. When I received your transcript, I thought that it was a mistake, but after I have checked it to the school a few times, I was finally sure that the information that I have received was correct. So I have received a perfect score, right? Shishio said with a smile and thought of this matter as an of course. Misaki and Chihiro looked at Shishio's smile and had to admit that this guy was so handsome when he showed such a confident expression. You. Chihiro let out a sigh and nodded. You have indeed received a perfect score, the result is beyond everyone's imagination. If it weren't for the school's confidence that the test papers couldn't be leaked in advance, and the invigilator's affirmation, and the monitor camera's record video, no one will believe that such a result will appear. Chihiro took a sip of the water on the glass since she suddenly felt her lips were dry. She looked at Shishio and felt that she had overestimated his learning ability. She underestimated him so much. When Chihiro thought about the situation when she asked her big sister about her nephew's situation before, her big sister told her to help him and taught him a lot of tricks and advice for the exam since she had told her his grades were average, but she felt that her big sister was lying to her. If Shishio's academic results were average, then all the students in her school would be idiots. 29. I am not pervert. In my mind, even if you can complete half of the paper, and more than half of those answers are correct, it should be enough for you to pass the exam, but... Chihiro looked at Shishio with complicated eyes since her nephew could get a perfect score for the exam. That low. Shishio raised his eyebrow and felt a bit surprised since he didn't expect that he would be able to pass with only an answered quarter of the questions on the exam. He thought that this country really had a happy education since the standard deviation was too low, right? Yes, it is just that your final grades surpassed everyone's expectations. Not only did you complete all the questions on the paper, but the most outrageous thing was that all of your answers were right. It means that you have gotten 600 points, and second place is only around 350 points, which means, your score is almost twice as high as the second place. Chihiro let out a sigh and wondered whether this kind of score was something that humans could do. If she was given permission, she really wanted to see whether there was a computer inside Shishio's brain or not. Shishio-kun, is there a computer inside your head? Misaki's reaction was even more ridiculous since she stood up and tried to check Shishio's head. Senpai, are you so free that you have been bothering me for a while? Shishio really wanted to throw this girl out, but still, he had to admit that he was satisfied with the score that he received and he knew that with showing his ability in the school, he could use most of his free time to learn about this world more. After all, he didn't want to be one of the gears in society. Shishio wanted to control his own fate, became someone that was capable of ruling a country from behind the scenes, and became the richest man on earth. Shishio didn't have that chance in his previous life before, but in this world, it was possible. But Shishio knew that he could become the richest man on earth if he used his system well, but he was quite reluctant to become a scumbag. You might not have any idea how amazing your grade is, even in the entire history of the Swimei University of the Arts affiliated high school, you're the only one who has received this score, and probably, no one in Tokyo is able to do the same feat as you. You're really a pervert. Even if the group of teachers in the school is also impossible to do this kind of thing, especially with only 2 hours of time, Chihiro said with a serious expression. Shishio-kun, you're really a pervert. Misaki nodded in agreement. Shishio twitched his lips and didn't feel happy that he was being called a pervert. Chihiro felt that she really underestimated Shishio, but then again, for someone who could get 15 million yen in his bank account during his youth, it was very amazing, and it was normal for him to be such a genius since there were a lot of people in this country who couldn't even save that much money in their lives, but this boy could do it easily. Cough. In short, although you haven't enrolled yet, there is no teacher in the school who doesn't know about you anymore, and at night, it is estimated that all the students in the school will know that you're such a pervert. Even today there are a lot of teachers who are trying to grab you and almost made a big fight. You should know that although the students' grades will affect the teacher's bonus, it isn't that much. However, once a pervert like you appears, then it isn't impossible to buy a car with the year-end bonus, so everyone is excited. I feel conflicted about this. Shishio massaged his temple and wasn't sure whether he should feel happy about it since in the eyes of those teachers, he was money. But Shishio rubbed his chin and remembered 2 teachers that could trigger his system. If I have a good relationship with them. Shishio felt that he needed to research his system more and was wondering whether he could get a reward by doing something else other than perverted things. As of now, there is still good news for you. Because your grades are beyond imagination, the management of the school know that they can't let you go, so they decided to exempt you from all tuition and fees, but of course, you must ensure that you will have good grades and be the first in your grade, alright? By the way, they will also provide you with a scholarship of 300,000 yen per semester, isn't that good news? This is really good news, thank you, Chihiro-ne. Shishio didn't lack money, but then again, 300,000 yen was quite huge since most of the people in this country had a salary of around 200,000 yen each month, and he would receive 300,000 yen for each semester, which meant, he would receive 50,000 yen each month without doing anything. It might not sound much, but it was good enough for his pocket money. If it was someone else, then they might use all their time to study to maintain their grade, but he didn't need to do so. Shishio loved money after all, so he was happy about it since he could get 50,000 yen by doing nothing. Okay, that's it, I have to go back to the school to check what is going on. After all the teachers know that I am your aunt. Chihiro thought for a bit and asked, what are you going to do after this? After this? Shishio thought for a while and said, I am going to take a bath and go to the bookstore. Bookstore. 2x. Misaki and Chihiro looked at Shishio with weird expressions, wondering whether this boy was another kawaii Ritsu. What are you doing to the bookstore, Shishio-kun? Misaki asked. Well, I want to buy some books and I have promised Shiro-san to buy his book last night, Shishio said. Shiro-san. 2x. Misaki and Chihiro's expressions became weirder. How can you be so close with that pervert? Chihiro asked with a confused expression. Even if he's a pervert, he's a famous author, after all, I want to know what kind of book that is written by him, Shishio said. Misaki and Chihiro nodded and they didn't feel surprised by Shishio's reaction since they also had that kind of time before where they were curious about that pervert's book. Then I will go back to making my anime. Misaki then stood up and ran back to her room. Chihiro looked at Misaki's back and looked at Shishio. Is your relationship with Kamigusa good? She only realized it now, but she realized that Shishio and Misaki called out each other by their first name, which made her dumbfounded. She was sure that both of them had only met each other yesterday, but how could they be so close? You don't need to think too much about that stupid girl, Chihiro-ne. Shishio felt tired when he thought about Misaki. Chihiro smiled and said, she might be like that, but she isn't bad and she is very talented at making anime. Anime? Shishio raised his eyebrow and asked, she's an animator. Well, you can ask her later, I have to go to school now. Chihiro then picked up her coat and stood up directly from the kotetsu table. She then picked up her handbag and looked at him. Shishio then stood up and said, do you want me to send you, Chihiro-ne? You don't need to, but don't come back too late since there's going to be another tenant who is moving to this place, Chihiro said. Shishio nodded and didn't think too much, the only thing that he hoped was that the people who came to this dorm wouldn't be as weird as Misaki or Shiro-san. Chihiro looked at Shishio, who walked back to his room and raised her eyebrow. She didn't think that Misaki would fall for her nephew since she knew how Misaki was in love with Mitaka-jin, but... forget it. Chihiro shook her head and didn't think too much. She felt strange. She thought that her nephew might date Misaki, however, she felt that Misaki was better to be with her nephew rather than such a playboy, but then again, she was wondering why she felt uncomfortable at this moment. After taking a bath, Shishio changed into a white t-shirt, jeans, and a backpack since he was sure that he might buy a lot of books, especially those that were related to law and taxes. When he was about to go out, he saw someone at the entrance. Hey? Oga-kun, are you going out? Oh, Sayaka-san. Shishio nodded and said, yes, I am about to go out, are you just coming back? He remembered that Sayaka was wearing the same clothes as she wore yesterday. He was wondering if this girl was out for a party all night, however, he didn't feel surprised. He also was young once and he also had gone wild too during his university time. Yes, I just came back. Yesterday, I was dragged by my friend to play for a long time and I was so exhausted. I see, then you should rest now. Shishio could see a faint bloodshot in her eyes and knew that she was very tired. Yes, then I will go back to my room to rest, see you later. Sayaka yawned and felt very tired that she couldn't open her eyes properly. Okay, Sayaka-san, see you later. Shishio watched Sayaka's back, before he put on his shoes, and left Sakurasu. On this trip, he hoped to meet someone that was able to trigger his system. 30. Bookstore. Walking out of the Sakurasu, Shishio remembered that there was a bookstore in the shopping district where he walked with Chihiro yesterday, so he didn't hesitate and walked directly toward the bookstore. Along the way, it was very quiet and there weren't many people that walked around even though he was at the resident area. However, Shishio felt that it was normal since it was in the afternoon and most people would spend their time in their houses or work rather than walking around the street in the middle of the afternoon. Shishio then thought about his plan today, he rubbed his chin and thought to go to the bookstore first, then went to Vanyeria to have lunch. He felt that spending the rest of his time on the restaurant wouldn't be bad, considering there might be some women and girls that could trigger his system on Vanyeria later. In the Vanyeria, Shishio had met 2 girls that could trigger his quest, however, he knew that there should be more girls who could trigger his quest there. He let out a sigh and felt conflicted since with the more rewards that he got, he felt ridiculous for hating the system since he would be lying if he didn't enjoy his rewards, but becoming a scumbag. Shishio felt conflicted at this moment, but he decided to throw that thought away since, at this moment, it was useless to think too much since he hadn't fallen in love with someone after all, and there weren't any girls that he wanted to date at this moment. While walking, Shishio felt that he should use his time in a better way, so he used his time to train his breathing styles better. There are 2 ways to use breathing styles, total concentration breathing, and total concentration, constant. Total concentration breathing, an advanced application of breathing, is a state where a breathing style user inhales the maximum amount of oxygen within a specific breath pattern to raise their physical and mental prowess to their utmost limits. Demon Slayers are often used for brief moments to temporarily boost their combat capabilities to prepare for a decisive attack. Total concentration, constant is a total concentration breathing state during the morning, noon, and night, and even while asleep that advanced Demon Slayers, such as Hashira, can constantly maintain. There is an immense difference in strength, speed, and stamina between someone who can maintain total concentration breathing at all times and someone who cannot. Total concentration breathing might be powerful, but it should be used in critical moments and it wasn't being suitable being used every time. However, total concentration, constant was different since it could be used in daily life. Shishio then didn't hesitate and used breathing styles in total concentration, constant. He let out a breath and he could feel that his body became even more powerful. In truth, Shishio was quite surprised when he received thunder breathing since its origin was the famous work, Kimetsu no Yaiba. However, the ability of thunder breathing wasn't exaggerated and it was still quite normal, considering it was only a martial art. Still, Shishio was very happy about this reward, but he had to admit that it took a lot of energy to maintain this total concentration, constant, so he ended the test shortly since if he continued, he might go famish sooner or later. It took Shishio 15 minutes to arrive at the bookstore and he didn't hesitate to enter it directly since it was quite cold outside. The automatic door was opened, there was no greeting or whatever. Unlike restaurants that greeted their customers every time they entered, a bookstore didn't really need to do that. Shishio entered the bookstore while looking around curiously. When he came to Tokyo, he didn't bring a lot of things and the game on his phone was only a snake which made him speechless. There also wasn't much entertainment and he was also too lazy to play an online game or game console since he felt that it was too backward. Shishio had received a baptism of various games in the past so he didn't show excitement when he saw a retro game, or rather he was bored by it. He felt that he should create his own gaming company in the future since it was a profitable industry, but then again, he was going to do it step by step since nothing good came from being in a hurry. Thinking about his 20 billion yen of assets, Shishio let out a sigh. It might sound like a lot, however, in truth, it wasn't that much. There were a lot of companies that he wanted to invest in and 20 billion yen was too little for him. However, he knew that he had a chance next year since, in 2007-2008, there would be a financial crisis that happened in the entire world. Shishio was going to use that chance to make a lot of money, but then, he knew that it wasn't the time now and what he should do at this moment was to learn more about this world since there might be some difference and something development might be different from the timeline of his original world. Shishio looked around until he walked toward one of the staffs of the bookstore. "Excuse me, do you have a book about law and taxes here?" "Ah, yes, if it is about law and taxes, it is over there, please follow me." Shishio followed the staff and walked toward the section of law and taxes. He had to admit that Gainakuniya bookstore was a very great bookstore and based on his understanding it should be the biggest bookstore chain in Japan. "Thank you very much." The staff only bowed his head slightly, smiled, and left. Shishio had to admit that the service was very good, but he didn't waste his time anymore and checked the books about tax and law on the corner, reading its title one by one. The thing that he was glad about was that he had received a language mastery. Most of the Japanese words were written with kanji, however, the previous Shishio Oga was in his third middle school after all, so there were still kanji words that he didn't know. However, it was normal, considering there were tens of thousands of kanji words in the world, and his language mastery solved that problem and he could read his book with ease. Shishio looked at the book intently, but he could notice a lot of people, especially girls, were glancing and looking at him from time to time. However, he ignored them since they couldn't trigger his quest. Shishio had a feeling that his future wife should be someone that was able to trigger his quest. It wasn't because he was greedy about the rewards that he would receive from the system, it was just that even though the girls that triggered his quest had a weird personality, every one of them was beautiful after all. Shishio's face flushed slightly when he thought about Rui, but then he shook his head since what had happened between them was just one time and probably, both of them might not see each other again. Shishio shook his head after picking up some books about law and taxes. He didn't buy much since he knew that it would take a long time to read it and it was so thick that it was very troublesome to bring it back. Shishio then went to search Shiro-san's book after he asked the staff. He also asked whether this author was popular, but unexpectedly, that masochist pervert was quite popular that the bookstore prepared special shelves for Shiro-san's book. He was even more shocked when he learned that Shiro-san also had won a Nakutagawa prize. Shishio looked at the shelves with complicated expressions. He looked at the various books and decided to choose the one randomly, but when he was about to grab the book, another hand happened to touch his hand that grabbed the book. Looking at the hand that touched him, he could tell that it was the hand of a girl. "Hey!" Shishio and the girl turned to each other and looked at each other for a while before the girl realized her action. "Ah, I am sorry." The girl quickly bowed her head with a flustered expression. "No, you don't need to worry that much, do you want to buy this book?" Shishio asked, and he didn't expect that his luck would be so good since 31, girl in days. Shishio observed the girl that seemed to be very flustered after she touched him. He didn't think that this girl felt disgusted after touching his hand, but rather she felt very embarrassed. However, Shishio had to admit that this girl was very cute, and at the same time, she was very refreshing since almost all the girls that he met were quite weird. The girl had dark green hair that was styled in a bob cut with her bangs covering much of her forehead and olive green eyes. She had a petite body, but her body height was average. In his impression, she was like a cute rabbit that was shy about her surroundings, making him want to bully this girl somehow. However, Shishio wouldn't bully her and he was also glad to meet her since he received a quite rich reward. "Do you want to buy this book?" Shishio chose this book because there was only one book left. In his mind, if there was only one book left, this book should be fairly popular, right? So it didn't mean that he wanted to buy this book that much since he could buy a different book as long as it was written by Shiro-san. "No. No." The girl said in a quiet voice and shook her head hurriedly, causing her fluffy hair to shake around. "You were the one who took the book first, so The girl knew that Shishio had taken the book first and she was too late, so she decided to give up on the book, but then again, she felt slightly lost since she also wanted to buy that book. Do you like this author? Hey! The girl looked at Shishio curiously. I am just curious about this author since he has a special shelf in this bookstore, but if you like this book then you should get it since I can buy another book, Shishio said and directly put the book on the girl's hand before looking at the shelves again, wondering which Shiro-san's books that he should buy. The girl was at loss, looking at the book in her hand, and looked at Shishio who was minding his own matter. She wanted to give this book back, but she wasn't sure what to say since she felt that she might be rude, and at the same time, she really wanted to buy this book. When the girl was thinking about what she should do, she heard his voice again. You like this author, right? Do you have a recommendation on which book I should buy? Shishio asked. Ah. Yes. The girl quickly nodded and looked at Shiro-san's book before choosing almost all the books on the special shelf. This Winter Rendezvous is an amazing book. And this Spring of Birth is giving me a lot of memories of. Shishio, who was on her side, was wondering whether this girl told him to buy all Shiro-san's books, which made him speechless, but he had to admit that this girl was very cute, especially those clear eyes that were full of excitement when she explained all the books which were written by Shiro-san. The girl seemed to be nervous and brought a number of books in her hands. There were a lot of books on her hands that her little hands started to tremble since she took too many books. Ah! The girl couldn't handle it anymore and let go of all the books in her hands since it was too heavy, but then another hand grabbed her hands, so the books on her hands didn't fall down on the ground. When she let out a sigh of relief, she heard a voice and also realized something. I know that you want to recommend me a book, but you should be careful, alright? Shishio looked at this girl with a helpless expression. The girl lowered her head in blush since she was too embarrassed. At the same time, she looked at the strong hands that held her hands at this moment. She wanted to say thank you, but she was too embarrassed since their hands were touching each other. The girl's face was very red and she was very shy at that moment, but she encouraged herself to say thank you to him. Tha. Thank you, the girl said stutteringly. No problem, Shishio said with a gentle smile. Shishio then helped to take some books on the girl's hands so the same incident wouldn't happen once again. Looking at Shishio who helped her, the girl seemed to make up her mind and said, this book, you should buy this one. Shishio looked at the book that was chosen by the girl and nodded. Then I will buy this one, thank you. No problem. The girl smiled and seemed to be satisfied when she heard Shishio's response. This author is very funny and all the books that he has written are very interesting. Really? When Shishio thought of Shiro-san, he felt weird for some reason. Yes. The girl quickly nodded and explained what was so interesting about this author. Hearing a girl talking about Shiro-san happily, Shishio raised his eyebrow and wondering what would happen when this girl met her favorite author. He was wondering if she would be disillusioned or would she embark on the path of pervert. Shishio was very curious. No. Shishio threw that thought away, wouldn't say anything, and decided to keep silent since he didn't want to destroy the dream of this girl. The girl talked happily until she realized something. Ah. I am sorry. The girl bowed her head again and her face was flustered. When I am talking about a book, I get very excited. It's all right. Shishio waved his hand and said, when someone tells what they love, it is normal to be excited. He looked at the book and said, and since you have said this book is interesting then I will buy it, thank you. No problem. This time the girl smiled brightly at Shishio, happy that he could accept her recommendation. Then I will go now, bye. Shishio said thank you with a light smile on his face then left the girl. He had to admit that this girl was quite cute and very innocent, but then again, when he thought that he would get a reward when he defiled this girl, he felt a strong resistance in his heart, but he also had an urge to get to know this girl as soon as possible. Shishio felt that his heart was in contradiction, so that was why he decided to get away as soon as possible. Ah, yes. The girl nodded and looked at Shishio's back for a while before letting out a sigh since she felt that she had caused a lot of mess and at the same time, she felt slightly lost, wondering whether he thought that she was quite weird for talking about books excitedly before so he left so shortly after he got the book. The girl quickly shook her head then walked towards the cashier to pay for the book. Shishio had brought quite a lot of books and thought that it was time to go back. He was about to pay for his book, but then he met the girl that had recommended Shiro-san's book to him before and he could tell that she was troubled for some reason. What's wrong? His voice attracted the girl and she let out an exclaim when she saw him. Ah, it's you. Shishio then glanced at the girl, the wallet in her hand, and the cashier. He understood instantly what had happened and nodded. He then put all the books that he had brought to the cashier and said, I will pay for her book, can you count all of them? Ah. The female cashier was startled, but then she nodded. Yes. She then glanced at Shishio and then the girl, clearly showing an envious gaze. The girl also noticed the female cashier's gaze and blushed instantly. Her white face became as red as an apple and she wasn't sure what to say for a moment. Before the girl said something, the cashier said, the total is 12,400 yen. Shishio didn't say much and paid for all the books without hesitation. Can you separate this girl's book? Ah, yes. The female cashier became even more envious of the girl. Looking at Shishio who could take out all of that money without hesitation, she knew that this young handsome man was rich, but why was he looking at this girl, not her? The girl was at a loss and she really didn't know what to do at that moment, but then, she felt something on her head that caused her to look up. What are you in a daze for? Here's your book, Shishio said with an amused expression. The girl blinked her eyes in a daze, but then her hand was pulled by him gently and she saw him put the book in her hand. I will leave now, next time if we meet again by chance, let's talk about more books, alright. Waving his hand, Shishio left and felt that, giving that girl a book was too cheap since he received a private hospital because of her. Growl. Shishio touched his stomach and decided to go to the Vanyeria, but... Wait. Shishio turned his head and saw the girl before. Wait for me. The girl ran with all of her might before she stopped in front of him. She caught her breath and felt very tired, but then she looked up and said, Thank you very much. Shishio took a deep breath and wondered whether this girl wanted to be bullied by him so much since she came to him even though he had tried to get away from her. I want to repay you. 32, is this restaurant alright? Looking at this girl again, Shishio said, you don't need to worry about it. No. I must repay you, the girl said with a determined expression. Then do you have the money? Shishio asked. The girl opened her mouth and was stunned. She blinked her eyes and said, I will pay you later. She didn't have too much money in her wallet and it was because of that she couldn't pay for her novel in the bookstore before. Then if we meet again, you can pay me later, Shishio said with a smile. The girl quickly nodded, but then she quickly shook her head since she realized that there was something wrong. What's wrong? Shishio asked. How can I pay you? The girl asked. If we meet again then you can pay me, right? Shishio said. But what if we can't meet each other? The girl asked. Do you want to meet me again? Shishio said with a mischievous smile. Ah. The girl blushed and she became flustered. She wasn't sure what to say and quickly became confused since she felt that if she said yes it felt that she had confessed to the boy, but in truth, she wanted to meet him again. You don't want to meet me again? Shishio asked with a sad expression. I want to meet you again. The girl quickly said and loudly, but then because of that a lot of people gathered in their direction and looked at her with a thoughtful expression, thinking she was so bold. Her nature was very shy and she didn't know what to do at that moment. Shishio was helpless at how shy this girl was and quickly brought her somewhere while ignoring the gaze of everyone on the street since they were a stranger after all. The girl became even shyer when she was being protected by Shishio, but it felt comfortable. Are you alright? Sorry for trying to tease you before. Shishio said. You have been teasing me. The girl showed a dumbfounded expression. Shishio smiled and said, yes, your reaction is too cute. I can't help but bully you. You. The girl wanted to say Shishio was a bad guy, but she knew that he was very kind since he was very patient with her and even bought her book before. She looked at him for a while and asked, WH. What's your name? Me? I am Shishio Oga, what about you? I am Miu Ashihara, Miu looked at Shishio again and wondered whether he was a university student since she felt that he was very mature, but she felt that his face was very young so their age should be the same, right? So should he be in high school? Miu wanted to ask a lot of questions, but she wasn't sure where she should ask and whether she was bothering her. What's wrong? Shishio was wondering why this girl suddenly looked at him with this expression and he was wondering why the more she saw her the more he wanted to tease her. Miu was very shy and it seemed that she wanted to say something, but she was too embarrassed to say it. Do you want to exchange phone numbers or an email? Shishio asked jokingly. However, Miu quickly nodded and said, yes. Shishio looked at this girl and somehow suddenly felt afraid that she might be fooled by some scumbags in the future. He took his phone and said, then let's exchange our phone number and email. Yes. Both of them exchanged their phone numbers and emails quickly. Then I will leave you first Ashihara-san, Shishio said since he really had a hard time holding his hunger and an urge to bully this girl more. Ah, yes, Oga-kun. Miu quickly bowed her head and waved her hand. Next time, we meet don't be that nervous, alright. Shishio smiled and left while waving his hand. Yes. Miu nodded with a smile. Bye, Ashihara-san. Bye, Oga-kun. Looking at Shishio's back that slowly disappeared, Miu then looked at the email and phone number of Shishio on her phone with a smile and at the same time, she thought that she should talk with him better when they met again in the future. Welcome. Shishio looked at the fake elementary school student in front of him and said, is there a seat for one person? Ah, yes. Please follow me. The waitress seemed to remember Shishio since this guy was a bad guy that had asked whether she was an underage girl or not. However, she had to admit that this boy was handsome, especially when she could see that there were a lot of girls in the restaurant that were staring at him. Guest, you're so handsome. The waitress said, telling what was inside her mind with a smile. Thank you, you're also very cute, Shishio said with a gentle smile. Ah. Thank you very much. The waitress lowered her head with a blush. Unlike when her underclassmen told her that she was very cute all the time, the cute on Shishio's mouth was different, which made her shy for some reason. Shishio didn't think too much, however, the people in the restaurant thought differently, especially the staff inside the restaurant. In the pantry of the Vonyarea, there was one boy that wore glasses, looking at his upperclassman that was blushing and shy when she talked with the guest. He clenched his fist and gritted his teeth, seemingly unable to accept that his daughter was blushing because of a stranger. What the hell is that guy? Is that guy a lilicon? When those words came out from the mouth of the boy, everyone in the pantry looked at this boy with an expressionless expression. Aren't you the lilicon? Takanashi-kun, not everyone is a lilicon like you, a young man with blonde hair and a long bang that covered one of his eyes said. What do you mean by that, Sato-san? I am not a lilicon. I am a minicon. The boy whose name was Takanashi complained. Well, if you're curious, you can ask Tanshima later, a young man with blonde hair and a long bang that covered one of his eyes whose name was Sato said. When both Takanashi and Sato were talking to each other, a young man with short blue, stared in the direction of Shishio with a thoughtful expression. Is there something wrong, Suma? Sato asked. Nothing. Suma smiled and shook his head. Then I will order steak and curry rice, Shishio said. The waitress seemed a bit surprised by Shishio's order since it was quite a lot, but she quickly nodded and thought that it might be normal since Shishio was a grown-up boy. One steak and one curry rice, and what kind of drink do you want to order? Is there a warm tea? Shishio wasn't in the mood to drink soft drinks or artificial juice after all. Yes. The waitress nodded and wrote down Shishio's order. Then please wait for a while. Shishio nodded and took out his book, waiting for his order to come. When the waitress returned to the pantry, Takanashi quickly came toward her. Senpai, are you alright? Hey? What do you mean? The waitress looked at Takanashi with confused expressions. I mean, your expression seems to be wrong when you're with that boy, Takanashi said with a serious expression as if a father that had caught his daughter was dating someone secretly. Sato, who was in the kitchen, also stretched his head out, listening to their conversation. What? The waitress quickly shook her head and said, I only said that the guest was very handsome. Takanashi and Sato looked at Tanshima, then the name of the waitress, then looked at each other before looking at the purple long-haired boy that flirted with Tanshima before. Even though they hated to admit it, this guy was really handsome, but at the same time, they felt very worried. Looking at Tanshima, they felt a bit worried that she would become an adult earlier and they might lose the innocent Tanshima. Ah, yes, this is his order. Tanshima said with a cute smile. Looking at Taneshima's smile, they knew that there was still time and they could still save Tanshima. Only Suma looked at the direction of Shishio with a thoughtful expression. Shishio was reading his book quietly, but then he heard the voice of a middle-aged woman that sat nearby him. Hey, the air conditioner in this place is so hot, can you do something about it? Shishio looked up and saw a middle-aged woman complaining to the tall woman with neck-length hair, grey eyes and a slim figure. He could see that she was wearing a different uniform from the waitress and knew that she should be a manager of this restaurant. Shishio nodded and had expected that he would receive a reward, however. Then get out and burn the fat on your body so you won't feel hot anymore, the woman said without hesitation to the middle-aged woman. Shishio opened his mouth and stared at the woman with a speechless expression. Is my restaurant going to be alright? 33. Scary system. After the manager said something rude, not only Shishio, but the middle-aged woman seemed to be in a state of disbelief, staring at the manager. Shishio already knew about the story that was related to this restaurant, but watching it on the screen and watching it from reality was different things, especially when he was the owner of this restaurant. Shishio was afraid that his restaurant might be shut down sooner or later because of this woman, however. I'm sorry. Please excuse us. The fake lowly waitress that had helped him before and one boy quickly grabbed the woman manager and apologized to the middle-aged woman. Somehow Shishio let out a sigh of relief and knew that the two of them were working so hard because the manager of this restaurant was such a useless woman, but then again, he felt a bit grateful to this woman since he had received a reward from the system because of her and he also didn't have an intention to fire her, considering he might come to this place from time to time and without that woman, this restaurant wouldn't be complete and there might be a chance for her to give him more rewards. Shishio thought to use this restaurant as his hunting ground for reward, and he knew that there was still another girl that he hadn't met. After all, as long as he met a heroine in this restaurant, he would receive a reward from the system. However, when Shishio was staring at the boy and fake loli that pulled the rude manager away. What? Shishio wasn't surprised by the reward, but rather it was because the person that triggered his quest was a male. What? What is this? Shishio's complexion turned pale and looked at the boy with glasses who dragged the rude manager to the pantry. No. 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 Shishio lowered his head and covered his pale complexion with his long hair and hands. He didn't want someone to see his expression at that moment since he was sure that his expression would be very ugly. The system tells me to target a male. Shishio felt sick for a moment, but then he quickly shook his head and thought that that boy with glasses might be a female, but she had a hobby of wearing male clothes. That's right. Shishio decided to escape from reality when he thought that a male could trigger the quest, since there's no way, right? No, I need to ask her, him. Even though Shishio knew the boy with glasses might be the protagonist in this restaurant, he needed to make sure and ask that boy's real gender first, since there might be a change when he came to this world. Then, as expected, the boy with glasses came to the middle-aged woman and apologized for the rude actions of the manager of the restaurant. He also brought a cold drink for the middle-aged woman, apologized, and hoped that she wouldn't take the manager's action accountable. Both of them talked for a while, then the boy with glasses also brought Shishio's order since he wouldn't let him talk with his sweet and cute upperclassman anymore. Here's your order, the boy with glasses said politely and put Shishio's order on the table gently. Shishio nodded since, unlike the manager, the waiter and waitress in this place were quite good, even though there was one that had always brought a katana and the other one had a small height that could easily be mistaken her as an elementary school, but overall service of this restaurant was quite good. Excuse me, can I ask you something? Shishio asked directly. The boy was a bit surprised, but he nodded. Is there something, guest? Was the woman that talked rudely before the manager? Shishio asked curiously. Ugh. The boy seemed to be staggered when Shishio asked this question, and for a moment, he thought that it was better for Shishio to ask a question about Tanshima rather than the manager that talked rudely before, but he quickly apologized and bowed his head. I am sorry for our manager's actions, please don't think too much about her actions since she won't do it again in the future. Looking at the boy's reaction, Shishio was satisfied and said, it's all right. I am just curious since it is my first time seeing a manager of a restaurant that scolds her customer. Haha. The boy could only laugh awkwardly and didn't know what to say for a moment. Takanashi-san, was it? Shishio said while looking at the name tag on the boy's shirt. Yes, that's my name. Takanashi nodded and said, if you have any problems please tell me, I will do my best to help you. He thought that it was better for him to handle Shishio since he didn't want Tanshima to have that much of a relationship with Shishio. It might be because of his instinct as a father that told him that Tanshima might be tarnished and become an adult very soon if he let Tanshima get close to Shishio. There's one more question, but I hope that you don't get angry, Shishio said. Please tell me, Takanashi said with a serious expression, and from his expression, anyone could tell that he wouldn't allow Shishio to get close to Tanshima no matter what. You're a boy, right? When Shishio asked that question, Takanashi suddenly turned in shock, before his expression turned very unnatural, but in the end, he smiled politely and said, what are you talking about, guest? Of course, I am a boy. If you have any problems please tell us anytime. He left directly since he was afraid the secret that he had kept hidden would be opened and known by everyone. When Takanashi escaped and felt scared that his secret might be known, Shishio on the other hand was in shock. Shishio knew that Takanashi was the protagonist in this restaurant and Takanashi also had a huge secret. He felt conflicted when he thought about Takanashi's secret since it seemed that the taste of the system was broader than he had thought. Shishio knew that Takanashi was often dressed as a girl during his childhood time on the story, and he also knew from the story that Takanashi also often dressed as a girl during certain occasions, especially when it was related to the heroine of the story. A cross-dresser can also trigger the system. Shishio was in shock, but rather than feel disgusted, he felt scared of the system. Being a scumbag was one thing, and even if he knew that being a scumbag was very bad, it was several times better when he thought that the system might also accept a boy as long as that boy was cute and resembled a girl. Shishio took a deep breath and calmed himself. He felt very scared at that moment, and the only thing that he was glad that the system didn't force him to do something to the target. If he was forced to attack a cross-dresser, then he was sure this book might have directly been thrown away by the readers. But, why didn't it react toward Mida? Shishio quickly shook his head and had goosebumps on his entire body. He took a deep breath and calmed himself before he decided to eat since he wanted to forget the things that had just happened. In his mind, nothing happened and the system was only triggered by a heroine from certain work that appeared in this world, nothing less, nothing more, that's all. Shishio came to that conclusion before he started to eat while checking his rewards since the rewards from the system were quite amazing. 34. Cute Manager. Shishio had decided to walk out of the dorm after the entrance exam yesterday, but he didn't expect that he would receive 3 rewards right away. Looking at the 3 rewards, Shishio decided to accept all the rewards directly since his rewards weren't a skill but rather an asset. Yes. Shishio chose without hesitation, and a lot of information entered his head. He also received certificates and a driving license. He didn't take out the certificates, but rather he took out the driving license and looked at it curiously. Shishio knew that someone needed to be in their 18 to have a driver's license for the car and 16 to have a driver's license for a motorcycle, but in an instant, he received 2 of them easily even though he was only in his 15. Shishio knew that there should be cars and motorcycles inside the private parking building that he received before, though he wasn't sure how many cars and motorcycles were there. What about the hospital? Shishio knew how profitable a hospital was, but he didn't expect that he would receive one, especially when he saw the location of his hospital. The price of land in Tokyo was very pricey, especially in the 3 central wards of Tokyo, which were Chiyoda, Chuo, and Minato, and his hospital was located at Minato Ward, which made him speechless since it felt so surreal. Shishio held his head and knew that even if he didn't work all of his life, it was alright since with his net worth, it couldn't be consumed by him alone until he died. Shishio realized that the system had told him that even if he didn't work, it was alright, and it told him to be a scumbag, leading a happy life with his girls, which made him speechless. Shishio massaged his temple and felt a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Being a scumbag is a great thing. However, suddenly a voice came to his mind, and he remembered the time he did that with Rui, his chest tightened, and he quickly shook his head. In the end, Shishio threw away all the useless thoughts on his mind then checked the shooting range that he received from the system. Shooting range. When the information about shooting range entered his head, Shishio felt strange since he didn't expect that he would have a maid, and inside this shooting range, there were a lot of illegally hidden weapons. There were a lot of firearms inside the shooting range, from sniper rifles, bazookas, machine guns, assault rifles, grenades, etc. In a country where a firearm was being banned, it was a crime to keep a firearm. However, with the identity of his grandfather, he didn't need to worry too much. But then again, rather than thinking about his grandfather, it was better to think about his maid that was being placed on the shooting range. Roberta. Shishio murmured that name and felt strange since he didn't expect that his maid would be the one that held the moniker of a killer robot from the future. It seemed that the previous Shishio Oga and his grandfather met Roberta by chance in Osaka and decided to work her as a maid, but because of her clumsiness, he decided to place her on the shooting range that he owned. Shishio felt quite strange, but he didn't intend to meet his maid since he didn't have a house in Tokyo and he was also living in a dorm. Even though his maid could live in the dorm, he felt weird about it, and it would also be quite inconvenient. Shishio rubbed his chin and wondered whether he might be able to get a house or an apartment, but when he was in deep thought, suddenly he heard Taneshima's voice. Please stop it. What's with this midget? Do they let grade school kids work here? Shishio frowned when he saw a group of young men gathered around Tanshima and bullied her, but when he was about to help her, the rude manager scolded the middle-aged woman and said, Sir. Bam. The manager directly kicked the stomach of the young man and said, Sir, violence is very problematic. Not only the group of young men that bullied Tanshima, everyone in this place was startled by her words. However, Shishio looked at the manager with interest. He looked at the name tag of the woman and nodded. Her name is Shirafuji Kyoko. Hey. You can't kick the customers. Get the manager. The friend of the young man that was kicked by Shirafuji shouted and wanted to complain to the manager of the restaurant. Do you need anything from me? Shirafuji asked. The group of young men were startled and looked at Shirafuji in shock. Is there a manager that dares to kick the customers? I am never coming back here, you stinky hag. Shirafuji glared at the group of young men, and from her eyes alone, they could tell that she wanted to kill them. The group of young men felt fear and quickly retreated while screaming like a defeated dog. Shirafuji didn't chase after them, but she grumbled and felt annoyed being called a hag by them. You haven't paid. Tanshima wasn't sure whether she should chase them or not. Don't worry about that, Tanshima, Shirafuji said calmly. Shishio didn't do anything and observed them for a while, wondering what would happen. When he thought about what Shirafuji would do, Takanashi came while bringing a red cell phone in his hand to Shirafuji. Shirafuji directly took the cell phone and used it to call someone. Takanashi, who was on her side, was scared when he thought that Shirafuji wanted to call the police and wanted to stop her since it would be troublesome if this situation turned bigger, but... Hey, did you see those guys that just left? Get all their cash and bring it here, Shirafuji said. What? Not only Takanashi but Shishio was also dumbfounded. Shirafuji closed the cell phone while patting Taneshima's head. You don't need to worry. I've got some pretty convenient subordinates. They'll get it clean and fast without making a scene. Don't worry about it. In her mind, that group of young men had already died since they dared to mock her as a hag. Shishio sat down and calmly listened to Shirafuji's words. He then decided to take back his prejudices against her since he felt that she was useful as a guard in this restaurant, and it might not be related, but he felt that this manager was quite cute for some reason. Shishio held his head and wondered how he could have such a thought. He shook his head and decided to order more since he felt hungry for some reason. Sorry, can I order more? 35, poor Kenji. Ding. Chihiro, we're going to eat sukiyaki tonight, remember to buy some eggs, shiitake mushrooms, scallions, and some green vegetables. The new tenant has arrived and we're going to hold a welcoming party, so remember not to be late. Shishio, who had just walked out of Vanyeria, looked at the message that was sent by Chihiro on his mobile phone. He shook his head, put his mobile phone in his pocket, then walked toward the supermarket to buy some ingredients. Shishio looked around and recalled the place where Chihiro had taken him before. He then walked towards the direction of the supermarket and at the same time, he was wondering who the new tenant was. Shishio looked at the cabbage in his hand and knew that it was picked before it matured. He put the cabbage back and chose another cabbage. This is not bad, the color is beautiful, and the condition is relatively fresh. Although it will lose its freshness in 2 days, it will be eaten tonight, so it doesn't really matter. Shishio picked the cabbage from his basket then looked for other ingredients. The harvest time is quite long, but it should be alright since it is a mushroom, and the maturity level is good enough, so let's pick this. This one is good. Shishio picked the scallions and put them into his basket. The egg information doesn't show the degree of maturity, but there are still 8 days before it loses its maturity, so there shouldn't be any problems. Well, that's enough. Let's just pay the bill and leave. Shishio looked at his basket and knew that he had bought all the ingredients that were told by Chihiro to buy. He knew that nothing was missing since he had an enhanced memory, so he didn't need to check the message on his mobile phone twice. Shishio was about to go to the cashier to pay for his goods, but he heard someone cry and realized that someone was right in front of him. Hibiki, watch out! Shishio saw a tan-skinned teenage girl directly bump into him when she didn't see him right in front of her. He was about to catch her but... Boom! Shishio felt his chest being slammed by a sledgehammer when this girl bumped into him, but he quickly gritted his teeth and calmed himself by using the breathing technique before catching this girl with his arms so she didn't fall down on the ground. Shishio let out a sigh of relief when he had caught the girl before she fell, but he had to admit that his chest was hurt since he didn't expect the girl that crushed him would have so much strength. Are you alright? The teenage girl looked up and then stunned when she saw Shishio's appearance. Shishio also looked at the girl and observed her appearance. Like what the author mentioned before, this girl had tan skin, average height, and long blonde hair styled in 2 high ponytails. Sorry. Shishio realized that his actions were rude and quickly let go of his hands that were hugging the girl. No. No. I am alright, thank you very much. The girl blushed and lowered her head since she was very shy at that moment. Hibiki, you stupid. You need to watch where you walk. The friend of the tan-skinned girl quickly reprimanded her since this girl slammed into someone. She then grabbed the head of her friend and bowed while apologizing. I am sorry for her. No, it's alright. It is also my fault for not seeing my surroundings. The girl then looked up and became stunned when she saw Shishio. Shishio also looked at the friend of the tan-skinned girl. Unlike the one that crashed into him, this girl had also had a tan skin and average height, but she had brown hair styled in a bun. Her body was also very toned, slim, and athletic, showing that she took care of her body very well. Are they Kiru? Shishio thought, but then... Shishio was stunned, but then, he quickly calmed himself and said, if you're alright, then I will leave you too. You should be careful, next time, alright? Ah, yes. 2x. The 2 girls nodded with dumbfounded expressions while watching Shishio, but when he had left the 2 of them had realized a big mistake. Ah. Why didn't I ask for his number? 2x. The 2 girls became very frustrated at this moment. They had to admit the young man that they met before was their type and he was also very handsome, but it was because of that they couldn't maintain their calm and had been staring at him all along. Ah. 2x. The 2 of them were very frustrated since they knew that it was their chance to get a boyfriend, but they missed it. Even if they couldn't date each other immediately, it wouldn't be bad to get each other contacts, but they had lost that chance. Hibiki, let's chase after him. Are you sure? I don't want to be seen as a pushy girl. Well, that's true, but... The 2 of them were, after all, coming from an all-girls school, so their experience with an opposite gender was 0, so when they saw someone who happened to be their type, they lost that chance. I hope to be able to see him again in the future. 2x. The 2 girls said at the same time while signing in with regret. Shishio, who had walked out from the supermarket, didn't check his reward immediately but caressed his chest which was in pain. Are those 2 bodybuilders or martial artists? Shishio had to admit that the one with the twin tail hairstyle was very strong, and the one with the bun hairstyle had a very athletic body, so it was normal for him to think that both of them were either bodybuilders or a martial artist. However, the one with the twin tail hairstyle had very incredible strength. Shishio's physical ability matched a top-class athlete, but that girl's strength almost blasted him. If I didn't use breathing technique at that time. Shishio couldn't imagine the consequence, but still. I've received a lot of rewards. Shishio thought to check his rewards after he returned to Sakurasu, and he was glad about his decision to go out earlier, but then, he fastened his steps since he was sure that his aunt had been waiting for him at Sakurasu. Shishio held 2 large plastic bags and looked at the sun that had turned orange, showing that a night would come soon. Shishio walked to the river bank that he and Chihiro had passed by yesterday. The sun was slowly sinking into the distant horizon. The buildings on the other side of the river were illuminated by the light, only showing a black outline from his position, but he had to admit that this scene was very beautiful, especially when the afterglow of the sun painted the surface of the river. Shishio thought this scene was perfect, but there was a back figure that was sitting on the bank of the river, and from her back, he could tell that this figure was a woman since her chest size was so huge. When there was a woman that was sitting on the bank of the river, it should be a beautiful scene, but there were countless beer cans and bottles scattered around which caused this scene to be surreal. Shishio looked at this woman and thought that her alcohol capacity wasn't lost against Chihiro. It's getting dark, but why is there a woman that is sitting here alone with a suitcase next to her? Shishio wondered whether this woman was running away from home. He looked at the back of the woman in confusion, slightly hesitant since he wanted to remind her that it was dangerous to stay there since it was almost dark soon. Shishio looked at the woman and saw her taking another can of beer. The woman, who had been emotionally stable before, stood up excitedly and pulled the ring on her hand forcefully. Observing the woman, Shishio nodded and understood what had happened. In the current situation, the woman was sitting on the bank of the river during sunset, alone, with a suitcase, and a can of beers around her. Then the woman took off her ring forcefully and now, she wanted to throw it into the river, before showing a reluctant action. In conclusion, Shishio could tell that this scene was similar to a cliché romance TV drama where a woman was abandoned by a scumbag. Shishio looked at this woman and could see that she was very heartbroken. He thought to stop her since he was afraid that this woman would do something stupid, but Shishio was stunned and didn't expect to receive another reward, but he decided to ignore it since he was about to stop the woman. However, "You're a friggin' idiot, Kenji. You're the worst. So the name of the scumbag is Kenji." Shishio nodded while watching the woman screaming frantically toward the river silently. There were a lot of people around this time, and he was amazed that this woman could do this kind of thing without caring about the world. "Asshole scum, go to death." Shishio only watched in silence. "When you get married, I'll pretend to be your friend and send you a message that says, 'Remember the good old days when we bought shares of a sex doll?' I bet the girl you chose will prove to be a very thoughtful waifu since she can accept your special hobby of sharing sex dolls with me. As the saying goes, boys turn into men when they get married, but he got circumcised just a couple of years ago, so you better be careful. Kenji, you scum bastard. You will see that I will send that message to all of your acquaintances." Poor Kenji, I feel for you. Shishio couldn't bear to look straight at this moment. 36. Fortunately, Shishio looked at the woman who was swaying by the river and he could tell that she had finished her venting. He was a bit helpless and pondered for a while before he decided to go home since he felt this woman was very troublesome. Shishio had seen a lot of troublesome women, but he could tell that this woman was on whole another level, and he might also understand why this woman was dumped by Kenji. But when he was about to leave, "Hey, be careful." Shishio saw the woman's feet seemed to be unstable and almost fell into the river. Even if this woman was troublesome, she had triggered the system to give him a reward, so at least, he was going to save her. He quickly ran toward her and caught her arm so she wouldn't fall into the river. "This place is very dangerous and it is almost dark soon. You're very drunk now and you might fall into the river, so you should go back." "Hey." The woman turned her head and stared at Shishio. Shishio saw the woman staring at him, and he quickly let go of her hand. "Sorry." He thought that his actions were quite rude since he held her hand so suddenly, which was why she stared at him. Shishio felt weird when this woman kept staring at him. "Is there something wrong? How old are you?" the woman asked. Shishio felt weird about this question, but he didn't see any harm in answering her question. 15. "Hey. I haven't fallen so low that I'll let myself get hit on by a kid." The woman turned away from Shishio with disappointment and disdain and stopped looking at him. Shishio frowned, but quickly calmed himself since he knew how unreasonable a woman was. "I am not hitting you. I am just trying to remind you of the danger and seeing you all right, I will go back." Shishio directly walked back, but woo. 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 To think that I have fallen so far that virgin kid doesn't find me attractive. The woman was crying loudly, squatting on the ground, and covering her mouth with her hands. Shishio thought to throw the woman to the river so she could be sober in an instant, but he held himself. He rubbed his temple and had never seen such a troublesome woman in his life, even in his previous life. Looking at the woman, even though the reward of the system was very delicious, Shishio couldn't bring himself to stay around this woman again and decided to leave. However, he had to admit that this woman was quite beautiful and her boobs were huge. Hey, what are you doing? Shishio couldn't move and saw the woman had grabbed his feet. Let me go. You're so heartless to abandon a beautiful woman like me here. I will let you feel guilty by drowning myself in the river. The woman screamed and struggled crazily. Looking at this woman, Shishio regretted his decision to help this woman. If he didn't meet her, then he wouldn't have to face this kind of troublesome problem. Even a kid can ignore my perfect figure and beautiful appearance, what is the point of living now? Then go and drown yourself. Shishio wanted to complain at this moment since this woman didn't let go of his leg. It was her problem if she wanted to get drunk and jumped into the river, but she didn't need to bring him into this problem and pulled him to the river too, right? Shishio held his pants and looked at this woman who was pulling him to the river, trying to invite him to jump into the river together with an expressionless expression. Let me go. Let me drown. The woman shouted while pulling Shishio's pants. Then you do it yourself. Shishio twitched his lips and felt a bit tired for some reason. If his physical ability hadn't doubled before, he was sure that he would be in the river together with this woman at this moment. Fortunately, Shishio wanted to end this problem as soon as possible so. Okay, when I was walking near the river before I found you really attractive and I was about to hit on you, Shishio said with a monotone voice since he had already given up. He didn't think that he would have any interaction with this woman again in the future and in his mind, he wanted to get away from this woman as soon as possible. Really? The woman gave up the struggle, stopped her hand that pulled his leg, then looked at Shishio suspiciously. But you're so attractive that I think you'd be a bit too heavy for me to handle. Shishio tried to handle this situation in a calm manner, but he had to admit that even if this woman had a sexy body and a beautiful face, it was too troublesome to have her as a girlfriend. Don't call me heavy. Oh. The woman cried harder. Shishio twitched his lips and was about to lend her his handkerchief so she could wipe her tears and snot but... Damn it, don't get too ahead of yourself you a damn virgin. The woman screamed, but she noticed Shishio's expression was quite unnatural and suddenly she fell in shock, then asked slowly, You're not a virgin. Shishio frowned at this question since this woman was so rude, right? Shishio thought for a bit and shook his head. I am a virgin. He felt that it was very troublesome to admit that he wasn't a virgin, so he decided to lie. You really scared me. The woman let out a sigh of relief while caressing her chest. She almost thought that this boy wasn't a virgin and if so, then the damage that she received would be bigger. You should go home, miss. Even though Shishio said that he wanted to get away from this woman as soon as possible, he was still worried if this woman suddenly jumped into the river after all. The woman stared at Shishio in a daze, before she said, I am hungry. Shishio raised his eyebrow and asked, So what do you want to eat? After all, the reward that he had gotten from this woman was very rich so he didn't mind treating her. I really want to eat barbecue, curry rice, gyudon, fried hamburger seat, oyakudon. The woman listed the foods one by one, but then she realized that she had fallen so low that she needed a kid to take care of her. She then decided to leave lifeless while listing the foods that she wanted to eat. Shishio didn't know the reason why this woman decided to leave, but it was good for him, however, he realized that this woman forgot her suitcase. Wait a minute. You forgot your suitcase. Shishio dragged the suitcase and chased after the woman. What? The woman turned toward Shishio and looked at him in confusion, wondering if this kid really fell for her since she knew herself that her charm was very high. Your suitcase, you forgot to bring it. Shishio put the suitcase into the woman's hand and told her to be careful. He was ready to leave this place since it was almost dark soon and he was sure that Chihiro had been waiting for him, so he didn't want to stay in this place any longer. As Shishio was about to turn around and leave, the woman suddenly wrapped her hand around his neck and pressed her big boobs on his chest. You're a very gentle guy. Shishio stared at the woman who suddenly hugged him and smelled a burst of mixed smell between alcohol and perfume. He had to admit that this smell was very unique, and even though this woman was troublesome, this woman was very beautiful so he stuck in place. Even though he had an experience, he was still an adolescent boy and this damn hormone was too hard to control. The woman clung to Shishio's neck and smiled when she saw him in a daze. You're a really handsome, little brother. The woman caressed Shishio's cheek and said, How about it? Do you want this big sister to teach you a lot of things? Hearing the woman's words, Shishio was wondering whether this woman was serious. They had only met each other for the first time and their meeting was very short, but this woman. Under normal circumstances, Shishio should resist and go back, but when he thought about the rewards that he could get and at how this woman was so sloppy at relationships, he was in dilemma. If I do it with this woman, I shouldn't feel that guilty, right? However, Shishio quickly threw away such a thought instantly after a voice suddenly struck his mind. Looking at this woman, Shishio had to admit once again that she was beautiful, but when she thought of her troublesome actions, he also understood why Kenji decided to dump her and marry someone else, since he was sure, having such a woman was more difficult than taking care of the most troublesome pet, right? Thump. A thump noise interrupted the woman's movement, and Shishio was also freed quickly back away from the woman. He let out a sigh of relief and looked at the person behind the woman, since he wanted to see the hero who rescued him. What the hell are you two doing here? The hero looked at Shishio and the woman next to him angrily. Shishio looked at his hero and realized that the one that had saved him was Kawaii Ritsu that he had met in the morning before. It hurts. The woman rubbed her beaten head and looked back. Oh, it is you, Riken. She wanted to get angry before, but when she found out the one that had hit her was an acquaintance, she could only helplessly nod and greet. Shishio looked at Ritsu, and then quickly turned his gaze toward the woman before he turned into a shock. He didn't show it on his face, but this woman who clung to him before, he knew who her identity was, and at the same time, he sighed in relief since he hadn't touched her, since if he really did so, then... Shishio shuddered when he thought about the reaction of his aunt and mother when they knew what had happened. 37. I might be too happy so I receive a karma? Riken, why did you hit me? What's your problem? The woman rubbed her head and looked at Ritsu with a grievance. You really dare to ask me that kind of question? Ritsu stared at the woman with a cold expression and asked, the one who should be asking that question is me, what are you doing here? Shishio, who observed Ritsu's expression, could tell that this girl was very angry, and if she couldn't get a good answer, she might be even angrier. He then glanced at the woman and wondered what this woman was going to say. The woman glanced at Shishio for a moment, before she quickly looked at Ritsu with a sloppy expression. I was gonna be all like, just kidding. Straight out of your fantasies, right? And get him punked. The woman said, full of regret. Shishio stared at this woman and thought that she was really a good actor, since he knew that this woman wasn't joking before, but he needed to pretend to be angry since her words were really cruel. Shishio let out a sigh and had a feeling that this woman was going to be single for a long time. You reek of booze. Are you drunk again, Mayumi-san? Why have you drunk so much? Ritsu held her nose and avoided the woman that tried to hug her with an expression full of disgust. It was all your fault. It's all because you interrupted me so suddenly that you made it look like I was trying to seduce him. In truth, the woman who was called Mayumi by Ritsu almost forgot that she was planning to trick Shishio, since his gaze was the gaze of a man and it made her body weak for some reason. If Ritsu didn't stop her before, then both of them might really come to the hotel together, which made her sigh in relief inwardly, since it was really sad when she thought that she was going to seduce a boy that was almost half her age. Looks like you were making a move on him, right? Ritsu held her nose since she couldn't stand Mayumi's alcohol smell. She let out a sigh, then looked at Shishio. I am sorry, Oga-kun, once this person is drunk, she will start all kinds of madness, so it is safer not to approach her. She really had a feeling that Mayumi was going to attack Shishio before, but she didn't say much and didn't want him to have a bad impression of Mayumi. Thank you very much for your late reminder. Shishio somehow felt that all of his hard work paid off when he had taken the drunk lady before, and he thought that it would be great if Ritsu could show up sooner. Kawaii-senpai, since both of you are acquaintances, then this person is... Shishio had a feeling about who the drunk woman was, but he wanted to make sure of that by asking Ritsu. While waiting for Ritsu's answer, he was wondering how both of them could be so close to each other since their personalities were too far apart, right? Boy, I feel like you were thinking of something rude just now and I want to punch you now. The woman wasn't sure, but she felt that Shishio was thinking something rude about her and it made her annoyed. Shishio had heard that when a woman became older, they became very sensitive, and it seemed that sentence was right. Yes, although I am very embarrassed, this person. Mayumi-san is, indeed. Ritsu said with a face of shame. Hey, the two of you, look here. When Shishio and Ritsu were talking about Mayumi, the sudden shout startled them and they quickly turned their heads and saw that Mayumi, who was just standing by and talking to them, suddenly appeared on the top of the stairs in the riverbank, and sat on the metal handrail in the middle of the stairs. This is very fun. Mayumi rode on the armrest with a look of excitement, playing around. Shishio and Ritsu were in shock since they didn't expect this woman would be so crazy when she was drunk. Mayumi-san, what are you doing? Ritsu looked angrily at Mayumi, who was swaying on the top of the stairs. Hello, everyone. First up, Nishikino Mayumi. I'll do my best to slide down, even if it might give too much stimulation for my crotch. Mayumi said loudly before she started to laugh uncontrollably. Looking at Mayumi, Shishio had decided to give up and knew that when someone had reached a certain age, it was impossible for their personality to change. However, he had to admit that her action was very dangerous, and if she really did what she was about to do, she might receive an injury. Yosh, here we go. Mayumi screamed and started in her position. Shishio was about to go up to stop Mayumi, but he found out that Ritsu dropped her bag, and stood directly at the bottom of the stairs, opened her arms wide to catch Mayumi that was going to fall. Ritsu might look very cold and had no expression when she spoke, but she was a very kind girl. This action caused Shishio to change his impression of Ritsu and thought that this girl was very sweet. Although Shishio was moved by Ritsu's actions, he wouldn't let Ritsu catch Mayumi since he didn't want both of them to get hurt and his strength was bigger and his reaction speed was faster. If he really let Ritsu catch Mayumi, then he was sure that both of them might be knocked down to the river. Kawaii-senpai, I know that you are worried about this drunk woman, but you'll definitely be injured if you really catch her. Shishio then stood directly right in front of Ritsu then smiled gently before saying, let me handle this, don't worry. Ritsu looked at Shishio's smiling face in a daze since he was very handsome under this sunset, but then she realized something and her face suddenly turned red. She directly turned her head and didn't dare to look at Shishio again. Shishio looked at Ritsu with some confusion, wondering why this girl suddenly looked away from him. Is my charm so high? Shishio didn't believe that this girl could fall for him so easily, considering how the protagonist of the original story needed to spend 2 years to make this girl fall for him. Ah, this is kind of scary. Never mind. Mayumi, who was sitting on the armrest, suddenly moved away and didn't want to play anymore since she felt that it was too dangerous. Shishio. Ritsu. I mean, why do I have to do something scary like this? Aren't I having a rough time as it is? This makes no sense. Mayumi then started to sob again and fell into sadness once again. Shishio. Ritsu. Ritsu felt embarrassed since the other party didn't follow the plot at all, and Mayumi directly ignored the two below and talked on her own like how a drunk person was. Shishio didn't feel embarrassed that much and sighed with relief since Mayumi didn't do anything stupid. He lowered his hands, but then he found out Ritsu rushed to Mayumi angrily. He could see that she was very angry and he could only sigh at Mayumi who could make such a cold girl become so furious. Shishio was wondering whether it was karma since his life had been too happy for the past few days. He received the system, the rewards, and also lost his virginity to a beautiful girl. He felt that this was his punishment to have such a happy life, but he didn't care much since it was over. However, when Shishio was about to take his groceries on the ground. Wait, Riken, what are you doing? Ah. Mayumi, who was quite drunk, was chased by Ritsu who was very angry. She tried to move back, but the solace of her high-heeled shoes stepped on nothing and she directly sat on the armrest, directly sliding down. Ritsu, who had lost her composure because she was so angry, didn't expect this situation would happen. She held Mayumi and also followed behind Mayumi, sliding on the armrest. Hey! Shishio turned around and was surprised when he suddenly heard the exclamation of Mayumi and Ritsu, but he didn't expect for both of them to feel from the armrest directly toward him. Shishio quickly used his breathing technique and raised his physical prowess to the limit, enhanced his reaction speed, then caught both Mayumi and Ritsu, but an accident always happened and the knee of Mayumi hit his crotch and the knee of Ritsu hit his nose, however, he had caught the two of them safely. Hey! 2x. Mayumi and Ritsu opened their eyes and were surprised when they knew that they were all right. You two all right? Ah, yes. 2x. Mayumi and Ritsu looked at Shishio, who had a light smile and relief on his face. The faces of the two of them were quickly covered in blush, but fortunately, the light of the sunset covered the blushes on their faces at this moment. That's good, I will put you down. Shishio put both Mayumi and Ritsu on the ground calmly. Mayumi and Ritsu nodded and also stood upon the ground safely. They knew that they were all right because of Shishio and they were about to thank him, but Shishio directly fell on the ground with a pale face. Oga-kun. Boy, are you all right? Shishio's face was very pale and he was full of cold sweat, and at the same time, he thought that no matter how strong he was when he was hit on the crotch, it was still very painful. Shishio then started to feel the pain on his face since his nose was being hit by a knee before and he also noticed blood dripping from his nose. He frowned and didn't think too much about the pain on his nose or his nosebleed, but the pain on his crotch was too much. The power of the women might be weak, but the speed of falling, gravity and weight of the two women increase the power of their knees on Shishio's vulnerable parts so. Shishio heard the scream of Mayumi and Ritsu, but he didn't care about any of that since it was just too painful and he only hoped that there was nothing wrong with his crotch at this moment. If there was a problem then he was going to ask for their responsibility to make his crotch work again. Shishio let out a long sigh then thought that this time, he really received his karma. 38. Unfortunate woman. Inside the recreation room, Shishio was sitting on the floor and his complexion was better. He didn't feel the pain in his crotch and nose anymore, but his t-shirt was a bit dirty because of his nosebleed and dirt from the ground before. Oga-kun, are you okay? Shishio heard a very guilty voice and looked at Ritsu, who was looking at him with worry and her purple eyes were slightly reddened, showing how worried she was. He was wondering how many times Ritsu had asked him this question. He let out a sigh, looking at this girl, and said, "Can you give me a tissue?" "Ah, yes." Ritsu didn't waste time and quickly got a tissue before giving it to Shishio. Shishio took a tissue, blew his nose, and then blood inside his nose came out. He then tried to breathe and felt better since the blood that had blocked his nose was released. He looked at Ritsu, who kept waiting for him with a worried expression, and said, I am all right, you don't need to worry. I see. Ritsu nodded, but she didn't intend to move away. You really all right, Shishio? Chihiro asked in concern. Yes, I am all right. You don't need to worry, Shishio said calmly. I have hit your crotch before, is it really all right? Mayumi asked in concern. Suddenly the recreation room turned into silence and there was an awkward atmosphere around them. Shishio stared at Mayumi and realized why this woman was dumped by her boyfriend. He looked at this woman and asked, do you want to check it? There was another silence in the recreation room since no one expected that Shishio would tease Mayumi. Mayumi was stunned but then snorted. Humph. Let me check it. If it doesn't work, let this big sister take care of it until it works. She was about to stand up in her seat, but... Bam! Chihiro slammed the table and said with a voice of anger. Mayumi, I have already told you not to drink outside. You should know that your alcohol intake isn't good, right? If you don't drink then this accident won't happen. Luckily, my nephew's body is tough, if not the three of you will be in danger. She knew that her nephew was hurt because he saved both Ritsu and Mayumi. If Mayumi hadn't drunk before and had done something crazy, nothing would have happened, so it was normal for her to be angry, especially when she saw her nephew had a lot of nosebleeds before. Ritsu became even more guilty when she heard Chihiro's words, but she wasn't sure what to say and only stayed beside Shishio, who was lying lazily on the floor. But... Chihiro, you're the same as me, your alcohol intake also isn't that good. Mayumi knew that she was at fault, but she felt a bit unacceptable when she was being reprimanded like this, so she talked back and she was going to take responsibility, so her mistake should be forgiven, right? Huh? What are you talking about? I didn't say anything. In Sakurasu, Chihiro had 100% authority. Even if my alcohol intake isn't good, I won't be crazy after drinking outside, let alone knocking someone on the crotch with a knee and nose, and even calling an ambulance. If it weren't for me passing by then, I don't know what will happen. Chihiro was sure that the accident would become bigger if she didn't come before. After Shishio was hit by Ritsu and Mayumi on the crotch and nose before, Chihiro, who just happened to pass by, stopped by Mayumi, who was about to call an ambulance, and then brought him back to Sakurasu. Shishio didn't think too much and somehow he only wanted to sleep right now. Ritsu, you too. You should pay attention next time. You know that Mayumi will always go crazy after she is drunk, so don't rush up toward her alone. Chihiro then turned her attention toward Ritsu. It was all Ritsu's fault. She suddenly hit me. Sorry, then next time, I will throw you directly with a book and let you drown into the river. Mayumi and Ritsu then started their second round of fights. Stop. Stop. Stop arguing. Chihiro looked helplessly at two people who were about to fight again and quickly stopped them. You alright, Oga-kun? Shiro-san was very excited when he heard the story when Ritsu and Mayumi knocked Shishio's nose and crotch. If he was in Shishio's place then he would be very happy. Shishio turned to the side and saw Shiro-san, who was looking at him with a red face, showing an excitement that couldn't be controlled. He looked at this guy with disgust and said, Stay away from me, pervert. Ah. That gaze that is looking at me like garbage. How exciting. Everyone quickly moved away from Shiro-san for a meter, even Ritsu pulled Shishio to stay away from Shiro. Chihiro then thought of something and asked, By the way, Mayumi, I remember that you went on a trip with your boyfriend before, and according to the time, you should go back tomorrow, right? Why did you come back today? She looked at Mayumi with doubt, wondering why the other party returned so early. Shishio shook his head and knew that Chihiro had opened the Pandora box. Mayumi, who was being asked in front of the crowd, suddenly broke down and cried out loudly. You. What? Everyone was shocked when Mayumi suddenly broke out and cried all of a sudden. Chihiro, Ritsu, and Mitaka then glanced at each other and let out a sigh, could guess what had happened. Mayumi-san, don't tell me. Mitaka said helplessly after he looked at Misaki and Chihiro. You. Mayumi wiped her tears, gritted her teeth, and nodded. As expected, they realized what had happened to Mayumi, otherwise, she wouldn't violate the agreement with Chihiro and drank a lot of alcohol outside. Well, Chihiro-sensei, I will go out with Misaki to help with the welcoming party first. Mitaka suddenly felt the situation might turn dangerous, so he decided to escape with Misaki first. After all, the kitchen also needed manpower. So you're alright, Mayumi? Chihiro asked with a helpless expression. It wasn't Mayumi's first time being dumped by a man, so everyone had gotten used to it. Every time it happened, she would do a similar behavior, causing chaos everywhere. Looking at Mitaka and Misaki who had escaped, they also knew what would happen. After all of them had often encountered this kind of matter several times, except for Shishio, who was sitting on the floor since he only came to Sakurasu a few days ago. This morning, I accidentally saw the message on his mobile phone. Mayumi started her story while crying miserably. That guy is cheating on my back and uses me as a spare tire. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. I trusted him so much. Shishio shook his head when he heard Mayumi's cry. Mayumi, your luck with a man is really bad, Chihiro said sympathetically. Mayumi-san, you really don't have any eyesight at choosing a boyfriend, Ritsuo said blankly since she had gotten used to Mayumi who often being dumped by a man. But isn't this boyfriend better, Mayumi-san? Shiro-san looked at Mayumi and reminded her about her several ex-boyfriends. Your previous boyfriend had 3 timings on you, and even before this one also had 4 timings on you, so don't be discouraged, the next one probably alright. He tried to encourage Mayumi in his own way. Shishio had to give a thumbs up at Shiro-san's way at encouraging Mayumi, but he had to admit that Mayumi's luck was very bad since this woman had been only dating a scumbag. You guys are too much. Can you comfort me? After Mayumi heard Shiro-san's words, she became furious. If it was Chihiro and Ritsu, then she didn't care much, but Shiro-san was a pervert, and she didn't want to be looked down upon by a pervert. Mayumi grabbed Shiro-san's collar and shook it very hard, almost making an afterimage. If they were in anime, then Shiro-san would make a tornado already. Can you two stop? Chihiro looked at Mayumi and Shiro-san with a helpless expression. She looked at Shishio and asked, Shishio, can you stand up already? She knew how painful it was for a man to be knocked on his crotch, so from the beginning to the end, she didn't say much when Shishio was sitting on the floor since she knew that his legs were weak at this moment. Well, I should be alright. Shishio nodded and was about to stand up slowly. Oga-kun, do you need help? Ritsuo asked with worry. It's alright. Shishio shook his head then stood up slowly and was already feeling better now. Chihiro then looked at Ritsuo, before looking at her nephew again. If you're alright, then let's go to the dining room since the dinner is ready. By the way, we're having a hot pot. Chihiro smiled then stood up before walking away. Ritsuo glanced at Shishio lightly, she was about to say something, but after a long daze and hesitation, she got up and left. Oga-kun, I haven't introduced myself before, my name is Mayumi Nishikino. I am really sorry for what happened before. I was drunk and lost my mind before, I am sorry. Mayumi apologized and her face was very hot when she thought that she was about to have one stand night with Chihiro's nephew. If Chihiro knew what she was about to do to her nephew, it would be a miracle that she wouldn't be killed. However, Mayumi had to admit that Shishio was really her type. If only he was born 10 years earlier. Mayumi felt regret. It's okay, Mayumi-san, I understand, but please don't do something like that again, alright? Shishio couldn't get angry after he heard what had happened to this woman. He felt that this woman was very pitiful and unfortunate since she had been dumped by a scumbag several times. Even though his crotch was hit before, it already recovered and he also felt better, so let's forget about the past and turn over a new leaf. In truth, Shishio was able to dodge Mayumi and Ritsuo before, but if he did that, both of them would drown in the river and get hurt. At the same time, he also realized that he also hadn't gotten used to the new power on his body after his physical ability was being doubled by the system. Shishio thought that he needed to train his body more to understand the power of his body better. Looking at the interaction between Shishio and Mayumi, Shiro-san smiled and chuckled. Hehe, why don't you two just date each other? He felt that the interaction between the two was similar to the beginning of a love story. The heroine was just being abandoned and heartbroken and the main character was the one that saved this woman. Shiro-san felt that he could use this theme as his new book. Shirosaki. Are you kidding me? Do you want to die? Hurry up and come here, bastard. I will beat you up to pulp. Mayumi was furious, after hearing Shiro-san's words, and pulled his collar out of the room before glanced at Shishio for the last time. Ha ha ha. Shiro-san only laughed excitedly and said, Oga-kun, I will wait for you in the dining room. Before he was dragged by Mayumi, he reminded Shishio first. Shishio only shook his head and somehow he felt a headache, thinking about his future, staying in this dorm. 39, New Tenant. Shishio looked at his messy clothes, there was some dirt and there was also some blood from his nosebleed. It might be because he was wearing a white t-shirt that the stain on his clothes became very prominent. Shishio shook his head and went back to his room to change his clothes since he didn't think that it was suitable to wear this t-shirt for dinner. He took a black t-shirt and changed his dirty t-shirt. Most of his clothes were in single color since the fashion in 2005 was different from his style, so his clothes were quite limited and the clothes of the previous Shishio Oga were quite exaggerated, or rather a costume. Shishio was sure that he couldn't wear those clothes in public. He placed his dirty clothes on the side of his room and decided to wash them later. He also put down his phone and went to the dining room since everyone was waiting, but when he had gone out, his phone vibrated, trying to give him a notice that someone had sent him a message. Unfortunately, Shishio didn't notice it and the sender might need a long time to receive his reply. Miu was laying on her bed and somehow her face was quite red. She recalled her meeting with that boy and somehow it felt like their meeting was similar to the plot on shoujo manga, which made her a bit amazed. Miu took the novel that Shishio had bought for her before and decided to send him a message to meet him again so she could pay him back. She took her phone and wondered what she should write at this moment. Hello, thank you very much. Miu had thought of several messages and had deleted them several times. She wasn't sure why, but she felt very shy until she decided to send the most normal one. EY. Miu let out a long sigh of relief and somehow felt better since her chest had been feeling stuffy before, but when she thought about his reply, she became nervous once again. Nei-chan, what are you doing? Is it a boyfriend? What? Miu was startled and looked at both her little brother and a little sister who were looking at her with a smirk. Mia. Harima. Oga-kun, you're finally here. Shiro-san quickly greeted Shishio when he noticed him entering the dining room. Oga-kun, the sukiyaki is ready, sit down first. Mitaka, who prepared the dishes, didn't ask him to help since he knew that Shishio had just met a disaster. You're late, Shishio-kun. I'm famished, waiting for you for a long time. Misaki complained, but Mitaka raised his eyebrow, wondering how the relationship between Shishio and Misaki was so close that Misaki called Shishio by his first name already even though both of them only knew each other for a day or two. Shiro-san, Mitaka-senpai. Shishio nodded toward both of them then looked at Misaki and said, I have heard that by holding your breath for 10 seconds, you can hold your hunger. Really? Misaki was surprised since she had heard such a thing before. Yes, try it. Shishio nodded and lied without changing his face. Misaki nodded and tried to hold her breath for 10 seconds. They looked at Shishio and Misaki and felt a bit confused, wondering why their relationship seemed to be quite close, especially when she called him by his first name, but they didn't care much since they knew that Misaki was in love with Mitaka. You have changed your clothes, boy? Mayumi asked, looking at him from up and down, and had to admit that this guy was really good looking and her type. Don't you feel sorry for me? Shishio was speechless. I am sorry, Shishio-kun. Ritsuo lowered her head, blushed, and felt very embarrassed when she thought that she was going to stop Mayumi, but in the end, she caused trouble for him. Shishio looked at Ritsuo and wondered how this cold girl could be this cute so suddenly. It's alright, you don't need to think too much, Kawaii-senpai, Shishio said. Ritsu nodded gently, but she couldn't feel comfortable since she wasn't able to say thank you and I am sorry to him until now. What's with that different treatment? Why do you treat Ritsu gently, but rudely at me? Mayumi complained. Shishio didn't answer and sat down calmly. Oga-kun, I have heard that you're so brave today. You caught both Mayumi-san and Riken with your arms safely, even if your nose and your, are hit by them. In truth, Sayaka wanted to see how Shishio had caught both Ritsuo and Mayumi before, wondering whether he was really that strong. Sayaka-san, you're back. Shishio was a bit surprised when he saw Sayaka dressed so beautifully even at home and at the same time, he knew that his guts were right that there was something wrong with this woman. Hey, don't ignore me. Mayumi was annoyed. Chihiro looked at Shishio, who sat next to her, wondering how his relationship with all the tenants, especially the females, was really good. Since Shishio is here, let's eat. If she didn't stop them talking then all the ingredients on the hot pot would be overcooked. Mayumi grumbled, but she didn't complain anymore and started to eat. Shishio nodded at Chihiro's words and also started to eat. Shishio was sitting between Mitaka and Chihiro, and next to them were Misaki, Sayaka, Mayumi, Ritsu, and Shiro-san, but then, he noticed someone who sat between Chihiro and Shiro-san. Oh, by the way, Shishio, you weren't here before, so let me introduce you, this is the new tenant today, his name is Kanda Sorita and he is going to the Swimei University of the Arts affiliated high school this year. Chihiro suddenly realized that she forgot something and remembered that she hadn't introduced the new tenant beside her. Hello, my name is Kanda Sorita. For some reason, I moved to Sakurasu today. Please take care of me. Hearing Chihiro's voice, Kanda Sorita stood up, bowed his head, and introduced himself. Shishio stared at Sorita and felt a bit weird since he thought that this guy wouldn't appear at all. In truth, when he watched the original story of Sakurasu, he didn't have a good feeling for this protagonist, but he couldn't show it, right? Hello, my name is Shishio Oga. I moved 2 days earlier than you. Please take care of me too in the future. Shishio nodded gently, but he didn't stand up since he was afraid all the food would be taken by Misaki. Oga-kun, I heard from sensei today that you're a legendary student who received a perfect score on the entrance exam. It's really amazing. Sorita sat down and didn't think too much when he saw Shishio didn't stand up since he was really amazed by Shishio's scores. He remembered that all of his friends from his previous dorms talked about Shishio, who completed all of the questions on the entrance exam and got a perfect score. Sorita also heard about the entrance exam during his middle school time and knew the difficulty of this exam was enough to cause trauma to anyone who had taken the test. He had heard that there were some exam candidates that had become a shut-in because of the exam. From the beginning until now, no one had ever thought this exam could be completed, even the teachers at the school couldn't do it. Fortunately, Sorita didn't need to take the exam since his middle school was also affiliated with the Swime University of the Arts, so he directly entered the high school without a test, which he was grateful about. Sorita had heard that all the tenants of the Sakurasu were full of geniuses or even monsters. Although most people called this place a place of weirdos or a student with problem character, he knew that everyone in this place was very good at certain areas. On other hand, he was just a normal student, who was being kicked out from the dorm because he kept a cat. Looking at everyone who was sitting at the dining table, Sorita really wondered whether he could live with this group of monsters. When Sorita thought about it, he felt a little inferior. Sorita then glanced at Shishio, who was eating and talking with everyone, and somehow felt a bit jealous in his heart, but he didn't think too much about it and also started to eat, thinking what had happened before was just an illusion since it only happened in a second. Everyone is here today, except for Akasaka Ryunashuk. Mitaka, don't forget to bring Ryunashuk his dinner later. Okay, Chihiro-sensei. Mitaka nodded and only remembered the only tenant that he had never seen in Sakurasu. He looked at Shishio and wondered how his relationship with Misaki became so close and wanted to ask him, but he knew that it wasn't good to ask directly in front of everyone, so he thought that it was better to ask it later when he had a chance. Akasaka Ryunashuk? Is he a new tenant too? Shishio asked curiously, wondering whether this tenant was a female or a male, since if this tenant was a female, then there was a chance for him to get a reward. No, he isn't a new tenant and he has been staying in Sakurasu for a long time. He's a shut-in, so he doesn't come out, but he should contact you through your phone. Have you received it? Chihiro asked, then took a piece of meat and she stuffed it into her mouth. No, I didn't bring my phone, Shishio said. Really? Then. Chihiro was about to say something, but she felt that her phone vibrated. 40. Ryunashuk Akasaka and Kanda Sorita. Chihiro took her phone and raised her eyebrow. Shishio, here is a message from Ryunashuk. After Chihiro said that, she handed her phone to Shishio. Shishio felt weird and looked at the display of Chihiro's phone. On it, there was a message that was displayed automatically. Ryunashuk, hello, Oga-kun, I'm Akasaka Ryunashuk, please take care of me. Maid-chan, hello, I am a Maid-chan, an automatic message reply program that is developed by Ryunashuk Akasaka. Please take care of me in the future. Shishio felt that this guy was so lazy that he asked an artificial intelligence to reply to a message for him, but then, he realized something. Chihiro-ne, this message. Shishio, of course, remembered who Akasaka Ryunashuk was, but he needed to confirm his identity. Oh, that's Maid-chan. Chihiro gulped a beer and said, Ryunashuk is a genius programmer and Maid-chan is a program that is developed by him. Usually, the text messages we receive on our phones are forwarded by Maid-chan. Chihiro took another gulp of beer and didn't think too much afterward. I see. Shishio nodded and had simply given up thinking too much, but he also wanted to meet Ryunashuk, wondering whether this guy was really genius or not, since if this guy was really genius then it would be great if he got this talent when he was still in high school. Yes, Shishio-kun. Ryunashuk Akasaka is super awesome. He never leaves his room, and besides Chihiro-ne, no one has seen the appearance of Ryunashuk. No one is even sure what the gender of Ryunashuk is. Misaka kept stuffing meat in her mouth and explained to Shishio while eating. In fact, she was very curious about Ryunashuk, but she felt that it was better to eat first. Shishio nodded and had gotten used to Misaki's antics, so he didn't think too much, but he hoped for her to swallow her food or else, this girl might be choked. I have also heard that Ryunashuk has also signed a contract with a super multinational corporation as their programmer. Misaka said, then handed a glass of water to Misaki, who was choking and couldn't breathe. He thought that Shishio might not believe Misaki's words, so he explained Ryunashuk's information to him. Shishio looked at Mitaka and Misaki and wondered why both of them didn't date each other, since he could tell that their relationship was really good, but he knew that he couldn't be blunt about this problem, and it was also the matter between the two. He was a third party and he didn't have a right to do something about their relationship, but more importantly, he was too lazy to take care of them. Even if Shishio had promised Misaki to help her, he didn't think too much and decided to follow the flow, since he was more cornered about the system, his study, career, and his future. Meow. Meow. Shishio suddenly felt something rubbing his feet. He looked down and saw a white cat that was circling around his feet. He felt a bit dumbfounded when he saw several cats, walking around under the table as if marking their territory. Are they? Ah, Hikari. How can you be here? Didn't I prepare cat food for you? Sorita looked at the several cats on his feet in surprise and thought that they might be attracted by the fragrance of the sukiyaki on the table, so they decided to come. Are these cats yours, Kanda-kun? Shishio knew that these cats should be the reason why Sorita moved to Sakurasu, and at the same time, he noticed some stray cats that he had seen on the outside before appeared here, wondering whether this guy brought all of them inside, which made him a bit speechless. I am sorry, Oga-kun. Sorita bowed his head to apologize to Shishio since he knew that Shishio had just learned that he had brought all these cats to Sakurasu. Well, it is okay since I like cats, but can I ask you a question, Kanda-kun? Shishio looked at Sorita. What? Why did you decide to move to Sakurasu? Although Shishio knew the reason why Sorita moved to Sakurasu, his time of moving was several days later than in the story and he wanted to know the reason why it happened. Oh, this. I used to live in the school's standard dorm before, but... Sorita was a bit hesitant and felt quite embarrassed. But... Someone has snitched on me. Sorita lowered his head and his expression showed frustration. Although it was impossible to tell who had snitched him, he knew that it should be his acquaintances, maybe even his friends, and it was very sad when thought of it since he felt that he had been betrayed. Snitch. Misaki, Mayumi, and Sayaka were all surprised since it was their first time to hear it, so they exclaimed at the same time. Chihiro knew the reason why Sorita decided to move to Sakurasu and she also knew who had snitched on him. After all, she was the one who was responsible for transferring Sorita to Sakurasu. As for Mitaka and Ritsu, even though they were surprised, they were relatively calm. After all, for them, the people who were moving to Sakurasu had one or two problems. Yes, someone has snitched me about raising a cat inside the dorm, but I can't abandon them, so I have decided to move out from the dorm. Sorita became depressed when he thought about it. He knew that he couldn't keep a cat inside the dorm, but he wasn't sad because he was kicked out of the dorm, but he felt sad because someone who had snitched him was his acquaintance, so he couldn't accept it. Misaki, Mitaka, and others looked at each other and couldn't say much. After all, they weren't stupid and also understood why Sorita was frustrated and depressed, but they also knew that there was also a rule from the school that prohibited the tenants from keeping a pet. Shishio patted Sorita on the shoulder to express comfort and said nothing. In truth, he didn't think that the one that snitched Sorita had done something wrong since there was a rule from the school, but the action of this person was a bit nasty since they were all friends and it was normal for Sorita felt quite hurt by it. Later, I received a notice from the principal. He had told me to either throw the cat away or move from the standard dorm of the school to Sakurasu. Sorita recalled what had happened when he was inside the principal's room before. Although Nanami had helped him before, the result was... Shishio didn't care much about Sorita's feelings and felt that this guy was a bit exaggerated. In truth, he felt that Sorita should be grateful to the principal since he had been given two choices whether to throw away the cats or move to Sakurasu, since it was possible for the school to expel him directly since Sorita had violated the regulation of the school, and even if his friends didn't snitch him, other people would do it since it was impossible to hide the cats forever. Shishio also thought that Sorita was a bit selfish since this guy didn't think about the tenants in the dorm who had a cat allergy. If something happened to that tenant and the incident became serious, then what would Sorita do? Shishio had a feeling that Sorita would shrink his responsibility without hesitation, throwing away all of his cats. I really can't throw Hikari and the others away, so I chose to move out, but at that time, when I planned to find the manager of Sakurasu, Chihiro-sensei, but someone had told me that Chihiro-sensei wasn't at school before and took few days off, so I just moved in today. Sorita finally finished talking about his experience, and when he was about to continue to eat, he found out that all the food was empty. Oh. It was because I received news from my big sister, so I returned back to my hometown, and helped Shishio to handle school affairs. When I was about to return, I happened to encounter something important, so I stayed a few days before returning to Tokyo. Chihiro drank the last sip of beer after telling the reason why she took a few days off. At that time, Chihiro suddenly received news from her big sister that Shishio was planning to leave his hometown to go to Tokyo to study in high school, so she was quite shocked, and at the same time, she took few days off and returned to her hometown to find out the situation, but she only talked to her big sister for a while to confirm the matter before she went to Shishio's middle school to retrieve some his information and report. Then Chihiro ran into an old friend that she hadn't seen for many years until she remembered returning to Tokyo. At that time, she forgot to meet Shishio that she hadn't met for few years, but she couldn't tell that since she felt that her dignity as his elder would disappear if she did that. Shishio didn't think much about Chihiro's reason, but now, he understood the reason why Sorita, who should have been moving in, didn't show up until now. Okay, let's stop here for today. Shishio, can you help wash the dishes? And you all should rest early since tomorrow is the entrance ceremony, don't be late. I have some tasks that I need to finish, so I won't accompany you. Chihiro stood up, took her bowl and chopsticks to the kitchen, turned around, and left. Okay, Chihiro-ne. Shishio also stood up and touched his stomach, somehow he felt that his dinner wasn't enough. 41. Problem of women in their 30s. That, Oga-kun, let me help you. Sizzle. It's hot. Sorita stood up and was about to pick up the pot from the table in a hurry, but he didn't expect that the pot was still hot, and because of that it almost made him throw the pot on the ground. It's okay, Kanda-kun, you can just go back. I will do the cleanup. You just moved in today. There must be a lot of things that you need to clean up, right? There's also a school entrance ceremony tomorrow, so you should rest up early. I will be fine here. Shishio looked at Sorita, who was still holding his red hands, and told him that he could go back first. Okay, Oga-kun, I am sorry for troubling you. Sorita looked at his red hands that started to swell and didn't say anything, accepting Shishio's kindness. He still had a lot of luggage that hadn't been sorted out, and if he didn't sort out his luggage, then he might not have a place to sleep. Kawaii-senpai, I'll be alright here, so you should go back and prepare for the entrance ceremony tomorrow. Shishio looked at Ritsu, who stood up without saying a word on the side. He didn't say much and told her to go back since he could clean this up very fast. He was about to clean up the dishes, but he felt uncomfortable when he was being stared at by Ritsu, who hadn't moved from his side. Ritsu stood up by Shishio's side without saying anything. Shishio also turned toward Ritsu and didn't say anything, waiting for her to say something. However, Ritsu kept looking at Shishio without speaking. This girl. Is there something, Kawaii-senpai? Shishio asked directly. Ritsu was about to say something, but she hesitated. Shishio then coughed and said, "It would be great if someone could help me to clean up the dishes. I wonder whether someone can help me." He had set up the bait and waited for Ritsu to take up the bait, but Ritsu was still staring at him without saying anything. "Kawaii-senpai, can you help me?" Shishio felt too tired to beat around the bush. "Okay." Ritsu nodded and also started to help Shishio wash the dishes. Shishio glanced at Ritsu and felt a bit weird since she suddenly had trouble with communication, since he recalled before that she could talk with him very well, but he thought that she might still worry about what had happened before, so she decided to stay and helped him to wash the dishes. Other people might notice it too, especially Chihiro, who left awkwardly directly. The speed of two people washing the dishes was quite fast, and before long, they had cleaned up the dining room and the kitchen, then put the unused ingredients in the fridge. Shishio washed his hands, dried them with a towel, and was about to leave, but he saw Ritsu had been standing beside him in silence. He had to admit that this girl was a bit troublesome, but this girl was a bit cute and she also had triggered a quest that caused him to have a reward, so his patience was quite good. "Senpai. That. What has happened before?" Ritsu looked at Shishio with a reddish face, not knowing how to speak. "Senpai, if you are worried about what has happened before, then you don't need to worry. Look, I am already fine, and my nose is alright. If you don't believe me, then you can touch it." Shishio didn't wait for Ritsu's response and took her hand to touch his nose. "See? It's all right, right?" Ritsu blushed and couldn't handle it anymore, running away and leaving, and soon disappeared from Shishio's sight. If Shishio's EQ was low, then he thought that this girl might get angry or might be disgusted by his actions before, but he knew that this girl was embarrassed, and at the same time, even though it might sound narcissistic, he knew that she had a good feeling about him. Unfortunately, Shishio didn't have that much of a good feeling toward Ritsu, since this girl was troublesome, and in his mind, Rui that had taken his first time, or Mui who he met in the bookstore, was several times better than this girl. Shishio yawned and decided to sleep early. Growl. When Shishio entered his room, suddenly his stomach growled and knew that he hadn't had enough food before. Even though Shishio was eating before, he used most of his time to talk, and after his physical ability was doubled, he also needed more food to eat. He thought for a while and decided to go to the convenience store. Shishio looked at the time and saw that it was almost 9 at night. The convenience store was open 24 hours a day, so there wouldn't be a problem for him to go now. Shishio looked at his dirty clothes and thought to wash them tomorrow. When Shishio walked out of the room, went downstairs, except for the corridors, he could see that the entire Sakura was dark. It seemed that everyone had returned to their room. He changed his slippers to his shoes at the entrance and walked out of the Sakura directly. "Hey? Shishio, why are you going out so late?" Chihiro asked while looking at Shishio suspiciously. "Chihiro-ne, I feel a bit hungry, so I want to go to a nearby convenience store to buy something. I will go back shortly, but Chihiro-ne, why are you here?" Shishio didn't expect to meet Chihiro when he was about to go out. He might have not noticed it before, but this woman was standing alone in the yard alone. If Chihiro didn't talk to him, then he thought that she might be sleepwalking. "Oh, I have a headache, writing material for the textbook, so I decided to come out to smoke a cigarette to relax. If you go to the convenience store, can you buy me a dozen beers?" Shishio was speechless and pointed at himself, then said, "Chihiro-ne, I am a minor." "Oh. I forgot about it." Chihiro slapped her forehead and only realized that Shishio was only a freshman in high school, so it was impossible for him to buy a beer for her. Shishio didn't think too much. He waved his hand and said, "Then I am leaving, Chihiro-ne." "Okay, pay attention while you walk." Chihiro looked at Shishio's back, and when she saw him had gone, Sakurasu returned to its silence again. She let out a sigh and massaged her temple. "When can I get married? Should I go to matchmaking again?" Chihiro thought about the call from her mother just now and mainly talked about who was married and who was about to marry, or who was pregnant and who had just given birth. However, those conversations made her become anxious and uncomfortable since she had been single for a long time. Even if her mother told her to marry, it was also impossible to do so shortly since most of the reason why she was unable to get married was a force majeure which she couldn't control. Chihiro thought about the group dating that she usually did with her friends and she only caught the attention of the leftover men. Chihiro knew that she wasn't ugly and she was fairly beautiful, but she couldn't get married so it was the fault of those men that didn't choose to marry her. She wasn't at fault and it could be said it was the world that was wrong. Chihiro then thought Shishio who asked her to marry during his childhood had become such a fine young man. What am I thinking about? He's your nephew. Chihiro quickly shook her head and couldn't help but think about her friend, Shizuka Hiratsuka, who was also in the same situation as her. Although Hiratsuka was a few years younger than her, Hiratsuka was still single. With Shizuka beside her, she felt quite relieved and there was nothing that she should be worried about. Chihiro let out a long sigh and felt tired. Forget it, I don't want to think anymore. It's better to go back to bed to sleep. Chihiro yawned and went back to her room to sleep. After all, she had everything in her dream, but she wondered why her husband in the dream was similar to someone that she knew. 42. This country isn't as safe as it seems. While walking, Shishio recalled the strange and sad expression on Chihiro before which made him wonder what had happened to her. Has she encountered any trouble? Shishio followed the street light and found the convenience store in his memory after a short while, but before he entered, he recalled that there should be a Yoshinoya nearby. Beef bowl. Shishio looked at the convenience store and thought about the cold bento, then thought about Yoshinoya with a hot beef bowl. He gulped and didn't hesitate, running toward the direction of Yoshinoya. Most restaurants in this country would be closed at 10 or 11 at night, but there were some restaurants that were open for 24 hours such as Yoshinoya. Shishio hadn't tried Yoshinoya before since after he was reincarnated to the body of Shishio Oga, he had always eaten food that was made by his mother, a snack, or some street foods that were sold in Kyoto. It wasn't that there wasn't any Yoshinoya in Kyoto, but Shishio didn't have that much interest in it, and he didn't have a reason to go out at night in his hometown. However, it was different now since he was in Tokyo, and he was famished in the middle of the night so the best place to eat should be Yoshinoya, right? It didn't take a long time before he found out the location of the restaurant. Welcome. Shishio nodded and looked at the menu for a while. After he made up his decision, he said, 1 gyudon, beef bowl, with kimchi and half-boiled egg. Please wait for a moment. Shishio then sat down on an empty seat. He looked around and could see some salarymen or some people that were eating silently. He didn't think too much and watched the employee of the store, preparing his order. Now, some of you might be curious what gyudon is. Gyudon, also known as gyameshi, is a Japanese dish consisting of a bowl of rice topped with beef and onion simmered in a mildly sweet sauce flavored with dashi, soy sauce, and mirin. It sometimes also includes shirataki noodles and is sometimes topped with a raw egg or a soft poached egg. It could be said that as long as someone wanted to eat something tasty, cheap, and fast in Japan then it should be gyudon, or rather, this dish was Japanese fast food. It didn't take long before his order was coming. Shishio didn't hesitate and ate with relish since it tasted better than he had imagined. This cheap thinly sliced beef, fluffy rice, thick sauce. Shishio thought that it was good to eat it from time to time, but he shouldn't eat it too much since he was afraid he might get fat, especially when he ate it at night, but when he thought about his double physical ability, he felt that it should be alright since his metabolism also increased and his food intake also increased. It didn't take a long time before Shishio finished his meal and went out after he paid the money. He patted his stomach and was about to return back, walking along with the street light again but... Ugh! Let G. Shut up! Shishio frowned when he heard a muffled voice and harsh voice that tried to threaten someone. He looked around and felt weird when he saw that there weren't many people who reacted to this voice since it was quite loud, or rather, there were some who reacted, but they did nothing, ignoring this scene which made him disgusted at how people could be so indifferent and ignored what had happened in front of them. Shishio then looked at the dark alley next to him. Although it was dark and there was no light, with his enhanced vision, he could see few men in the alley dragging someone deeper clearly and he could tell from the voice and the figure, it should be a girl. It was his first time encountering this kind of thing in this country. In his previous life, he had seen this kind of thing a lot, but it was because he often went to places where the security wasn't good and the development was quite backward for his business since he could get something cheap there, but this country was very developed so he didn't expect that something like this would happen. Shishio let out a sigh and thought that no matter how developed a country was, there had always been darkness inside. TCH. Shishio's mood turned bad and he directly followed them inside the alley, especially when he could see a pair of desperate eyes from the gap between few people and this girl also clearly saw him and there was a light of hope in her eyes, but the owner of the eyes turned dim when she realized that he was alone. It's such a coincidence that we met a cute one since I want to try my new trick, haha. Shishio walked slowly, but he didn't erase the sound of his footsteps, but they didn't notice him since they were in the middle of having fun. Brother, hold her, drag her in. This bitch dared to bite me. The man looked at the bleeding teeth mark on his hand when he covered the girl's mouth, but he let go of his guard and the girl directly bit his hand. He even became furious at the girl and wanted to show her what despair was. The man was very unlucky today. He had just tried to recover money from the borrower, but the borrower escaped, which caused him to be reprimanded by the boss, and he was also being beaten up, and when he returned, he didn't expect that he would meet his eldest brother from the group would enter a room together with his girlfriend. The two of them entered with a smile on their faces, and when they noticed him, the girl cast a disdain on him which made him furious. The man was about to explode, but he knew that he couldn't do anything to his eldest brother or else, he was the one that was killed. The man then looked at the girl in front of him. He had just been drinking alcohol with a few of his companions along the way, and he saw a beautiful girl walking alone on the street. Then without hesitation, he along with his companions directly hit her on, trying to have a conversation and if possible went to the hotel, but the girl didn't give him a face, directly ran away, and even punched some of them in the face, so he grabbed her directly with his few companions. The man looked at the girl and saw the beauty spot underneath her right eye. His eyes became even angrier because this bitch had a similar beauty spot to the girl that had cuckolded him, then without hesitation, he brought this girl with his companions to the alley. Shout! Shout out to all you want. No one is going to help you. The man said cruelly. The eyes of the girl became even more desperate and fearful, but it caused the eyes of few men to become even more excited. Gulp. Bro, can you let me first? Bastard. I will be the first. You'll go after me. The man was very excited, and was about to strip this girl, but... Bum. The sudden noise caused them to be startled and the man quickly became furious. Bastard. I will let you do her later. His voice along with the others stuck up and trembled after they saw someone holding the bloody head of their companion, and they could see that their companion's head was slammed into the wall until he passed out and some of the teeth fell out from their companion's mouth, which made them realize how cruel this guy was. Ignoring the gaze of a few men, Shishio looked at the girl and said, "Don't worry, I'm here." 43. Troublesome Night. The man and his companions were in shock before it quickly turned to anger after they saw that the one that had beaten up their companion and disturbed their happy time was a brat. Bastard, don't ever think that you are able to come out from this place. One of the men took out a knife from his pocket and looked at Shishio with anger. Hey, don't scare him with a knife. Haha, just give him a hole and two on his body. By the way, give some scars on his face, his handsome face is annoying. The man and his companions laughed together and didn't think too much about Shishio since they thought that their companion was being sneak attacked by Shishio, and they were also quite drunk, so they didn't think too much. Your luck is bad, boy. Don't ever think about saving someone by yourself next time. The man ran directly toward Shishio with his knife, but Shishio only looked at him in disdain. When the distance between them was quite close, Shishio didn't hesitate and kicked his opponent's shin. Crack. When everyone heard a crack, their expression became dumbfounded. Shishio didn't waste his time, shortened his distance, parried the knife on his opponent's hand, then used his elbow to strike down the opponent's nose in one movement. Crack. Shishio could see that he had broken his opponent's nose, but he didn't care. He knew that as long as he didn't kill people, he should be alright, and the group of people in front of him were trash of society. They didn't even have money to report him to the court, nor would the police help them. Shishio also didn't see tattoos on their bodies, so they shouldn't be a member of the Yakuza group, and they should be a group of small thugs. Even if they were beaten senselessly, no one would ever help them. They also almost raped a girl, so no one would blame him if he was going to be rough on them. One of the men fell down and passed out directly after Shishio's attack. Not only his nose, but some of his teeth were also broken, but no one cared about that since they realized that the young man in front of them wasn't normal and he was very strong. Bastard. Don't ever think we will let you go back home. Beat him up. But... Shishio moved faster, and appeared before them, then without hesitation, struck them down with his fists, raining them until their faces were full of blood. The man that was bitten by the girl was in shock, but he quickly became serious. He was a judo practitioner, and it was a very dangerous martial art when it was used in street fighting. Normally, a judo match would be held on the mat so no one would be hurt when they were thrown on the ground, but during the street fight, the ground was concrete, and once someone was slammed on the ground, they would be beaten instantly, especially when their head slammed directly into the concrete ground. The man was about to grab Shishio's clothes to slam him to the ground, but Shishio shortened his distance again, appearing a few centimeters away, and used an elbow strike to hit the man's chest. Ugh! The man leaned forward and held his stomach in pain, but his suffering wasn't over since his chin was struck down by fist, and his thorax was hammered down by fists. Bam! 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 The man then fell directly to the ground, unable to stand up. Shishio took a deep breath, trying to lower his adrenaline and nerve. It wasn't his first time fighting, but it was his first time to do it in this world. His body was all tense because of the fighting and strangely enough, he felt that it was quite exciting. Shishio clenched his fists and frowned since it was hard to accept that he loved to fight, but at the same time, he had to admit that Bajikwan was a really strong martial art. It was very fast and efficient, there were no flashy techniques and each of the attacks was used to bring down the opponent as soon as possible. Shishio also thought even though all the techniques of Bajikwan had integrated into his brain and his body, if he didn't test it, there would be some awkwardness. I should train Bajikwan more later. Shishio then also thought about thunder breathing, wondering whether he could get a katana to train later. Are you all right? The voice of the girl woke him up from his thought. Shishio then glanced at the girl that was almost raped by the group of men and he had to admit that this girl was very beautiful. She is a teenage girl of above average height and slender build. She has long, pale blue hair that reaches down to her waist and short choppy bangs that are tied in a ponytail. She has pigeon blue eyes and a beauty spot underneath her right eye. The girl seemed to be trembling when she saw his face. She felt that her body was slightly hot since it felt that he might eat her, but if it was him then. Shishio blinked his eyes and realized that his expression was a bit scary. He let out a sigh and said, "You should be careful next time." The girl nodded with a blush, but since it was dark, no one could see it. She looked at him and said, "Thank you." "No problem." Shishio nodded and said, "You should go back." "What about you?" The girl asked since she didn't want to go back alone and if possible she wanted him to accompany her. "I am going to threaten them so they won't make a move against you in the future," Shishio said and didn't care about this girl anymore, but... Shishio raised his eyebrow and looked at the girl for a while before he walked toward one of the men that he had beaten up. He saw that the man was passed out so he directly slapped him. Smack, smack. The girl didn't move and only stared at Shishio's back without knowing what to do. She thought, telling him to go to the police and bring those guys directly to the police nearby, but she couldn't open her mouth. The man opened his eyes slowly and looked at Shishio in fear, thinking that this young man was coming from that place because of how strong he was. "Can you hear me? Hey! You better look at me when I talk to you." Shishio grabbed the collar of the man and threatened him. "That girl over there is my woman. If you ever see her again, don't talk to her. You can relay this to all of your friends and feel free to take revenge since I am going to slaughter all of you." "Got it." Shishio realized his pressure and once the man didn't nod, he would give him the world of pain. The man nodded weakly and fearfully. Shishio nodded and threw the man down, and he didn't realize that the girl behind him seemed to be blushing when she heard him saying that she was his woman, but she didn't say anything. Shishio looked at the girl and said, "Don't take my words seriously, okay? You should know that if you appear weak around these people, they will try to do you again." The girl lowered her head and nodded, trying to hide her blush. Shishio then looked at his clothes and sighed in relief when he didn't see a stain of blood. He knew that it was all because of the enhanced vision that he received before that made him capable of dodge most of the blood, but his hands. "Here." Shishio looked up and saw the girl took out a handkerchief for him. He nodded and didn't reject her kindness. "Thank you." Shishio cleaned up the blood on his fists with the handkerchief. His fists might be bloody but it was from his opponent's blood. "Let's leave." The girl nodded and followed him out of the alley. She looked at him, who was cleaning his fists with her handkerchief and was about to ask his name, but... Clap, clap, clap. Shishio and the girl looked up and saw a man that was standing at the end of the alley, clapping his hands excitedly. "Boy, you're very strong, how about we have a match?" Shishio frowned and said, "Can I refuse?" 44. My name is Nobita. Inside a luxurious black car, a woman was biting her nail, and she seemed to be very impatient. What is Hong doing? Didn't he know that he is going to have a match in a week? The woman was furious and was about to throw everything away inside. "Miss Tomari, it seems that Hong has found an interesting fighter so he wants to have a spar with this fighter," the female secretary of the woman said with a tired expression. "Really?" The woman was surprised and asked directly, "Where's he? Let me see their match." The female secretary felt a bit tired, but she nodded. "Please follow me, it seems that they're going to have a spar on the nearby alley." Shishio and the girl looked at the man in front of them. The man has a muscular body with a very well-defined physique. He has a ball of black hair that covers his head and ears with a long queue that falls below his back. He wears a black t-shirt, black Chinese-style martial artist's pants, and black martial arts shoes. The man smiled toward Shishio politely and said, "I didn't expect to meet a practitioner of Bajikwan in this country, if you don't mind, how about we have a spar?" The girl frowned at the man and was about to say something, but Shishio quickly stopped her. Shishio could tell that even if the man in front of them was smiling gently, this guy should be a madman and very aggressive. He didn't want this girl to be hurt after all, so it was better for her to not say anything in this situation. The girl, who was stopped, looked at Shishio. "Can I refuse?" Still, Shishio didn't really want to fight after all since the more he fought, the more he felt excitement which made him feel scared that he might change from how he used to be. No, the man said simply, then took off his t-shirt. When his t-shirt was taken off, Shishio and the girl beside him could see the man's well-built body that had been tempered by several years' worth of training. Shishio frowned and was able to pretty much tell that this man was a martial artist. Looking at this man, he was wondering why his luck was pretty bad today. His hose and crotch were hit in the knee, he needed to fight against a group of thugs, then lastly, he suddenly being asked by a random martial artist for a spar. I want to go back and sleep, if you want to have a fight then. Shishio hadn't finished his words and the man quickly shortened the distance between them. He raised his eyebrow since this guy would attack him so suddenly. Back down. Shishio quickly stood in front of the girl and deflected all the fists that were coming toward him. The girl was in shock, looking at Shishio's back that tried to protect her. She bit her lower lip and knew that she couldn't do anything in this situation, all she could do was to shut her mouth so she wouldn't disturb him. During this exchange, both Shishio and the man were surprised by each other's speed. The man was surprised that someone was able to match his speed, but Shishio was surprised, that in his eyes, the speed of this man was as slow as a snail. Well, a snail was too exaggerated, but Shishio could see his movement clearly and with his speed, it was very easy to deflect this man's attack. In Shishio's eyes, it was quite easy for him to defeat this man and he also didn't need to use his breathing technique at this moment. The man then sent out a middle kick with his left foot towards Shishio's waist, but at that very moment, his right shin was struck down by Shishio's kick before that kick happened. Crack! Shishio had controlled his power so he didn't break the man's shin, but it should create some crack on it. However, because of that, the man's attack stopped and flinched, but at that very moment, Shishio closed the distance between them then used his shoulder to slam on the man's chest, without breathing technique. Bam! Ugh! The man felt that his chest was hammered by a huge hammer, was thrown several meters away, and then fell to the ground. Holding his stuffy chest, it was hard to breathe, and he was in a state of disbelief after he had lost in that confrontation so easily. He had a hard time breathing and felt that he might pass out any time, but what was so serious was the pain on his leg since he could tell that it was cracked by the pain that he felt at that moment. You have lost. The man was dumbfounded and couldn't accept it for a while. The man stared at Shishio who was looking at him with a calm expression, and veins appeared on his forehead, showing anger that couldn't be contained. He gritted his teeth and was unable to hold his anger any longer, slamming his fist to the ground. Crack! The ground cracked and created a bowl-size hollow on it. I haven't lost. The man seemed to have lost his composure and his eyes were red, staring aggressively at Shishio. The girl, who saw the state of the man, felt a dangerous aura from the man and her body trembled in fear, but when she saw Shishio in front of her, she felt very secure and knew that he would protect her. Don't be a sore loser, uncle. Shishio was speechless and said, I have a lot of things that I need to do tomorrow so can you let us go? And don't you feel pain? I have cracked your shin slightly and your fist is full of blood, you should go back and rest. My style is called Ji Chuan. The man stared at Shishio aggressively and said, it is a secret art which allows me to control the secretion of opioids in my brain. To put it simply, I can completely shut out my pain. He showed his bloody fingers and he didn't seem to be in pain after he smashed fingers on the concrete ground. Shishio and the girl were a bit amazed that there's such martial art in this world, but Shishio quickly calmed himself since his breathing technique was weirder. My name is Hong Xiaohu, what about you? The man asked. Even though he was annoyed that he almost lost to a young man, he still admired Shishio who was able to master Bajiquan to this extent at a young age. Shishio thought for a bit and decided to use a fake name. My name is Nobita Nobi. There was no Doraemon in this world, so he didn't care about using this name as his fake name. Nobita Nobi. Hong nodded and said, then let's finish our duel. He took a deep breath, tightened all the muscles on his body, and was about to strike down Shishio, but... Hong, what the fuck are you doing? Hong and Shishio then turned and they saw a young woman with crazy-looking sanpaku eyes, thin black eyebrows, long black hair that falls down her back and some strands that fall over her face, an ample bosom, full red lips, a toothy grin revealing her shark-like teeth and a pair of rectangular semi-rimmed glasses. She wears a white smart shirt and dark pants. Miss Tomari. Hong was surprised. You bastard! Didn't you know that you have a match in a week? Do you want me to lose that contract? If so then can you be responsible and pay me 4 billion yen worth of contract? Hong was speechless, but he couldn't refute anything. He let out a sigh and looked at Shishio. Let's meet again, Nobi Nobita. Shishio nodded and didn't care much since he knew that he wouldn't meet this man again. Let's go. Shishio grabbed the hand of the girl since he was afraid that something might happen to her. The girl blushed but didn't break away from his hand. Shishio was about to walk away from the alley and ignored Hong's gaze on him since he knew that Hong wouldn't do anything to him, but when he was about to go out from the alley, he noticed that the young woman that called out Hong before seemed to look at him for a long time. Is there something wrong? Shishio asked since he hadn't seen the woman's face clearly, but after he saw her, he was very surprised since he wouldn't expect to meet her here. The young woman raised her eyebrow and felt a bit surprised. After she observed him for a while, it seemed that she had confirmed something and asked, "Are you Shishio Oga?" Somehow when that name came out from the mouth of a young woman, the world became stagnant and it was so awkward. 45. Togo Tamari. Shishio was dumbfounded when this young woman suddenly called out his real name, but at the same time, Shishio thought that even if he had random bad luck occasionally, his luck with a woman was very good that it made him dumbfounded sometimes. The girl and Hong were also dumbfounded when the young man was called Shishio, not Nobita. Hong quickly realized that he had been tricked and became furious. "You bastard!" Hong was about to do something, but... "Hong, if you don't want JSDF to target you then it is better if you don't do anything," the young woman said coldly. JSDF. Hong was dumbfounded. The girl, who was holding Shishio's hand, was confused since she didn't think that Shishio was a member of JSDF with his long hair. Should it be his relative? When Hong and the girl were thinking, Shishio quickly remembered who this young woman was since this young woman also appeared in the memory of the previous Shishio Oga. "Tamari-san?" Shishio asked unsurely. "It's really you." The young woman was also surprised to see Shishio in this place, then observed him from up to down, and glanced at the girl on his side. She raised her eyebrow and said, "You have grown up." "Tamari-san?" The girl beside Shishio looked at the young woman, then she was in shock since she remembered who this young woman was. Merchant of Death. Togo Tamari, that was the name of this young woman, was the CEO of Iwami Heavy Industries and also regarded as a lunatic of the Japanese business community since she was an arms dealer and at how controversial she was in public, so most of them called her Merchant of Death. Then what was the relationship between Shishio and Tamari? How did they know each other? Well, both of them knew each other because of Shishio's grandfather. Shishio's grandfather was a general on JSDF, and if there wasn't any problem, he should become a minister of defense a few years later. Tamari was an arms dealer and it was normal for her to deal with Shishio's grandfather since he was Tamari's client. In addition to selling her weapons in a war-torn country, she also sold her arms to an army, so of course, she needed to maintain a good relationship with Shishio's grandfather. When Hong heard Tamari's words, he didn't do anything since he knew very well that Shishio might be the son or the grandson of someone important and it was very troublesome to deal with such a people. Even though he wanted to have a duel with Shishio, he wasn't stupid enough to make an enemy of JSDF. Hong might be able to shut down the pain on his body, but what was the use of it when he was suddenly shot by a sniper right in the head? "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in Kyoto?" Tamari asked curiously. Even though most people would think of her as crazy, she was very rational and she could also act normally to people. Ugh. Shishio felt a bit awkward since he didn't expect to meet his acquaintance. He wasn't sure whether he could get away by lying and he also didn't see harm, to tell the truth, so he told her directly. "I am in high school now, so I decided to move here." "I see." Tamari nodded and said, "Then what are you doing in this alley? Are you going to fuck your little girlfriend here?" "Hey." The girl was dumbfounded when she heard Tamari's words. Shishio frowned and said, "No, you misunderstood and she isn't my girlfriend." He then pointed his finger toward the direction of the group of men in the alley and said, "Those guys wanted to defile her, so I saved her." He was wondering how this woman could be so vulgar, but since she wasn't his family or lover, then he wouldn't say anything about it since it was her freedom. Tamari looked at the group of men in the alley and could see that they were being beaten up senselessly, but she didn't think too much and said, "I will handle them, you don't need to worry." For her, it was very easy to erase the existence of that trash of society without anyone noticing. Shishio looked at Tamari and asked, "Do I have to pay something?" Even if his grandfather was Tamari's client, he didn't want to owe a favor to Tamari since owning a favor to a businessman was very expensive. "You don't need to pay anything, this kind of thing is easy for me," Tamari said easily. "It's all right. Even if you don't do anything, they won't be able to do anything to us after all," Shishio said and decided to refuse Tamari's kindness since he didn't really want to owe her a favor, least that she might ask him a request or something in the future. "Well, if you say so." Tamari felt that this boy had grown up and felt a bit difficult to handle, thinking back at how cute and stupid he was before, she felt a bit unacceptable by his growth since he became quite smart now and became quite uncut. Then Tamari-san, "I will go back now since I have to get up early to go to the entrance ceremony of my high school," Shishio said. Tamari nodded and said, "Then I will give you my phone number, you can call me if you need something." She then gave Shishio her name card. "Give me your phone number, by the way." Shishio didn't reject, accepted Tamari's business card, and exchanged contacts with each other. "Thank you, Tamari-san. Then I will leave now." He then pulled the hand of the girl and walked away since he felt that it was a bit awkward to meet someone he knew. The girl bowed her head slightly and also walked together with Shishio. Tamari looked at Shishio's back for a while until she saw him had gone. Do you like him, Miss Tamari? Hong asked. He also didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it since Tamari was a woman and it was normal for her to be attracted to a man, though, he didn't expect that she loved the younger one, but he had to admit that Shishio was very handsome. If you keep talking then I will place C4 on your throat later, Tamari said coldly. Hong shrugged his shoulders, but he still said, but that boy is powerful, you should scout him as a fighter. Even though it was hard to accept, he still had to admit that Shishio was very strong and he might not be able to defeat him, which made him feel bitter somehow. Tamari raised her eyebrow and started to ponder until she saw her bodyguards come along with her secretary. She then walked away and said, clean up those men in the alley. They quickly nodded and picked all the men that were beaten up by Shishio, following Tamari's order to clean them up. How would they clean them up? It should be obvious, right? When Shishio and the girl had walked away from Tamari and her group, he let out a sigh and released the girl's hand. The girl seemed to be disappointed somehow and looked at the hand that was let go by Shishio. The alley was quite dark before so she couldn't see Shishio's appearance clearly, but under this street light, she had to admit that he was very handsome. It is safe now and I am sorry for holding your hand for a long time before, Shishio said simply. No, it's all right. The girl shook her head and looked at him before asking, your name is Shishio Oga, right? Not Nobita. She wanted to confirm the name of the person who had saved her after all. Yes, that's my name. Shishio looked at the girl again and had to admit that this girl was very beautiful. He was really wondering how he was able to meet a lot of beautiful women in the past few days, and at the same time, he knew very well who this girl was, and he had a feeling that he would meet more people from the same story as this girl in the future. My name is Saki Kawasaki and thank you very much for helping me out before, Saki said and bowed her head slightly, feeling grateful for Shishio who had saved her from her plight. 46. Can I rewind the time? Shishio and Saki faced each other for a while and the tense atmosphere turned calm. Shishio had to admit that Saki was very beautiful, especially the beauty mark under her right eye, giving her a unique charm and her short choppy bangs made her become cute. Saki's appearance was quite wild and she had this serious expression on her face, and from this alone, Shishio could tell that this girl was easily misunderstood. It's all right, you don't need to worry. I am sure that anyone will help you if they see the same situation, Shishio said calmly. No, not all people will help me. Saki shook her head since she knew that most people would pretend they didn't see anything when they saw she was being grabbed by a group of men before. She knew that if Shishio didn't help her before, she knew that she would lose her innocence and when she thought about it, she was full of fear. Shishio noticed that Saki's body was trembling and had a feeling that she remembered what had happened before, which caused her to be in fear, but it was normal since she was almost being violated, and he had to admit that this girl was very strong since she didn't cry after she encountered all of that. Shishio looked at Saki and guessed that this girl should be at her high school. He thought for a while and knew that this girl should be one of the characters among the stories that he had read or watched in his previous lives, but right now, she was alive, she was real, and it was better to not mix the thing between fiction that he read in his previous lives and the reality which happened in front of him. May I ask, why are you still outside when it is so late? Shishio asked in confusion, wondering whether Saki was on her part-time job or something. Saki was quite hesitant to answer Shishio's question. If you don't want to answer, then you don't need to force yourself to answer, Shishio said since he could see that Saki was troubled by his question and he could mostly guess why she had come out tonight. Yes. Saki nodded and felt grateful, but at the same time, she felt a bit disappointed, wondering whether he didn't show an interest toward her. Can you walk now? I will take you home, Shishio suddenly said. Ah. Saki was surprised and subconsciously said, No, I have already troubled you before and I don't want to trouble you anymore. However, when she said that, she lowered her head and felt regret since she still wanted to stay with him. She wanted to tell him to stay with her and asked him to walk her back, but when it came out of her mouth, it turned into a rejection which made her depressed. Shishio had saved Saki during her plight moment so there was a sense of dependency that was planted on her heart and that was why she felt very sad and regretful at this moment. She was about to cry and really wanted the time to return since she knew if this continued, she might have a feeling that she wouldn't be able to meet him anymore in the future. What are you talking about? How can I let you walk back alone after that situation? Shishio shook his head and said, I will take you home. Saki raised her head in an instant, and she saw him there, standing beside her as if protecting her from anything. Thank you. She didn't know what to say anymore and nodded shyly, feeling happy secretly. No problem, let's go, Shishio said with a light smile on his face. Saki nodded and walked beside him, his tall figure gave her a sense of security and if this continued, she felt that she might feel addicted to it. The two of them walked together in silence, but strangely enough, there was no awkwardness between them until Saki asked. Oga-kun. What's wrong, Kawasaki-san? Shishio looked at Saki curiously. Don't you feel that I am a bad girl for going out at night? Saki asked. Why? Shishio looked at Saki with a strange expression and said, I am sure that you have your own reason to come out late at night, and we have just met each other a few moments ago, so you don't need to tell me what you are going to do at night, and I'm sure that you are doing something important, even though I don't know what it is. Saki looked at Shishio for a while in surprise, then said, thank you. She smiled and somehow moved closer toward him. Shishio didn't change his expression and walked beside her by taking smaller steps so she wouldn't be left behind. The two walked for more than 2 minutes until they arrived at Saki's house. Shishio stood in front of a small wooden house, and from the outside, it looked more dilapidated than Sakurasu. He could even see the rust on the fence and a crack on the wall of the house, but he didn't say much about this matter. However, Shishio didn't expect that Saki's house would be so close to Sakurasu. Even though the direction was different, it was only a few blocks away from Sakurasu. Shishio then understood why Saki decided to choose that street to walk back before. Shishio then glanced at the quiet Saki, who seemed to be hesitant of something. However, he felt normal since he could tell that this girl had a social clumsiness. Shishio was right since Saki was confused, thinking about how to get along better with Shishio since she had no experience with the opposite gender besides her little brother, so she stayed silent. She was too comfortable walking with him, so she didn't realize that she had arrived in front of her house, and she also realized that she hadn't done anything which made her panic. Saki was at a loss as to what to do and wondered how to ask for his contact info. Then Kawasaki-san, since you have arrived at your home, then I should go back. Although this girl was cute, Shishio really didn't have a plan to start a relationship with anyone during his high school time since he wanted to focus on his business and system first. He had received a lot of rewards, but he hadn't accepted them, so he thought he was going to accept them once he returned back. In truth, Shishio knew that he could get this girl instantly since he had saved her, and from an ancient time, a damsel in distress was the best way to pick up a girl. Thank you for tonight, Saki said, although she said that she felt regret and wanted to invite him inside. Her parents were often going out for work, so there were only her siblings inside, but she didn't need to worry too much since her little brother was already in his 3rd year of middle school, so it shouldn't be a problem to invite him inside, but with her personality, it was hard for her to say something like that. Saki thought for a while and got an idea, so in the end, with a blush on her face, she decided to ask for his contact info directly. I really don't know how to thank you, can we exchange our contact info? Saki took out her mobile phone and felt very nervous. Her body was trembling and she could feel that her body was very hot at this moment, even though it was quite chilly outside. Sure. Shishio nodded and was about to take his mobile phone, but Saki was happy when she heard it, but Shishio's movement made her a bit confused. What's wrong? Sorry, I forgot to bring my mobile phone, Shishio said with a sorry expression. Saki felt that the world was over at that moment. Looking at Saki's expression, Shishio felt that he wanted to hit himself. He felt that he was looking at an abandoned puppy, which made his heart very guilty. He then thought for a bit and remembered something. Even though he didn't want to take it out, he still decided to give it to Saki. I didn't bring my mobile phone, but you can have my name card, Shishio said, and felt a bit embarrassed when he took out the name card of the previous Shishio Oga from his wallet since he felt that it was a bit too exaggerated, but even if it was a bit exaggerated, he had to admit that this name card was very cool. Saki was a bit surprised and didn't expect that Shishio would already be working since she thought that he was either in high school or college. Burning Holding Investment? Shishio Oga. Saki saw the pure black name card with a flame design on the edge. She could see the name, contact info, and the name of his company. She blinked her eyes and wondered whether Shishio was a member of the Yakuza group or something, but when she thought about his threat on the group of men that almost violated her, his ability at fighting, and the fact that he knew the Merchant of Death before, she didn't feel that much surprised. Who is he? Saki became even more curious, wondering who he was, but then I will go back now. Shishio didn't stay any longer since he knew that it was already very late. Ah. Yes. Saki nodded and waved her hand, staring at Shishio's back that slowly disappeared. She then looked at his name card again and didn't care much even if he was a Yakuza. She then showed a beautiful smile and entered her house, and looked at the name card that had been given to her, and felt glad that she would be able to meet him again in the future. 47. What to do in the morning? In the end, after Shishio returned, he directly fell asleep since his mind had already been tense and excited when he thought about his fight before, so he decided to calm it down by sleeping. He knew that he didn't have a hobby to fight, nor he had a violent tendency, but the taste of winning by fighting was really great. It was as if his genes and desire from ancient times were awakened, remembering the time when the world wasn't peaceful and everyone needed to fight for each other to get what they wanted, whether it was riches, authority, women. However, Shishio knew that it was impossible to fight all the time, and he also wanted to keep his peaceful life. He let out a sigh and thought about getting a hobby or two so he could calm himself, but he had to admit that when he was so powerful, he remembered his long-lost dream during his childhood time, and somehow he hoped to be able to achieve this dream. In the early morning, Shishio was awoken by the sunlight since it was too blinding for his eyes. He rubbed his eyes and yawned. Shishio thought about the rewards that he had received yesterday, but in the end, he resisted his urge to accept his reward since there was something that he needed to do. He stood up from his bed and took the school uniform that was given by Chihiro yesterday. The label of the school uniform was still there, clearly showing that it hadn't been touched since yesterday. Shishio thought to wear it yesterday to check whether the size was right, but a lot of things happened last night so he forgot about it. Shishio tore the label and wore the uniform to check the size, but since it was fit, he didn't need to worry about it anymore. It seemed that the size was bigger before, but after his physical ability was doubled and his body became quite muscular, the uniform was a perfect fit for him. Shishio then went to the bathroom, brushing his teeth, and took care of his long hair. He was wondering why the previous Shishio Oga kept long hair, but at the same time, he also had to admit the personal freedom of the students in this country was very respected since no one had said anything about his long hair. If it was in his previous lives, then without a doubt his high school teacher would cut his hair bald without hesitation, and he might even receive a warning, but when he thought about Mitaka-jin and even Candace Sorita, both of their hair was also very long so he didn't think too much. In the past, Shishio might have felt that having long hair was troublesome, but after he became Shishio Oga, it felt that the habit of the previous Shishio Oga was also integrated inside him so he didn't think too much about his long hair. When he woke up, his long hair became messy and he needed to take care of it. Shishio might have gotten used to taking care of long hair, but he thought that he should cut it short sooner since it was really troublesome to take care of long hair in the morning. When he tidied up his hair, he had to admit that he needed to respect those women who kept long hair since he knew how troublesome it was. Once Shishio was done with the cleanup and put some fragrance on his body, he went back to his room to pack up his things and turned downstairs to cook something for breakfast. Eating breakfast was important after all since without breakfast, it was impossible to focus on the class and it sounded embarrassing when he thought his stomach might grumble in the middle of the lesson. His physical ability also doubled and so was his metabolism. Shishio needed to eat more, or else, he would be famished. Oga-kun, good morning. Good morning, Oga-kun. Shishio-kun, good morning. Good morning. Good morning Kanda-kun, Mitaka-senpai, Misaki-senpai, Kawaii-senpai. Shishio, who walked into the dining room, saw Sorita and everyone was already preparing their breakfast. He knew that he had woken up quite late so he didn't feel surprised that he was the one that came the last. Shishio also started to prepare his breakfast, he didn't make anything complicated. He took several pieces of bacon, several eggs, tomato, and bread that he had bought before then fried it together in the pan, but even so, the aroma was so amazing. Mitaka, Sorita, Misaki, and Ritsu, who were eating their breakfast, felt that their breakfast didn't feel good anymore and they had an urge to grab Shishio's breakfast, but they knew that they couldn't do that, except for Misaki, of course, but Misaki was being stopped by Mitaka. If Misaki wasn't stopped then she would jump into Shishio and grab his breakfast. Oga-kun, your craftsmanship is really amazing. Mitaka looked at the bacon eggs that were cooked by Shishio and felt surprised, before wiping his eyes since he saw Shishio's breakfast was shining before. Was it my imagination? Mitaka had heard from Misaki that Shishio's cooking ability was amazing, but he didn't care much before. After all, he and his few girlfriends often went on dates for dinner in various high-end restaurants and he had seen and tasted a lot of delicious foods. However, when Mitaka saw it with his own eyes, he felt amazed by the aroma and appearance of the foods that were cooked by Shishio since it was too amazing, right? Oga-kun, I am leaving with Misaki first, you should eat slowly, Mitaka said. Oh, if you're curious where Chihiro-sensei is, she has gone out first since she has said that she wanted to find a good man to marry so she left early, Misaki said. Then Mitaka and Misaki bid farewell to a few people in the dining room. Mitaka felt that if he didn't leave then his saliva would drip from his mouth and his image as a playboy would be completely ruined so he didn't want to stay any longer and left with Misaki as soon as possible. Shishio felt speechless when he heard the reason why Chihiro had left early. After Mitaka and Misaki had left, there were only 3 students left inside the dining room. I am done. Ritsu put down her chopsticks, stood up, washed her dishes, and left the dining room, but before she left, she cast a glance at Shishio and wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything and left directly. Oga-kun, can we go together to the school later? Sorita sighed in relief when Ritsu had left since he felt embarrassed and couldn't invite a girl to leave the school together. Alright, we will go after I have eaten my breakfast, Kanda-kun. Then after both of them finished their breakfast, they picked their tableware, washed it, then brought their own things, leaving the Sakurasu together. 48, worse than the average harem protagonist. The morning sun was the same as before. Shishio was looking at the cherry blossom petals that were flying in the breeze all over the sky. The road was covered in petals as if there was a pink carpet on the ground, giving him a smile right in the morning. If some girls saw this smile, then, without doubt, they would fall in love instantly. Unfortunately, the one that stood beside him wasn't a girl, but a guy. Shishio and Sorita walked on such a road, and as the two of them walked, they gradually halfway through the way, and more students in the same school uniform could be seen along the way. Shishio could see some freshmen walking alone, but it was normal for someone to be alone since it was their first time in high school, and because there were a lot of people, the lone traveler didn't attract too much attention. When Shishio was in the middle of a thought, his long hair was blown and turned messy because of the wind, which caused him to think about tying his hair into a man bun. Some people might hate man bun hairstyles, but for handsome guys, no matter what style their hairstyle was, they would be handsome, and in truth, this hairstyle had been used since ancient times, so there was nothing weird about man bun hairstyle, and it was better than ponytail hairstyle. Shishio took his hair tie and tied his hair into a man bun easily, since he really felt that it was troublesome to tidy up his hair after it became messy from the wind, but rather than man bun, in the eyes of most people in this country, his hairstyle resembled a samurai's hairstyle. Shishio could feel some gazes from the girls along the way, but he pretended to not see it and talked with Sorita. Kanda-kun, you have been in this school since middle school, right? Ah, yes. Sorita was startled when he heard Shishio's voice, since he had been thinking why there were a lot of girls that had been looking at him, but then, he thought that when he entered high school, he had become popular, so naturally he felt very happy. Is there a lot of middle school students from the same school as you who choose to go straight to the same high school? Did you see the acquaintances? Looking at Sorita's expression, Shishio felt weird, wondering whether this guy was high or something, since his face was flushed in excitement, but at the same time, this guy seemed to hide from something, as if a thief that was afraid of being found out. Has he eaten a hallucinogenic mushroom this morning? Oh, no, I didn't see my acquaintances along the way, since they're living in the regular dorm of the school, and the direction of the regular dorms and Sakurasu is not in the same direction. Even though Sorita was happy when he thought that he had become popular with the girls, he was also hiding from the people that he knew. After all, he was living in the Sakurasu now. Sakurasu was known as the den of the weirdo in the eyes of most normal students, and when they heard Sakurasu they would stay away from it. As someone who was living in Sakurasu, Sorita felt worried when he met some acquaintances, since they might mock him for living in such a place. Oh, that's it. Shishio didn't say much either. After all, he also knew that normal students wouldn't think of Sakurasu in a good light, and a lot of people decided to avoid it. Then before long the two arrived at the entrance of the school, and somehow they saw a luxurious black sedan that stopped in front of the school, and a beautiful girl came out from inside. The figure of this girl was slender, her long black hair seemed like a night sky, attracting everyone's attention when she walked, but her cold expression caused everyone to stay away. Wow, Yukinashita-san is very beautiful. Give up, you should know how many guys have been turned down by her. Shishio glanced at the two students who were standing at the school gate and talked to each other while looking at the girl whose name seemed to be Yukinashita-san. Both of them seemed to be mesmerized by this girl, but they knew that it was impossible for them to get this beautiful flower. Shishio shook his head and didn't think too much. Even though Yukinashita-san was very beautiful, he had seen a lot of beautiful women and girls, and this girl was too cold for his taste. He then noticed Sorita, who seemed to be in a daze and blush, so he couldn't help but tapped his shoulder. What's wrong, Kanda-kun? Love at first sight? What are you talking about, Oga-kun? Sorita said in a panicked voice. His face was blushing and he seemed to be embarrassed when Shishio had found him, staring at Yukinashita-san. Well, you can stare at her all you want later, the entrance ceremony is about to begin, so we need to be in hurry, Shishio said simply, since he didn't care much whether this guy fell in love with another girl or not. Okay, Oga-kun. Sorita nodded and his expression was at a loss and felt depressed, since he knew an ordinary student like him was impossible to get the attention of the beautiful Yukinashita-san. The entrance ceremony of this school was the same as Shishio had thought, and it was also similar to the one that he had watched on the anime in his previous lives, or rather, it was the same for every school in the world, since everything started with the boring opening speech of the school principal. Shishio stood there next to Sorita, and when he looked at the directions of the teachers, he saw Tachibana Hina, the teacher that he had seen during his entrance exam, looked at him with a smile and waved her hand toward him before she was being reprimanded by a senior teacher. Oga-kun, Oga-kun, is Tachibana-sensei waving her hand at me? Am I not dreaming? Sorita asked excitedly at Shishio. Shishio was speechless and asked, who is Tachibana-sensei? She's a very popular young teacher and she has a lot of fans among the students. Sorita said excitedly, telling Shishio about how amazing Tachibana Hina-sensei was. Looking at Sorita at this moment, Shishio was wondering how two beautiful heroines in the story could fall for this guy. Shishio also felt that this guy was worse than the average harem protagonist in the story, since Sorita knew about the feelings of two heroines but remained silent, without choosing one or two of them, kept them by his side, even if this guy knew that two heroines were hurt by his action. Normal harem protagonists were usually oblivious or didn't know the feeling of the heroines around him, but Sorita knew about the feelings of the two heroines, ignoring their efforts, and every day blamed himself for being talentless. In the end, the most popular heroine in the story, who was about to become a legendary painter, failed and fell into the mortal world. Even if the heroine decided to change herself, in the end, Sorita decided to break up with the heroine again and again, until the heroine had no place to return besides his side. Besides the main heroine, Shishio also knew that Sorita should already know the feeling of the second heroine for him before Sorita decided to move to Sakurasu, but the appearance of the main heroine made Sorita ignore the effort of the second heroine for the main heroine, and now, this guy became excited even though Tachibana Hana wasn't waving her hand toward him. Shishio sighed and didn't think too much since he felt a bit disappointed with this harem protagonist. Time passed quickly, the entrance ceremony ended, Tachibana Hana waved her hand toward Shishio again, but it was Sorita who was excited. Looking at this idiot, Shishio decided to ignore him for now, but then, he didn't notice that there was another harem protagonist inside this hall that seemed to be jealous when he saw how Tachibana Hina was waving her hand toward the direction of Shishio, since even an idiot could tell who Tachibana Hina was waving her hand for. 49. Cat's voice is meow. Ah, I am so tired, but he. Shishio watched Sorita, who was laying on his table, constantly twisting around, and laughing disgustingly, wondering whether Sorita had been possessed by Shiro-san's soul. Before the entrance ceremony, Shishio learned where his class was through the notification board, but he didn't expect that he would be in the same class as Sorita. Shishio was wondering whether he should open his reward right now since he didn't think that he would be troubled by the lesson, especially after he received a reward from the system previously. Hey, isn't it Kanda? I didn't expect that we'd be in the same class. I have heard that your life sucks now. Shishio, who was in the middle of contemplation, suddenly noticed a boy with a hippie smile coming from the back of the classroom, stood next to Kanda, patted Kanda's shoulder, then chatted together. Seeing how they were familiar with each other, he could tell that they should be friends during their middle school time. Oh, it is you, Miyahara-kun. Kanda looked up weakly, looking at his friend from the middle school, who was also among the ordinary students in this school like him. Miyahara smiled and said, normal people don't have the mental fortitude to live in a loony bin. Shishio was speechless, looking at Miyahara, who said that Sakurasu was a loony bin right in front of him. He often heard that people usually talk badly about someone behind the back, but it was the first time to see someone talk badly in front of the people, especially the one who this guy was talking about was him since he was also a member of Sakurasu. Sorita quickly reacted, turning around, and looked at Shishio with embarrassment since he didn't expect Miyahara to talk badly about Sakurasu right in front of Shishio. Cough. Even though that's really the case. In truth, Sorita wanted to say that just by staying one night on Sakurasu, he could feel that everyone who stayed in that place was weird in various senses. If it weren't for Shishio, who sat behind him, he had already held Miyahara's thigh, cried loudly, and then told about his grievances, living on that loony bin. So, how long are you going to stay in Sakurasu, Kanda-kun? Suddenly a nice female voice interrupted the conversation between the two. Oh? Aoyama? You're here too. Sorita raised his head in surprise after hearing this voice. Shishio, who was drowsy because listening to the conversation between Kanda and another boy, was instantly awakened, looking at the girl who suddenly joined the two and didn't expect to meet another beautiful girl. Shishio observed the girl and looked at the nape of the girl since her ponytail hairstyle was really charming. Her boobs are huge. Shishio silently observed the girl and hearing her voice, he also felt a sense of intimacy since she knew that this girl was from Osaka and he was from Kyoto, both of them were coming from the Kansai region, but then... It's her. Shishio only remembered that this girl was the heroine that had fallen for Kanda Sorita. Nanami Aoyama. Shishio remembered that this should be the name of this girl. Nanami is a petite teen girl with average height and build, standing at 158 centimeters. She is beautiful and has a D cup. She has a fair and light complexion, long, straight, brown hair that is usually tied up into a ponytail, and she has goldish brown eyes. Looking at Nanami, Shishio felt confused, wondering whether this heroine had a cataract or something. In truth, except for Yasushi, he didn't see Sorita's charm points, or rather, there was nothing besides this Yasushi. Nanami didn't notice Shishio, who was observing her, rather she frowned when she looked at Sorita, who looked very exhausted on the table while wondering whether Sakurasu was such a terrible place, and the rumor about this place was all true since it had only been a day that Sorita stayed in that place, but she could see that Sorita's condition was really bad. If Shishio knew what Nanami was thinking right now, he would be very wronged and called it an injustice since Sorita's condition had nothing to do with Sakurasu. Sorita was obviously too excited when he thought that Tachibana Hina was waving her hand toward him during the entrance ceremony, even though the one that Tachibana Hina was waving was Shishio. If you don't hurry, you'll never get out of there. Nanami looked at Sorita with some distress, although she understood the reason why Sorita decided to move since she had known him for a long time. After all, this place was Sakurasu. I mean, you haven't found an owner for Hikari, and yet you took 6 more, right? Nanami looked at Sorita with some helplessness and thought that she should stop him that day. Nice moral you got there, dragging those girls into your room. Miyahara started to tease Kanda with a perverted smile. Although he had heard the rumor, he didn't expect that this guy would be so capable of collecting 6 cats. If there was one more, then this guy should be able to summon Shenlong, right? Unfortunately, there was no Dragon Ball in this world, or else, Miyahara would tease Sorita that way. Don't say such misleading things. People might think I belong to Sakurasu, right? And if the members of Sakurasu hear it, they might also misunderstand you. Sorita was embarrassed by Miyahara's words, and looked around, and found out that the girls nearby looked at him with disgust while the boys were looking at him with a weird expression. At this moment, he was wondering where was his popularity that he had gotten in the morning before. Good grief, at that time, I really should. Nanami looked at Sorita, who was arguing with Miyahara next to him, remembering the day when they met Hikari, a stray cat that was picked by Sorita, before, and suddenly felt regret why she didn't stop him at that time. It was on the holiday afternoon. Nanami and Sorita had just gone back from school, and on the way back, they encountered a white fur kitten, which had just been abandoned right after it was born. I have decided. I will take her back with me. Sorita said while holding a cat in his hand. From his expression, nothing would change his decision. Nanami remembered that those were the words that were said by Sorita to her at that time. But cats aren't allowed in the regular dorm. Nanami persuaded Sorita at that time. I will find her an owner as soon as I can. I'm just going to hold on to her until then. Her persuasion didn't work and Sorita's eyes were completely focused on the kitten in his arms. If you haven't found it. However, Nanami was still in doubt of Sorita's decision since she felt that it was too reckless. I will leave that for when the time comes. Sorita had made up his mind and didn't care about anyone's opinion. When Nanami looked at Sorita, she knew very well that he had never thought of the future at all, and now, he only cared about the kitten in his hand. So, in the end, Nanami couldn't stop Sorita. On that day, Sorita brought back the white kitten whose name was Hikari. Then, until the moment Sorita was discovered by the school to keep a cat in the regular dorm in the principal's office, he was given 2 choices, but Nanami didn't expect that he was still. I chose to move to Sakurasu with this cat. Nanami understood that if Sorita didn't send the cat away, he would never be able to return to the regular dorm, but she was also helpless. Nanami finished her memories and turned to look at Sorita, who was still arguing. But since I have kept Hikari, I keep finding cardboard boxes filled with cats. Meow, 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 meow. I can't leave them like that. Sorita was full of frustration, telling his grief to his friends. Shishio was dumbfounded and wondering whether Sorita wanted to ask the group of cats to bark or talk in human language. If the cats could talk in human language, then they would scream, Kanda, don't touch us. We don't need you to adopt us. No one is forcing you to adopt us, bastard. Shishio had a feeling that the cats would say to Sorita if they were able to talk in human language. Man, I am telling you, it's a curse. Miyahara looked at Sorita, who was about to get crazy. I don't care whether it is a blessing or a curse. I can't leave them out there. Sorita said in an exaggerated way. Nanami looked at Sorita helplessly. After all, it was Kanda Sorita, who she had known for a long time, so she still knew about his personality, and in some senses, he was indeed a weird guy. At any rate, if you really want to get out of there, you need to think about it clearly. Well, I know, but... Ah, by the way, Kanda-kun, this is for you. It was left out from the place where I worked. In truth, I am not really supposed to, but they said just this once. Nanami suddenly took out the fish cakes that she asked for from the place where she worked from her drawer to Sorita. Wow, thank you, Aoyama. How many jobs do you have again? Does CEO, voice actor, school cost that much? Sorita was surprised and looked at the thing that was given by Nanami to him, and he knew that he could use it for the foods for his cats later at night, but then he remembered that Nanami had been doing a lot of jobs. Sorita had heard about Nanami's dream before, and she hoped to become a CEO, voice actor, so she came to Tokyo from Osaka. Not only did she continue to attend classes during the day, but she also worked hard on a few part-time jobs during the rest of her spare time, and went to the CEO school too. Well, kind of, but in truth, it is because there are more opportunities in Tokyo, so although the tuition is very expensive, the CEO school here is better, and I also have the opportunity to dub Kamiagasa Senpai's anime. For ordinary people, this is a very rare experience, Nanami said with a smile, but in her eyes, there was some exhaustion, that no one noticed. Then, or maybe, you should just live in Sakurasu, there will be Kamiagasa Senpai and Mitaka Senpai there. Sorita looked at Nanami who was full of longing for dreams, and his mind was slightly shaken since he knew that Nanami was better than himself. 50, heroines after heroines. Ugh. This and that is a different matter. Nanami looked at Sorita who made the suggestion awkwardly. I am not as talented as Kamiagasa Senpai and the others. The small step they take is often a big step for ordinary people, and I need to work hard. Nanami looked at the sky outside the window, although, she said that, she was still full of confusion about her future, especially after she knew how cruel reality was. When Nanamai told her parents about her dream to become a voice actor, she was full of confidence and even fought against her father since she believed that she could become a famous voice actor and received a lot of jobs as long as she worked hard, but everything changed after she came to Tokyo. Even if she doubled her efforts, she could feel the difference between ordinary people and geniuses. Sorita looked at Nanamai and couldn't help but think about himself. When he heard Nanamai's words, he couldn't help but feel the difference between him and the people around him, especially Misaki-senpai and Mitaka-senpai, Kawaii-senpai, and even Shiro-san. From storyboarding, drawing, editing, and coloring, Misaki could take care of the entire anime production by herself, and that anime was even being commercialized. Mitaka was also quite a good scriptwriter and he was in charge of Misaki's anime script. Although Kawaii was just a bibliophile, it was said that she had read enough books to fill up an entire library. Although Shiro-san was a pervert, he was already a novelist in a well-known publishing house, but Sorita didn't know this matter yet. And there is. Sorita turned his head and looked at Shishio, who seemed to be very sleepy behind him. He could see that Shishio didn't seem like an ordinary person, especially when Shishio's entrance score exam was the highest in the history of the school. When Sorita thought about himself, although he lived in Sakurasu, he was forced to move in because he couldn't abandon Hikari, Sorita's cat, and when he compared himself with everyone on the Sakurasu, he felt that he was just an ordinary person. Hence why, compared to the rumor about Sakurasu being the den of weirdos, the reason why he moved out was because of his inferiority complex. Sorita looked at Shishio, who had stayed at Sakurasu just a day earlier than him, and he could already feel the gap between them. Shishio, who was bored, listening to Sorita's conversation, felt a bit sleepy, but then he heard someone call out his name. "Hello, are you Oga-kun? I am Nana Sunoera, can we exchange email addresses?" Shishio turned and saw a beautiful girl with a voluptuous yet slender body figure, but the reason why he was a bit surprised wasn't because of her beautiful face or voluptuous body, but rather because of her tan skin. "Is it Guru style?" Shishio had read about the fashion magazine on the convenience store before that. It seemed Guru style was quite popular among high school students, and at the same, he was surprised that. Shishio was dumbfounded and wondering whether it was because of Nana's tan skin that he received a luxurious beach resort. "What's wrong? Is there something on Nana's face?" Nana asked curiously while touching her face. Shishio almost forgot and quickly said, "Sorry, Sunoera-san, it is my first time to see a girl with Guru style. By the way, my name is Shishio Oga, nice to meet you." "Eh? Really? So has Nana taken your first time?" Nana asked with a teasing smile. "If you say something like that, you're going to misunderstand the people around us," Shishio said with a speechless expression. Nana chuckled and said, "It's hilarious, but is it your first time to see Guru?" "Yes, in Kyoto, I have never seen a girl with Guru style," Shishio said. "Eh? Really? You're from Kyoto? That's kind of cool." Nana seemed to be very excited when she heard that Shishio was from Kyoto, but then there was one important question that she needed to ask. "So what do you think? Do I look great?" Shishio looked at Nana, who tried to put on a cute pose, and he had to admit that this girl was very charming. "Yes, you're a very charming girl, Sunoera-san." Nana blushed and felt a bit shy. "It's a bit embarrassing if you praise me like that. By the way, you can call me Nana, and can I call you Shishio?" "Why not?" Both of them talked to each other and exchanged contacts with each other. But when they were talking to each other, they didn't realize that there were a lot of people who looked at them with various gazes. Nanamai, who was quite close, was quite surprised when she heard that Shishio was coming from Kyoto and felt some kind of intimacy since they were from the Kansai region. On the other hand, Sorita showed jealousy since Nana was one of the most popular girls, and he also had known her since middle school, but he had never talked to her, or rather, she might not have shown an interest in an ordinary student like him. He felt a bit bitter, wondering where his popularity in the morning had gone. When Shishio talked with Nana, he also noticed that there was a message on his phone and he could tell that it was from Miu that he had met in the bookstore before. He could tell that Miu had sent the message last night, but last night. Shishio was a bit helpless when he thought about last night since a lot of things had happened. He thought about replying to Miu's message, but another message suddenly came. Ding! Shishio looked at another message and saw that it was from Chihiro. Nana also looked at Shishio's phone curiously and asked, "Is it from your girlfriend?" "No, it is from my aunt," Shishio said. "Chihiro, Shishio, I don't care whether you are busy or not, come to the teaching room, hurry up." Nana, who read the message, couldn't help but ask, "Your aunt is a teacher here?" "Yeah." Shishio massaged his temple since his aunt was too domineering, right? Looking at Shishio's reaction, Nana asked, "Do you want me to come with you?" "No, it is all right, I don't want to trouble you and you should sit down and the teacher is coming," Shishio said. "Ugh. Nana really had fun, talking before, and felt a bit annoyed that the teacher was coming. See you later, Shishio. Shishio only waved his hand and then looked at Miu's message. Miu, good evening, Oga-kun. My name is Ashihara Miu and we have met at the bookstore before. First, I want to say thank you for buying that novel for me, and if it isn't a problem when you're free, can we meet each other? I want to repay you for buying me a novel before. Shishio smiled when he thought about Miu. He then replied by apologizing first since he couldn't reply to her immediately, then told her that it would be alright to meet each other during the weekend. Shishio then quickly put his phone in the pocket and saw his homeroom teacher introducing herself. Hello everyone, I am Koharu Shirayama. I will be your homeroom teacher and now the class will start. You're late, Shishio. Chihiro looked at her nephew angrily. After sending the text for so long, he only came right now, which made her annoyed, even though she had told him that it was very urgent. Chihiro-ne, you should know that today is the first day of school and there's no way that I can skip the class, Shishio said helplessly, but then, he noticed that Chihiro's mood was quite wrong. What's wrong? Are there any problems during the entrance ceremony? Well, there is no problem with the entrance ceremony, but I didn't meet a suitable man. Chihiro sighed helplessly. Although her mother urged her to marry, when she hadn't met the right one, there was nothing that she could do. Although I have met a few good men, they are all either married or divorced men, but of course, I have already exchanged contacts with them. Shishio frowned, and let out a sigh. Chihiro-ne, although I know that you're in a hurry, this is too. He felt that it was too painful to see Chihiro who wanted to marry as soon as possible, without caring even though the man had married. He then shook his head and said, Chihiro-ne, let's stop talking about your husband candidates, can you tell me why are you looking at me? He didn't even want to listen to Chihiro's story about her adventure to get her husband candidates, and he was sure that if he told his mother about this, his mother would pull Chihiro's ear without mercy while slapping her bountiful ass. Oh, right. I almost forgot to tell you. Chihiro finally remembered why Shishio appeared here, since she had been thinking about how to make a blind date appointment with the few good men that she met before. Shishio sometimes wondered why this woman couldn't even marry even though she was so beautiful. Here, take this. Chihiro rummaged on her handbag for a while, found a photo, and handed it to Shishio. Shishio raised his eyebrow, and he was quite surprised inwardly after he saw the photo that was given by Chihiro. In the photo, there was a picture of a lovely girl with a white straw hat sitting quietly on the beach, wearing white underclothes and a light blue dress, in a trance, staring at the camera. Shishio could see that the fallen leaves in the picture seemed to be moving by the breeze, and the girl in the photo stared blankly as if she was watching him, who was looking at her picture. Shina Mashiro. Shishio instantly remembered this name since it was the main heroine, and he had to admit that this girl was very cute, but at the same time, he was wondering whether he was going to take away the protagonist's girlfriend from the plot. Shishio felt a bit sorry for Sorita, but when he thought about what Sorita had done to Shina Mashiro, he felt that he needed to protect this girl. Although she is quite cute, she isn't your child, right, Chihiro-ne? Shishio asked. Do you want to die? Chihiro glared at Shishio when he asked this question. I was joking, sorry. Humph. Chihiro snorted and said, she is from England and her name is Shina Mashiro, can you pick her up? She's going to move to Sakurasu. Shishio knew that Chihiro was too lazy to pick Shina, so Chihiro left the task to him, which made him helpless. She'll be in front of the station at 6, you should pick her up after school, Chihiro said. Shishio nodded and said, okay, Chihiro-ne, is that all? He looked at Chihiro, who started to flip through the magazine and compared it with other busy teachers around. He had to admit that this woman really knew how to enjoy her job. That's all, but... Chihiro suddenly smelled a girl's perfume on Shishio's body. What's wrong? Shishio asked with confused expressions. Nothing, don't forget to pick her up, Chihiro said and waved her hand since she didn't have a right to forbid him to date a girl right at the beginning of school. Shishio nodded and put the photo in his pocket. He was about to go out, he said, Chihiro-ne. Chihiro didn't look up and kept flipping her magazine. I am sure that you'll meet your right one, so don't be in a hurry and move at your own pace, Shishio said with a gentle smile. Chihiro looked up and was about to say something, but she hesitated and nodded. She then looked at Shishio's back and somehow hoped that he wasn't her nephew and that he was born 10 years earlier, then she wouldn't need to think hard about how to find her husband now. She let out a sigh, then started to flip the magazine again so she could show her best appearance on the blind date later.